Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter united all demons and dragons to save world? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. In a dimly lit underground parking garage, a man and a woman approached from different directions. They stood for a moment, each pointing a gun and a wand at the other's chest. But they soon recognized each other, tucked their weapons into their coats, and began walking together toward the exit where the lift was. "So, Roberts, any new information?" asked Robbie Leach, the woman of the two. Middle-aged and plain-looking, she wore her half-bleached black hair in a net and wore a gray uniform. "We have the location," the man who was called Roberts replied, adjusting the yellow sunglasses he was wearing. "All that's left is to get their cooperation at today's meeting." "Good. So this is really coming to an end," Leach muttered. They walked past the parked luxury black sedans and the thick concrete pillars supporting the ceiling, approaching the glass doors. There, a group of guards in black robes and military uniforms, who had been hiding in the shadows behind the pillars, jumped out, pointing guns and wands at them. The last of them to slowly emerge was an old man with a very strange appearance, half of his face covered in ugly burn scars under a red beret, one eye replaced by a glowing red mechanical part, and a machine resembling a scorpion's tail clicking away on his head. "Password?" the old man asked. "Magic for all," Roberts replied, and the guards stepped aside to let them pass. "Are all the guests here, Colonel Fubster?" asked Leach. "Every last one of them," Fubster said, glancing at him through his red artificial eye. "They certainly seem to have a lot of questions." Roberts and Leach walked past the old soldier, through the glass doors that opened automatically, stepped into the lift and pushed the button for the top floor. As the rapidly ascending lift left the basement, bright sunlight poured in from all three sides of the glass, except for the entrance. Ahead of them was the bustling center of London, with skyscrapers rising everywhere and busy streets stretching between them. Soon the lift they were riding in went up and up and up, overlooking all the skyscrapers around them. "Do you think they'll take us up on our offer?" Roberts asked. When the lift rose another level, a spiderweb of sunlight, partially obscured by rebar and walls, swept across his face. "Anyway, what we're about to do involves hundreds of felonies and dash. That's nothing to worry about," said Leach casually. "The law means nothing compared to people's interests. I mean, look at Harry Potter. He let Lucius Malfoy go free, the one who killed and tortured innocent people, just to make it easier to catch other criminals. They can have everything if they accept our terms. There is simply no way they would refuse." "But they already have everything," Roberts muttered. "Their lot, the nobles, the rich, the powerful politicians. But none of them are wizards, are they?" Leach snorted. "We've seen how far people will go to gain power beyond their imagination. It's very easy to get them to give up their lives and betray their friends if you can make them magical." "That's true," said Roberts approvingly, "because that's exactly what I made them do." With a cheerful chime, the lift stopped and a pristine white marble hallway opened in front of Roberts and Leach. At the far end was an antique mahogany door, guarded by two bodyguards in suits and sunglasses, the sound of chatter coming through the slightly ajar crack. They walked wordlessly down the hall and into the conference room. The large floor-to-ceiling windows along one wall let in an unrestricted stream of midday sunlight, making the room feel bright despite the fact that there were no lights on. The people filling the room were all dressed in fine suits, and they all had that inexplicable air of people who had never known scarcity. Some were older, some younger, but they were all so engrossed in conversation, their eyes glowing as if they were back in childhood, that they didn't even notice the newcomers. The long mahogany table, packed with people, was empty only at the head and its sides. Leach and Roberts quietly chose seats on either side of the head and sat down to listen to the conversation. "I could hardly believe my ears when you said someone called us because of magic," said the youngest and most arrogant-looking man of them all. "Actually, I still do. Who would have believed it if we didn't know that the Prime Minister sitting over there is such a boring person that he doesn't participate in such jokes?" The Prime Minister doesn't need to tell any jokes, Jervis, the gray-haired elderly man sitting next to the young man said in a low voice. You can never tell a joke from his serious statements. The arrogant-looking young man who had been called Jervis, the old man who had just spoken, and the plump gentleman sitting in front of them all burst out laughing. So, Lawson, you're telling me this is a serious meeting? That the wizarding world really exists? Jervis asked the gray-haired man. From what I've heard, yes. Still, I haven't seen any hard evidence yet. Lawson said with an uncertain voice. And you, Douglas? Asked Jervis, this time to the plump gentleman. Have you seen any evidence? The gentleman named Douglas shook his head. Then why are we here at all? Said Jervis aloud to no one in particular. All who had been whispering, each with a serious expression on their faces, fell silent and looked at the young man. Are you trying to tell me that no one has ever seen magic with their own eyes? And if so, why the hell are we dash? I've seen it, Jervis, said the Prime Minister, who had been silent and lost in thought, and all eyes were upon him. There's a small and dirty oil painting in the corner of my office. It's a painting of a man in a silver wig who looks a lot like a frog. The painting, so to speak, dash. What is this painting about? Don't ramble on, prompted Jervis. That picture is alive, said the Prime Minister at last. The people around the table went wide-eyed and murmured uncomfortably. Whenever the magical world needs to contact me, the man in the portrait calls me. My predecessors and I did everything we could to remove the portrait, hiring carpenters, architects, and even art scholars, but we failed, and it is still there. That's it? A frame that won't fall off, which holds a living painting. Sounds to me like a bunch of idiots who don't know how to do their jobs properly. Not superpowers and magic, Jervis snorted. A few cold looks were directed at the young man, but he was unperturbed. I think you'll need more than that to convince me. There's also a fireplace in my office, and on my first day in office a woman jumped out of it and explained that she was the Minister of Magic and that there were wizards and their secret societies hiding all over the world. That's not proof of magic, cried Jervis again. It's just proof that you might be out of your mind. When's your next psychiatric appointment? Hey, young man, an impatient Douglas interrupted. If you're not going to believe him no matter what he says, why did you ask him in the first place? That's right, Jervis. Let's have a little more patience, Lawson said this time. The wizard who presided over this meeting hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps he'll show us something when he comes up. Jervis shrugged and sank back into his chair in boredom. And as soon as he was quiet, the others began whispering and telling each other what they knew. What's the new rumor about magic? Said the scrawny, mustachioed man sitting next to Douglas, pulling out his phone to check. If magic is real, this world will never be the same again. Which means there's going to be one hell of a storm in the stock market, and you're going to have some assets to clear out. I heard one thing myself, Douglas said. The wizards can make teeth grow at will by magic. They can also change the shape of existing ones and grow new ones if they're missing. That's good to hear. Lawson clapped his hands and smiled broadly. The old man had several teeth replaced with gold, including the front ones. Unfortunately, the stock of the dental implant manufacturers is sure to go down the tubes. I also heard that they have a remedy that can cure all respiratory ailments in a heartbeat, something called pepper potion. Well, I guess I'll have to sell my pharmaceutical stocks then, said the quick-witted-looking man, his fingers busily moving over his mobile phone. From the sounds of it, you can also duplicate or create any object with your magic, with a flick of your wand. This type of spell is known as transfiguration. This is getting ridiculous, Lawson said, rubbing his bald forehead. At this point, maybe we should find out what you can't do with magic, not what you can. Can magic make you fly? Said Jervis urgently, who had been listening and feigning disinterest in the conversation. I just inherited some airline stock from my late uncle, and I can't even sell it now because of that damned law. I've heard that the wizards ride broomsticks or carpets to fly, said Douglas. But not all of them, so I suppose there's still a preference for flying in comfort. My God, I never thought this would happen, Jervis said. I need to know for sure if magic is going to allow us to fly between continents. And if it's going to eliminate the need for airplanes. Just airplanes? Maybe it will make all of us entrepreneurs. Redundant, said Lawson gloomily. Everyone will be happy at first. We'll be able to make everything magically appear, and eating and housing and clothing will be so easy. But eventually, everyone will become complacent with the power of magic, and there will be no more innovation or progress. And the entrepreneurs who push these things forward will be brought down. Look, I don't mean to offend you, but I wonder if you're being a little too narcissistic, Jervis said, seeming to hold back a sneer. What do you call innovation? Taking hourly videos of your every move and bragging about it on the internet. When famous people say something stupid, the whole world knows about it in seconds. I've made a lot of money investing in social media companies, and I feel at least a little guilty about it. A few people listening to their conversation chuckled, and Lawson looked dejected. Then there were strange noises. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The metallic sound echoed from the hallway, and as promised, everyone fell silent and turned to face the door. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The footsteps continued, regular yet ominous, and the eyes of everyone in the room, now shrouded in silence, turned to the closed door. Finally, it slid open without a sound, revealing the source of the footsteps. The newcomer was wrapped in a dark silver-gray cloak, and the hands protruding from the outside of the cloak glowed faintly, as if wearing silver gloves. Beneath the cloak, a pair of intricate machines of cogs and iron skeletons, emitting a hissing steam, supported his body instead of normal legs. The face that peeked out from under the deeply pressed hood was not the usual flesh-colored skin, but as white as wisps of smoke. Eisen Bein glanced to his left, then strode to the only empty seat, his heavy footsteps echoing each time his iron legs hit the marble floor. "So, you're Eisen Bein?" blurted out Jervis. Unlike the others, who seemed intimidated by the guest's strange and threatening appearance, he seemed undeterred. "Let me ask you a question. Can magic make you fly?" Eisen Bein tilted his head a little to the side, as though he hadn't heard him. Then he pulled a long wooden stick from his arm and slammed it down on the table with a loud bang, causing the people who had never seen a magic wand before to jump to their feet to get a better look. When the Prime Minister cleared his throat, the commotion stopped and everyone settled back into their chairs. "Now that you're all here, I think we can get this meeting started," the Prime Minister said, turning to Eisen Bein. "Before we begin, I was wondering if you would like to demonstrate a little magic of your own. Some people still don't believe it exists." Without a word, Eisen Bein grabbed his wand and swung it at the Prime Minister, who threw his hands up in confusion and his mouth fell open. It was easy to see what was wrong. His front teeth were growing at an alarming rate, pushing past his lower lip and down into his chin, making him look like a giant beaver. Everyone's mouth dropped open in surprise, or they let out a little scream. "What a lame trick!" exclaimed a noble-looking gentleman, slamming the teacup he was holding down on its saucer with a clatter and grimacing. "With all due respect to your fine acting skills, Mr. Prime Minister, but I've had enough. Now I know this is all a joke on you, Dash." He was interrupted as the teacup he was holding suddenly turned into a gerbil. The gentleman was horrified to see the little creature dangling between his fingers, squirming and scurrying, and his face flushed red to the point of exploding. Eisen Bein lowered his wand slightly from where it was pointed at the teacup and looked around the room to see if anyone wanted more magic. The Prime Minister pointed at his front teeth, still growing as long as icicles, and tried desperately to say something, but his mouth wasn't working well enough to produce anything but gurgles. Eisen Bein pointed his wand at his teeth and flicked it horizontally, and they snapped off like a pair of sharp knives and fell onto the desk. The Prime Minister stared in horror, looking alternately at Eisen Bein and the long, hard, ivory shards of tooth that had fallen from his mouth. The room was completely silent, except for the squeaking of the gerbil still in the gentleman's hand, which faded when it finally managed to pull out its tail and escape. "Well, I hope your doubts have been allayed by now." Instead of Eisen Bein, Roberts, sitting beside him, broke the silence. "Let's get down to business. We, the Dawnbreakers, were an organization that worked in secret for the benefit of us common folks who couldn't use magic. But things are different now, because the evil witches and wizards we have to deal with are well hidden in a cozy hideout. Recently, we came very close to defeating the wizarding world," Robbie Leach said this time. "It is part of the agenda for this meeting. We want the rest of the world to enjoy the power of magic, not just a few wizards in hiding. To achieve this goal, we need the magical blood of those who are born wizards. More specifically, we need the blood of over 500 different wizards. We once managed to secure the materials we needed, but at the last minute we were sabotaged by a terrorist group of wizards and witches. Leading these terrorists, who call themselves Dumbledore's army, is a man named Harry Potter, said Robert sharply. He's treated like a savior in his own world, but in reality, he's just an overly lucky man. And now he and his friends have barricaded themselves in a huge shelter under London with violent witches and wizards from all over Britain. In order to defeat them, our organization must operate more openly. In short, we need the administrative power and funding of the people here, said Leach. If we want to get into their underground shelters, we have to evacuate everyone in the neighborhood and keep passers-by away. On top of that, we're planning on hiring about 10,000 well-trained mercenaries and acquiring all sorts of weapons, so we'll need the funds to do that. That's going to cost a lot of money. You know that? Said Jervis abruptly. Robbie Leach raised an eyebrow at his rudeness, but didn't react further. Still, if you really can create a miracle drug that can give everyone magical powers like you suggest, then let's just say it's worth the investment. To be honest, I was pretty impressed with the magic show your boss just put on. Before I accept your offer to produce and deliver this miracle drug, there's one more thing to consider. And this time it's political, said a man sitting next to the Prime Minister. My name is Charles Chorley, Junior Minister, and if I understand you correctly, you're suggesting that we capture our own citizens, no matter how dangerous, and lock them up to take their blood. You should know who they really are, said Roberts grimly. They have their own government called the Ministry of Magic, and they behave like foreigners in this country. They pay no taxes to the British government, and they have no respect for our laws. The businessmen gathered around Jervis murmured their agreement. They looked hungry for the magical power they had just witnessed. But it's another thing to capture them all, put them in concentration camps, and bleed them like cattle, said Chorley uneasily. If this gets out, I'm afraid it might stir up the general population. The political situation in the country is extremely unstable with the recent cabinet changes, and I'm very worried that it could lead to civil war. I don't think you fully understood what I just told you, sir. Let me make sure you know what we're up against, Robert said before gesturing to Leach. Leach pulled out her wand and flicked it once, and thick files of paperwork appeared out of nowhere and were placed in front of each of the participants. Most of them opened them carefully, as if they were still getting used to the idea of magic, and began to read the documents inside. There were photographs of collapsed bridges, a politician impersonating a duck, gruesome corpses lying dead with their faces contorted in signs of torture, an unseasonable fog, and desolate landscapes of completely destroyed villages, along with brief descriptions. At first they turned the pages slowly with nervous fingertips, but as they read on they grimaced and sighed. So you're saying the wizards did all this? The Prime Minister said, looking deeply shocked. Even the hurricane in the West Country decades ago that caused the deaths of countless people, that was done by their giants, to be exact. The murmur grew louder when Roberts pointed out. Wizards are very cunning, and when they do something really bad, they often use magic to erase memories and hide evidence. They're the ones who split a newly built bridge in two and drowned innocent people. People who die like that are pretty lucky, said Leach darkly. In some cases, they use magic to inflict excruciating pain before killing them. These evil wizards look down on the rest of us commoners, calling us muggles, and they like to torture and kill for fun, which is how my grandfather died. Perhaps some of your deceased family members were killed in this way, and the truth was buried. The people sitting in the room whispered to each other in horror, or took out their mobile phones to call somewhere, worried about their families. Are you saying that the wizards are responsible for these weather events? Douglas asked, holding up a photo of a city shrouded in thick fog with trembling hands. They can even control the climate? Oh, something like that, yes, Robert said, a corner of his mouth curling up. They can make it foggy in the middle of summer if they want. That's the work of creatures called dementors, and they leave their victims in a state worse than death. Leach added, they suck the souls out of their victims so they can never die, never live. People groaned or closed their eyes and crossed their hearts. Now there was none of the excitement or anticipation of the first time they'd seen evidence of magic. only a look of horror on their faces. Meanwhile, Junior Minister Chorley was holding a photograph of the politician posing as a duck, looking mesmerized. "Mr. Chorley, do you recognize the person in the picture?" said Roberts matter-of-factly, and the junior minister slowly raised his head to face him. "Ido. That's my father here. He was junior minister before me in the late 90s. But he resigned one day because he suddenly lost his mind and started quacking like a duck, didn't he?" said Leach, and Chorley nodded slowly with a sad face. "That happened when the wizards put a dangerous curse on him to control him, and something went wrong. My grandfather was also a politician, and he was forced out of office by a similar insidious plot. These dangerous witches and wizards already have important people from all walks of life as their puppets, and they're pulling the strings behind the scenes, and now they want more." One by one, the others nodded as Leach said, heatedly, "We're not just trying to take over the magical world to take away their power. It's a matter of our very survival. All this time, we've been fighting a silent but fierce war. And if we don't win this war, we ordinary humans and our descendants will be under the rule of these evil forces forever." One by one, the others joined in, and soon the room was filled with thunderous applause. Still, there were those who seemed undecided. They kept their eyes on their files as their colleagues cheered enthusiastically, then looked up cautiously when the applause finally died down. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair was the first to speak. "Does this mean we have to capture children as well? I've heard that some of the wizards have children in their shelters." At her words, a look of concern flickered in the eyes of some of the people who had been so enthusiastic moments before. "I don't care if they're children or adults. They're a different race from the rest of us," said Leach firmly. "They are born with a prejudice against us from an early age and are taught by their own parents to look down upon and outcast those who cannot use magic. Nevertheless, we promise to treat the children we take captive humanely. They will be given time to play and rest when they are not giving us blood, and we will provide them with regular medical checkups. You're putting up a good front, but in the end you're going to kidnap little children and steal their blood," Lawson said with a dark face. "Even those who are initially excited by the magical powers you offer will be skeptical when they find out where they come from. This new world you're talking about is not sustainable at all." "Do you really think so?" said Eisen Bein for the first time. The sound of his grim voice, somehow mechanical and muffled, as if he were speaking from beyond the receiver, drew the eyes of the people around the table to the head of the table. Yet none of them could read the expression on his face, shadowed beneath his hood. "What do you think sustains a world, Lawson? Freedom? Truth? Ethics? Wrong. Now, since you look like a smug, entrepreneurial prat, tell me yourself. I'm sure you know the answer." Lawson didn't answer, just gazing into empty air. Beads of sweat trickled from his graying hair and ran down his broad forehead. "The answer is needs," said Eisen Bein, slamming his fist down on the table. His silver hand, ringed with a crude black stone instead of a jewel, struck the solid wood, causing it to crack and dent. One by one, Eisen Bein looked back at the horrified people around the table. His hazy face was still unreadable under the hood, but it seemed they could all sense the deep contempt in it. With unseen speed, Eisen Bein drew his wand and pointed it at the Prime Minister. Without warning, the chair he was sitting in lurched backward, and one of his feet shot into the air as if suspended by an invisible cord. The fine leather shoes he was wearing fluttered in the air as the Prime Minister struggled not to topple. How could these shoes be made? Hand-sewn and glued by children in some poor country under the dim light of a lamp. This time, Eisen Bein pointed the wand at the blonde woman sitting across from the Prime Minister, the one who had expressed skepticism about the child abductions earlier. With a sharp cry, her hand jerked forward of its own accord, and the diamond in the ring on her finger sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the window. "Who do you think gave you this jewel that adorns your fat finger, madam? There are still over 1 million children in this world digging deep underground for diamonds with pickaxes bigger than they are, carrying sacks that weigh more than you." Eisen Bein withdrew his wand, and the blonde woman slowly brought her sobbing, trembling hands back into position. Whenever the tip of his wand pointed at each person at the table, they ducked their heads in horror or shuddered. Slowly, the wand came to rest on Lawson. The old man's wrinkled face had turned pale and was now drenched in cold sweat. Let me remind you of something, bright entrepreneur. Faced with the needs of the masses, your arcane ethics and laws do not matter. Just remove the uncomfortable sights from their eyes. Give them what they need, and the new world I will build will last forever. Once everyone has experienced the power of magic, once it becomes impossible for anyone to live without it, nothing can threaten this new world. What if someone were to discover the truth that children with magical blood are being locked away in factories and their blood drained from them? Eisen Bein tore his eyes from Lawson and looked slowly around the table. But that doesn't matter, does it? Because you're the best example of that. Just close your eyes to the uncomfortable truth and erase the guilt with your own rationalizations. You tell yourself that those children deserved it, that witches and wizards are inherently evil, and that you can live comfortably with the magical power you've gained from their stolen blood. A sickening silence fell over the room. The powerful men and women who controlled Britain and the world were now gripped by a sense of utter helplessness. The eyes that had once looked out over the city from their spacious offices, high and commanding, were now completely focused on the wand in Eisen Bein's hand, frightened and agitated. Robbie Leach twitched the corners of her mouth as if to stifle a fit of laughter, secretly watching as the rulers of a dying world embraced a very different order in a new world. Finally, she smiled with satisfaction, having memorized every detail of the room, and tapped her fingers on the table to get their attention back. Now that it's been a while, let's bring this meeting to a close. Leach pulled out her wand and flicked it once, causing the papers in front of them to flutter and reveal the last page. What you have before you is an agreement between our organization and yours, promising mutual cooperation and support. Before you raise your pen to sign, remember that the moment you write your name on this paper, you will be bound to this agreement by a magical force. Please read each paragraph carefully. Those who heard the words began to read them slowly, looking extremely worried, as if the pact was about to cast a terrible curse upon them. Some of them looked like they were deeply sorry to have come to this meeting, but they did not show it, aware of the wand in Eisen Bein's hand. "Is what is written here correct?" said Douglas. "All profits from the sale of your miracle drug that grants magical powers will be distributed to those who have invested in this business. In other words, all profits will be monopolized only by the people in this room." "Yes, that's exactly what it says. We won't ask you for anything in return," Leach replied with a warm smile. "In fact, as it says right below, we only have one condition. If you make the drugs available to children who can't afford them, the unimaginable sums of income that will come from this business of turning everyone in the world into witches and wizards will be all yours." The participants began whispering to each other, suddenly less intimidated by Eisen Bein's imposing presence, as they calculated the winnings. At that moment, Jervis suddenly slammed his fist down on the table and jumped to his feet. His face was flushed, as if he could no longer stand his inherent rudeness and demanding temper. "I've had enough. I've had enough of this weirdo threatening us and telling us what to do. And now you want us to give away our precious drugs to young beggars." Jervis shouted, slamming the desk again. "You think we're some kind of philanthropists? People will come from all over the world with sacks of money just to use magic, and you demand that we give the drugs away just because some kids can't afford them, dash." Jervis's words trailed off. His arms flailed above his head, and his body fell backwards. But he didn't hit the ground. Before he knew it, his body was floating, gliding over the heads of his fellow attendees and past their chairs. Jervis desperately wriggled his arms and legs like a drowning man, trying to grab hold of someone's hair or the top of the table. But each time his body jerked sideways by itself, as if mocking him. No one thought to grab him as Jervis thrashed and flew through the air, heading for the window. All they did was watch anxiously for the tip of Eisen Bein's wand, which had been held against Jervis during the commotion. The young man's body, now floating, seemed to glow brightly of its own accord, bathed in the golden sunlight pouring in from the wide window. Jervis let out another scream while covering his face with his hands to block out the blinding light. Suddenly, his body crashed through the window like a cannonball and shot outward. Jervis's piercing scream as he fell was heard through the shattered window with the wind blowing in. Eisen Bein lowered his wand, glanced around the waxen faces of the attendees, and ended the meeting by asking, "Any other questions?" The shrunken magical world. Harry had just woken up to find a crumpled, dark canvas in front of him. It had been weeks since he had come to live in the tent, and he still couldn't get used to the way the ceiling looked every time he woke up. It was as if he'd been transported back to a time long ago when he and his two friends, Ron and Hermione, had stayed in a tent while hunting for Horcruxes. Still, it was better than the cupboard under the stairs, he thought, turning his head from the pillow to catch a glimpse of Ginny's red hair. She was still asleep, her fiery curls moving slightly with each even breath she took, like the gentle flickering of logs in a fireplace. Harry slipped out of bed, careful not to wake her. When Creature, who was already up and busy in the kitchen preparing a meal despite the early hour, spotted him, he bent down to greet his master, his nose almost touching the floor. "Morning, Creature." Harry returned the greeting and sat down at the kitchen table to read the daily prophet the house elf had left for him. Now that almost everyone in the British wizarding world had taken up residence deep underground in London, even Rita Skeeter seemed to have trouble finding a scoop. There wasn't much in the papers, and the only thing of note was that the evacuation of the patients from St. Mungo's Hospital to the Ministry of Magic was now in full swing. Still, the omens of the coming war were everywhere, as though one was enjoying the brief calm of the night before knowing that a storm was coming. Harry finished reading the paper and folded it up just in time to see James, Albus, and Lily stumbling into the kitchen, their faces still sleepy. "How long do we have to stay here, Dad?" Lily asked with a frown, yawning and collapsing next to Harry. "It seems I wake up groggy in the morning because we live underground. The lack of oxygen, maybe." "Exactly," James chimed in, sitting down next to her. "The air is sour, like it's spoiled. I never thought I'd be waiting to go back to school. I hate homework, of course, but I remember how clean the air was at Hogwarts Dash. Hang in there, dear brother and sister," Albus said solemnly, sitting down across from Harry. "We're in the middle of a war. We all signed up for this much hardship, didn't we? I didn't think it would be this bad." Lily blushed and looked up at her father wistfully. "Dad, you said the last war was over in a night, didn't you?" "Not the war, the last battle was over in a night," Ginny's voice replied. She had suddenly appeared in the kitchen, smooth and quiet as a cat, and was pulling a mug out of the cupboard. "But it took decades of effort and many sacrifices to get to this battle. If you'll all be patient, I'll tell Hermione to cast another air-purifying charm." "Now, Masters, breakfast is ready." Creature placed a plate of bacon and a fried egg before each of them. As James greedily shoved large pieces of bacon and egg into his mouth, he suddenly grimaced and put down his fork. "Ugh, this tastes a little strange. Is bacon supposed to be so tough?" "I'm sorry, Master." Creature approached, fidgeting. Creature ran out of his supply and got a new ration that the ministry staff smuggled in from the Muggle world. "It seems they didn't get any fresh ingredients." "Mom, can't you make food with magic?" said Lily pleadingly. "No one can make food out of nothing, Lily," Ginny said, sipping her coffee. "Food is one of the 5 major exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration." "What? I've never heard that before," Lily said, her eyes widening. "But what about at Hogwarts, where the food comes out of nowhere on the table dash?" "That's just the house elves moving what they've already cooked," said Albus. He chewed hard on a piece of dried bacon and swallowed it down with some orange juice. "Mum's right. Why didn't anyone ever teach you such an important fact before?" said Lily, sounding a bit annoyed. "Yeah, they don't teach you about Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration in the curriculum," said Albus, shrugging. "But as long as you meet the basic reading requirements dash." "I get it, little bro," James said after struggling to swallow the food in his mouth. "I'll stop complaining about the meal for now. Just do me a favor and don't even think about feeding us an entire textbook." Albus munched away at the omelet on his plate, looking glum at his brother's reproach, but Harry felt a new sense of pride at how well behaved his second son had become. Albus had felt left out in his early years at Hogwarts when he had been sorted in a Slytherin house, unlike the rest of his family, and his relationship with his father had been strained at the time. However, after all he had been through, he was now more mature than any of his siblings. Harry looked at Albus, who bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, and realized that his son was as mature as he had been when he won the last war. Finally, after breakfast was over, Harry stood up first and gestured to Albus. "Albus, come with me to the Malfoys. We need to see how Scorpius is doing." "Okay, Dad." Stepping out of the tent, they found themselves in a large underground room with tents spread out in all directions. The subterranean courtroom that had once tried the accused, including Harry himself who had been called in for a hearing, had now been enchanted to expand to hold thousands of people, and the black stone walls on either side were barely visible. The ceiling, like the one in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, had been made to appear as if it didn't exist by the same spell, and the sky above was clearly visible. However, as had been the case for the past few days, the sun was completely obscured by clouds in the overcast sky, leaving the interior dimly lit by the many torches hovering near the ceiling. On the flat stone floor of the courtroom, where all the chairs had been removed, were rows and rows of tents, probably well over 1,000 in number. But it was still early enough that not many people were wandering around the huge camp. Harry and Albus made their way through the tents until they came to an emerald green marquee, a palatial structure with a small garden outside. The garden had a small fountain, and a couple of pure white peacocks were tethered to the entrance of the tent, digging their claws in the dirt for worms. "Scorpius, are you in there?" Albus asked at the entrance. "Come in." A boy's grumpy voice came back. The cloth covering the entrance to the tent moved aside on its own. Unlike the Potter's tent, the Malfoy's was much larger, and Harry could pass through the entrance without bending over. Following Albus into the tent, Harry's jaw dropped at the majesty of the scene inside, and he took in his surroundings. Like the outside, the inside of the tent had the feel of a palace, with smooth marble tiles on the floor and a huge chandelier with dozens of candles hanging from the high ceiling, casting an immense light over the entrance hall. In the center was a massive stone staircase leading to the second floor, but instead of going up, Albus led his father somewhere behind it. "Over here, Dad. Scorpius usually stays in this room." Harry followed his son around the stairs and into a dimly lit hallway reminiscent of Malfoy Manor before it burned. There were a few small portraits on the walls, lean, white blonde people moving in their frames. Albus didn't wander too far, as though he'd been here many times before, but chose one of the nondescript dark wooden doors and knocked. The door creaked open and Harry slowly slid inside with Albus. If he had to choose a place that felt most like the room Scorpius was in now, he would have chosen Faraday Pruitt's house. The room seemed out of place in the home of the last descendant of an ancient wizarding family, with shelves along the walls humming with machines large and small from the Muggle world. Scorpius Malfoy, sitting at a desk across from the door, was tapping away at the keys on his laptop and looking at the screen, when he heard a noise and came over to the Potters. "Hello, Albus. Glad you came, Mr. Potter." Scorpius greeted the two in turn. His face, always pale like his father's, seemed to glow like a full moon in the dark room dimly lit by the lights of various machines. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." Harry shook the boy's hand, then walked briskly to the deeper end of the room and over to the desk, where a white device that looked like a Muggle earpiece had been disassembled, revealing the wires and small parts inside. Albus followed, fiddling with the small device and examining it. "Are you going to listen to music?" said Albus. "What are earphones for?" "These aren't just earphones," Scorpius said solemnly, pulling a heavy black walkie-talkie-like object out of a drawer on his desk. "These are eavesdropping devices that will allow us to listen to the nearby sounds being recorded in real time. If the Dawnbreakers come here, we can plant them all over the place and listen to what they're saying. Sound can sometimes be a very powerful weapon." Harry glanced at the thick books that lined the shelves between the various machines. They were texts on Muggle technology, such as fundamentals of electrical engineering and the study of acoustics. "How long have you been studying these things?" he asked, pulling one out and flipping through it. He'd studied electricity when he decided to live in the Muggle world for a while, but just looking at all the numbers and formulas scribbled on the pages made his head spin. "It's been a few weeks. I mean, since my father died," said Scorpius grimly. His eyes were reddened, as if he still found it difficult to discuss the death of his father, Draco Malfoy, but his expression remained determined. The Dawnbreakers have been using Muggle machinery and knowledge to toy with us for years, and I think it's time for us to fight back in the same way. That's a very good point, Scorpius, said Harry. He put the copy of Fundamentals of Electrical Engineering he had been holding back on the bookshelf and turned back to the small devices on the desk. Still, it must have been difficult to make these things in such a short time. It's not much, really. Scorpius blushed and pulled a smartphone out of his pocket. It's a special phone I got from Faraday that doesn't get broken by magic, and there's a site here called YouTube that has detailed videos on how to make all sorts of gadgets, so I just followed those. Still, actually making these things work isn't something just anyone can do, said Harry softly. You look like you're ready for a fight, Scorpius. Yes, I'm ready. When my father died, I was weak and cowardly, but not anymore, said Scorpius, his ashen eyes sparkling. I don't want to lose anyone I care about again, that's all. That attitude is everything in war, said Harry quietly. Your father would have been very proud of you. Just then, as if waiting for the conversation to end, a small, sleek object swooped into the room. Harry looked up to see a purple paper airplane floating in the air, its wings flapping impatiently. Harry picked it up and unfolded it, and the paper read, Dear Harry, I'm holding a meeting with the DA members, and I need you to come to my office immediately. Hermione, I would love to stay here longer, but it looks like I have an urgent meeting, Harry said, crumpling the letter in his pocket. Scorpius, I do hope you're well ready. The eavesdropping device will be a great help in the war. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Harry made his way out of the tent town. As he stepped out of the courtroom and into the desolate corridor, it was hard to believe that only moments before he had been in a huge village of thousands of people. Now, even though the weather outside had warmed with the arrival of spring, he shivered at the dreary chill that radiated from the dark and cold stone walls of the underground corridor. Climbing the stairs at the end of the passage, he found himself in another corridor, dimly lit by torches and without windows, similar to the one he had just passed. Harry stepped into the lift and pressed the top floor button, barely taking his eyes off the black door at the end. Level 1, Minister of Magic and Support Staff, a cold female voice said a few minutes later, and the golden grills opened to reveal a much brighter hallway with red carpeting. Harry knew that the occasional window and the view of downtown London enjoying the sunny weather outside were all magical fakes, but he couldn't help but feel a little more hopeful about the upcoming war. Harry soon pushed open the large mahogany doors and entered the minister's office. The entirety of Dumbledore's army was assembled in the room, seated around a long table, their usual joviality gone and their faces somber. As Harry took the empty seat between Hermione at the head of the table and Ginny, who had arrived earlier, Hermione finally spoke. Okay, we're all here now. Let's get this meeting started. I'll speak first, snapped Lee Jordan. How long are we supposed to be in here? Exactly, it's been a month since we've seen sunlight, grunted George from the seat next to him. A Quidditch fanatic, he looked like he was dying to be outside flying on a broomstick. We all know why we're here, said Hermione calmly. It wasn't long ago that our children were kidnapped from the Hogwarts Express in broad daylight. The Dawnbreakers want our magical blood, and they won't stop until they have it. Then let them come and take it, shouted Seamus Finnegan harshly. We want to see blood as much as they do, don't we? We can defeat them, just like we defeated the Death Eaters. Many of the people around the table chimed in, and George and Lee Jordan pounded the table in agreement. The problem is they're not making any movement. When the commotion died down, Ginny spoke up. We're stuck waiting because they have the quaffle at the moment. I agree, we have to think rationally, said Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff House. Do you really think we can beat the Dawnbreakers if they come? Do you think any of us can take on Eisen Bein? Yes. We have Harry dash, Dean Thomas began, then shut his mouth. Harry struggled to keep a straight face under the uncomfortable stares of his friends, who were now reminded of the brutal reality that the fourth curse had turned him into a common muggle and that he would never be able to use magic again. We need all the help we can get right now, Ron, who was sitting next to Hermione, quickly said. As I told you at our last meeting, my brother Percy has gone to the Ministry of Magic in France and Bulgaria to ask for their Auror's help, and he'll be back soon. That's not enough, Hermione said, looking at Luna and Rolf Scamander. Luna, I want you to go with your husband to seek help from the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest once again. It won't work, said Rolf helplessly. The centaurs won't even meet us. Just try again, Hermione said pleadingly, this time looking back at Ron. Ron, I want you to tell Bill and Fleur to ask the goblins for help. I'm thinking of appointing them as emissaries of the Goblin Liaison Office. Are you out of your mind? Said Ron, his eyes wide. We were stabbed in the back by the goblins at a crucial moment years ago, and now you want them to help us again, Dash. That was a long time ago, Hermione said firmly, and we still have to try, don't we? From what I've heard, the goblins have heavily fortified Gringotts Bank and are hiding underground, just like us. The Dawnbreakers' last raid must have killed quite a few of them. If we can convince them that the enemy of their enemy is their friend, we might be able to become allies. While everyone was still thinking, there was a knock at the office door. Come in, Hermione said with a wave of her wand, and the lock creaked open. The door swung open and Percy Weasley, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, entered, bowing as deeply as a house elf, his horn-rimmed glasses slipping from his nose. Good evening, Madam Granger. We have 2 envoys from the abroad. Percy held the door wide open for the guests who followed, and Gabrielle Delacour and Victor Crumb strode into the office. Harry knew immediately that something was wrong when he noticed that Gabrielle's dazzlingly beautiful face was drenched in tears. When she spotted Harry, she ran straight to him, ignoring the surprised faces of the others. Harry, I'm so sorry. I really wanted to help you. But last night, our minister, the French minister of magic, was murdered during the night. Crumb, who was behind her, said gloomily. A group of assassins broke into his quarters, killed the 10 guards and the French minister himself, and disappeared. This happened shortly after an internal cabinet meeting where Vast decided to help the British ministry. What? Said Hermione, her face pale with disbelief. Ron's mouth fell open and his hands fidgeted on his desk, and the others looked from one to the other with uncomfortable faces. The attackers left no traces, but we all know who did this, said Crumb darkly. It was Eisen Bein's doing. He sent a message that there would be severe punishment for anyone willing to help the British, and all the governments of the magical world got wind of it. So, you're saying you can't help us now? Said Ron. He rose from his seat, pushed past Percy, who was fidgeting in fear of his brother committing a diplomatic faux pas, and stood in front of Crumb. You think it's going to end with us? If Britain falls, who do you think will be next? That's right, Victor, said Hermione, standing beside her husband. The Dawnbreakers won't stop until the entire wizarding world falls. And this is just a ploy to divide us. Speaking as the leader of the Bulgarian Aurors, I agree with you, Crumb said with a straight face. But we must stand by our laws. No politician wants to help England, and we Aurors must obey the will of our superiors. Victor is right, Gabrielle, who had been sobbing, said quietly. Sending the Aurors without the permission of their superiors is treason. Besides, our citizens also want to stay out of harm's way, so they pretend they don't know what's going on in England. Gabrielle, pretending not to know is not going to solve anything, shouted Ginny. You know what Eisen Bein and his minions want? Our blood. They want to lock up every witch and wizard in the world in a factory and drain them like cattle. Gabrielle's face went completely white and she slowly nodded, her shoulders shaking with each sob. We know that, said Gabrielle weakly. But people are scared, Ginny. It's hard for people to be rational when they're scared. She's right, said Crumb. We all know that the British Ministry of Magic is the most powerful in the world. If England can't defeat the Dawnbreakers, then who can? Well, if we win a decisive battle, said Hermione carefully, do you think people will have the courage then? That we could do when I'm sure they will. When that time comes, I'll quit my job and come to help you myself, said Crumb. I really hope you win. Good luck, then. Thank you, Victor. I understand, Harry said as he stood and shook Crumb's hand, and when he reached for Gabrielle's next, she embarrassed him by pulling him into a hug. I'm so sorry. Harry, just yesterday, I was so excited to help your people. Don't be sorry. It's all Eisen Bein's fault, he said, quickly pulling out of Gabrielle's embrace, aware of Ginny's piercing gaze flying down his back. Once Percy had left with the envoys, there was a collective sigh among those who remained. Now we're on our own, cried Padma Patil. We have to stay underground and isolated like this forever. Why don't we just go into exile, said her twin sister Parvati. this time in a trembling voice. Our grandfather lives in India. We could stay there. That's right, I have relatives in the US, said Anthony Goldstein. America is a big country. We can all go dash. Enough! Hermione shouted, and the room fell silent. She looked around the table at her friends with a fierce glare. This is the land we were born and raised on. The land our parents and friends risked their lives to protect, and we all bravely faced the Death Eaters when we were younger. Hermione's right, said Neville, who had been silent the whole time, lost in thought. There's nowhere to run. Eisen Bein will follow us to the very end of the world. We need to fortify this place even more, gather more people who can fight and be willing to die to protect our world. I agree. As we've seen, Eisen Bein knows everything about all of us, and he can use extremely powerful dark magic, said Harry. Running away is not an option. We have to stick together and fight the enemy for our lives here underground. And there are still healers and patients in the closed ward of St. Mungo's Hospital. Someone needs to get them out before the Dawnbreakers come. I'll take care of it, Neville said firmly. I've been in and out of that hospital so many times to visit my parents. No one knows the place better than me. Very well. And Teddy, you go to Azkaban and get Kingsley and the guards here. All right, Harry, said Teddy. But who's going to look after the prisoners then? Well, for starters, I'm going to pardon those who are there for minor offenses, although I'm afraid I'll have to release Mundungus Fletcher, who's in for the 12th time. I'll just keep the Death Eaters and their accomplices locked up, said Harry. Criminals or not, we'd rather have more people who can fight. Harry spent the rest of the afternoon with the other members of Dumbledore's army, touring the atrium and planning how to turn it into a solid line of defense. A small watchtower would be built along the Golden Fountain, from which watchers could keep an eye on the situation and fire off spells, and the railings would be extended to reach the opposite wall, keeping attackers at bay and allowing defenders to take cover. When the work was nearly finished, emerald flames erupted from the fireplaces on the far side of the hall, revealing witches and wizards in lime green robes. They were healers from St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, and their robes were embroidered with a wand and a bone crossed. Please make way, everyone. The patients with permanent spell damage will be arriving soon, said an elderly witch with a tinsel wreath in her hair. True to her word, intense emerald flames once again erupted from the fireplaces along the walls, and a new group of people in baggy sleepwear appeared. A blond man in a long lilac dressing gown stepped out from among the patients, who were humming or barking and casting blurry eyes down the atrium. Now all of you follow me, the man with wavy blonde hair shouted cheerfully. Order, everyone. We have to be nice and polite in the Ministry of Magic, don't we? Professor Lockhart, exclaimed Hermione, startled, and Lockhart turned to her, grinning broadly and showing his perfect white teeth. Hello, I see you on my autograph, Lockhart said, and before Hermione could stop him, he snatched the parchment out of her hand, pulled out a worn peacock quill, and signed it. But there was nothing he could do about the passage of time, and up close, his curling blonde hair had a few gray specks. Lockhart looked back at Harry this time, and his eyes widened in surprise. You're Harry Potter, the boy almost as famous as me. Do you remember me, Professor? Said Harry, exchanging glances with Ron. Well, not really, but Miriam here told me that I taught you once, Lockhart said in a lively voice, pointing at the elderly healer. I used to be a professor, and before that I was a dashing adventurer and troubleshooting hero who traveled the world according to my books. From what I hear, you're quite a hero yourself, aren't you, Harry? Well, not necessarily, muttered Harry. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that while Lockhart had been busy with them, the other patients had caused a bit of a ruckus, scattering around the hall humming or trying to jump into the fountain, leaving Neville struggling to herd them together with the healers. Now leave it to me to deal with the unruly children and dangerous creatures, Lockhart said, showing his teeth. I got all the books I've ever written. Miriam was kind enough to keep them all for me, and who knows what they cost, but I heard they're really expensive. Ron gave a hollow laugh. Then there was a commotion behind them, and a new set of patients emerged from the fireplace. When Lockhart saw them, he ran after them. Stop! There are werewolves in there. We have to separate them. Ron frowned and grabbed Lockhart's sleeve to stop him from rushing toward the newly arrived guests. Professor, This is an unfair prejudice against werewolves that needs to go away, said Ron gruffly. We still have a long way to go before the full moon. Still, it's dangerous to keep them here, said Lockhart seriously. Even when it's not full, werewolves that have been cooped up indoors for a while can go very wild at the sight of the moon. It's in my book, Wanderings with Werewolves. But we're underground, so we'll be fine, said Hermione soothingly. There's no moonlight down here. We should be careful, though. No one has my expertise in this area. Lockhart insisted. It's also in my book. Werewolves can turn if they haven't eaten raw meat in a long time. Even if they've only seen a picture of a full moon instead of a real one. It's about when I fought Wagga Wagga Werewolf. I ended up humanizing him, but I was surprised at first because there wasn't any moon in the sky dash. Yeah. Actually, it was an ugly old Armenian warlock who fought the werewolf and saved the village, said Ron sarcastically. Anyway, that's the story I heard from you, and dash. Before Ron could say any more of the truth, Hermione quickly poked him in the side to stop him. Lockhart, looking more and more confused, grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming teeth. So what are you going to do? Quarantine them on my recommendation? Harry glanced at the four sickly-looking men behind Lockhart, who were listening intently to the conversation about them with grim expressions on their faces. Seeing their worried faces brought back memories of his old teacher, Remus Lupin, now dead, with a pang of sadness. But as much as he wanted to let them stay with the others, Lockhart's warning echoed in his mind. Then he heard a creak behind him, and Teddy appeared, standing beside him. Do what the old man says, Harry, said Teddy earnestly. He's pretty much right, and I know more about werewolves than anyone. With Remus Lupin, a werewolf, for a father, Teddy had been interested in the subject since childhood. Taking this advice, Harry knew exactly what he had to do and walked up to the nervous-looking men. Hello, I'm Harry Potter, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We're well aware of that, Mr. Potter. A pale, brown-haired man said. Then what happens to us? We're worried too. We don't want to be thrown out. You won't be thrown out. The Ministry has now made it a policy that werewolves, as well as all other magical creatures, will be treated fairly and impartially, said Harry reassuringly. That's why, in normal times, you would have been assigned a place in the camp like any other wizards. But now we're at war, and we have to be prepared for the possibility that the Dawnbreakers have conspired against you. So that's what this is all about, trying to lock us up, shouted the oldest of them, a man with graying hair and long sideburns. You're worse than the Death Eaters. At least the Dark Lord let us roam free. If you really think so, why shouldn't we be as evil as the Death Eaters? Growled Ron, pulling out his wand and pointing it at the man. What he offered you was the freedom to prey on innocent people. My brother Bill was also injured by Greyback and Dash. Don't bring up old grudges, Ron, Hermione interrupted. Harry's right, and I'm sorry we have to do this, but we can't afford to take any chances right now. There's a detention center for werewolves on the 4th floor of the Ministry of Magic, and that's where you'll have to stay for now. Good. Then I'll take care of these people, Lockhart exclaimed happily. The men looked angry, but with a threatening flick of Ron's wand, they followed the healers to the lifts. Lockhart, thrilled that his proposal had been accepted, walked beside them, his teeth flashing as he told them his epic tales. When Harry saw him pull out his peacock quill and try to force an autographed piece of parchment into the men's hands, he smiled at the thought that, whether he remembered it or not, Lockhart was exactly the same man he had been before. When the commotion was over, Kingsley, who had been standing behind him with the Aurors who had served as Azkaban's guards, approached. Harry, I have returned as you instructed, releasing the lesser offenders and leaving only water and food for the remaining prisoners, Kingsley said in his slow, deep voice. The bread is a little moldy, but that's their own fault. Very well, Kingsley. Just then, an emerald flame rose from one of the fireplaces, and a pair of people in brown robes appeared and walked straight toward them. Up close, they were Luna, her radish earrings dangling from her ears, and a tired-looking Rolscamander. Their robes were stained with dried earth and damp leaves from their travels deep in the Forbidden Forest. Mr. Potter, we were looking for the centaurs, as we were told, Rolf said, looking dejected. We never even heard their hooves, let alone met them. I see. But thanks for your help, Harry said, trying to hide his disappointment. Harry, I saw something suspicious in the forest, Luna said suddenly. There were people in black robes talking. She's right, said Rolf. We tried to get a closer look, but they moved away. It looked like the Dawnbreakers. The Dawnbreakers are in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione's eyes widened. They were trying to find magical creatures to ask for help, just like us? I'll have to go there and see for myself, said Harry. When Hermione tried to protest, he quickly continued, We can't just hide out here indefinitely. I think we need to see what they're up to in the forest. Then take me with you, Luna said, looking into Harry's face. If you're going back to the forest, you can't go alone. Harry could only nod, remembering the terrible time when he'd gone into the forest alone before, not listening to Luna, and had been struck by the fourth curse. Sounds like a dangerous job. Okay, I'll go with you, Neville said, leaning in close to listen to their conversation. I'll go too, Ron said. Better to ambush them first than get ambushed. Then the four of us will go into the forest, Harry said. Hermione, you stay here and strengthen the defenses. Kingsley, I want you to work with the Aurors to recruit and train the defenders. As you wish, Harry. Be careful out there. Wands for an unknown purpose. Green flames engulfed him as the atrium and the golden fountain of the Ministry of Magic disappeared before his eyes. His body spun like a top, and as he spun faster and faster, countless empty houses flickered before his eyes. Eventually, the spinning slowed, and he came to a stop at an abandoned house. Crawling out of the unlit fireplace, Harry put on the glasses he kept in his pocket, brushed the ash from his face, and surveyed his new surroundings. He was now in the sitting room, which had a dusty, old carpeted floor. In the portrait above the small fireplace he had just left, a young Ariana Dumbledore stared blankly at the intruders. Ron, Neville, and Luna leapt from the fireplace, scattering ashes in their wake, and joined him. They cautiously made their way down the crumbling wooden stairs and across the first floor. The sawdust on the floor rustled underfoot with each step. The darkened bar of the Hog's Head had been filthy even under the barman's care, but now that it had lost its owner, it felt even more abandoned and forlorn. I still can't believe Aberforth is dead, said Ron quietly. He saved us in the last war when we came to this town. Me neither, said Neville gloomily. Without him, Dumbledore's army wouldn't have survived Hogwarts. Aberforth was a savior to all of us. First Hagrid, then Romilda, Cho, Marietta, Aberforth, and Draco. Luna murmured, her voice unusually clear and not dreamy. How many more people have to die before this war is over? They pushed open the door and walked through a narrow alleyway to reach the high street of Hogsmeade. Now that all its inhabitants had been evacuated to the Ministry's refugee camp, the unlit shops were as quiet as a graveyard. Even the post office, which usually buzzed with the hooting and screeching of owls coming and going in the middle of the night, was deserted. Where did all the birds that used to work there go? Said Harry in a low voice. They were released into the forest with the owls from Hogwarts, Luna replied. Fawkes is probably with them too. He must have grown quite a bit since I released him into the forest. Fawkes, Albus Dumbledore's old pet phoenix who had helped Aberforth in his time of need, had been turned back into a young bird after being struck by Eisen Bein's killing curse along with Aberforth. It had been cared for by Luna and Rolf, and then released back into the wild when it could no longer live underground. The group turned the corner and headed for Hogwarts. Having walked for a while, they turned another corner and saw a magnificent structure with many spires rising from it, surrounded by high walls and wrought iron gates. It was Hogwarts Castle. Harry felt a pang of sadness at the abandonment of the place he considered home. Fortunately, with no more students to protect, the iron gates creaked open as Harry placed his hand on it and pushed. The lack of any sign of life on the Hogwarts grounds was disconcerting. Trying to push away the heartbreaking memory of crossing the same darkened grounds once before to rescue the kidnapped Hagrid, Harry dug his plastic wand out of his arm and held it in his hand. I've never seen the school so empty, have you? Whispered Ron as he followed. I feel like if we went into the Great Hall right now, there'd be something delicious waiting for us. Yeah, I've been missing the old days at Hogwarts lately, Harry agreed. I don't, said Luna dreamily. Everyone at school thought I was a bit weird. What do you think the Dawnbreakers are after anyway? Said Neville. Are they trying to break into the school? Maybe there's something important in the castle we don't know about. I don't think so. McGonagall said she put all that stuff away before she left the school, said Harry thoughtfully. Luna, when you saw them in the forest earlier, did you see exactly what they were doing? Well, they were too far away from us. Luna scratched her head and looked toward the forest that was getting closer. I saw them hanging around some big trees, but I don't think they came from the school. Could they be trying to find the centaurs and convince them to join their side before we do? Said Ron worriedly. It's no secret that the centaurs hate us wizards. If there's one thing I hate more than a curse, it's getting hit by one of those big arrows. The centaurs may not help us, but they'll never join forces with Eisen Bein, said Harry confidently. I've already been to the centaurs' village and talked to them. They won't help us because of their old prophecy, not because they feel the slightest affinity for Eisen Bein. You mean the prophecy that says if you become a wizard again, you'll save us all as the chosen one? Said Luna. I heard about that from Faraday, too. There really is such a prophecy? Neville repeated, his eyes wide. Yes, there is. But I'm not necessarily the one the prophecy is about, said Harry. The prophecy doesn't say who. It just says that the greatest wizard of all will do it. Looking at Neville's round face, Harry felt a strange sensation as he realized that if Voldemort had chosen differently, Neville, not he, would have been the chosen one. Then the lightning scar would have been on Neville Longbottom's forehead, not his own, and his parents, and perhaps Sirius, would still be alive. No way. Neville chuckled, and the sound cut off the stream of thoughts that had been running through Harry's head. You're the best wizard alive, Harry. But I can't use magic anymore, said Harry gloomily, because I was struck by the fourth curse. The centaurs said I wasn't the subject of the prophecy because of it. Still, you've done many great things, even in your current state, said Neville stubbornly. You united all the houses, you destroyed the wizarding factory, you rescued kidnapped children, and you did it without using a single spell. Yeah, we never thought anyone could do that, wizard or not, said Ron. I'm sure you're the great wizard of the prophecy, even if the centaurs still insist, as they always do, with their stern faces that look like they've just been trampled by a hoof, that you're not Dash. Still, we need the centaurs' approval to get the help of the fantastic beasts, don't we? Said Luna in a dreamy voice. According to their prophecy, the greatest wizard will unite all magical creatures to fight his nemesis. In other words, it's not us who make the choice, but the animals themselves. I see, Luna. Thanks for ruining my mood, said Ron gruffly. He muttered something in a low voice, cursing the centaurs for being so picky. They passed Hagrid's hut, long abandoned, its windows dirty and its wooden walls cracked, and entered the Forbidden Forest. He thought he was numb by now from the shock of the worst day of his life, losing Hagrid and falling under the fourth curse. But coming back to this place in the middle of the night made his breathing quicken and his heart beat wildly. The darkness that still hung over the world made it difficult to see what was in front of him as he stood among the dense trees, his dizziness making his narrow vision seem to spin. As Harry grabbed the nearest overhanging branch to calm his nerves and catch his breath, he heard a small sound in the distance. Did you all hear that? Whispered Neville. I heard it too, said Ron. What do you reckon it is? It sounds like an insect screeching, Harry said, straining his ears. He was glad that concentrating on this indescribable, bizarre sound, which played like a broken violin, seemed to ease his fear of this forest. That's not an insect. I've never heard anything like it, Luna said, narrowing her eyes. It sounds like a human. I know all the sounds of the animals that live here, but nothing like that. Dawn breakers, then, Harry muttered, pulling out his plastic wand. Let's go this way. As they walked off the path, scratching their hands and faces against the thorns and bushes, the sound, faint at first, grew clearer. It was like Harry thought, a saw cutting through wood, and soon his suspicion turned to certainty when he heard a thudding bass and the sound of something heavy falling. Making their way through the dense darkness like swimmers, more tiny bites forming on Harry's exposed skin, they heard human voices. They stopped and listened against the damp, still air of the forest. Are you telling me to cut down this tree? A man's thick voice said. No, it's an elder tree. No wand made of it will work. Not even I can control the whims of that wood, said another man's voice. Ron catched his breath in the darkness. The voice that had just spoken clearly belonged to Garrick Ollivander, the famous wand maker who had been kidnapped by the Dawnbreakers about a year ago. Cut down the tree next to me, slowly and carefully, so as not to damage the core. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. There was a pause in the conversation, followed by the harsh sound of a saw cutting through the wood. Let's get closer and check it out, whispered Harry. Keep your wand lights off. We have a chance if we take them by surprise. Harry, do you think Ollivander has betrayed us? Said Neville darkly. From the sound of it, he's in league with them now. That can't be true. I know what Mr. Ollivander is like, said Luna firmly. If he sees us, he'll help us. Harry's thoughts were actually closer to Neville's. Sure, Ollivander wasn't a villain, but he had been tortured before and had given Voldemort vital information that his wand had the same core as Harry's and that Gregorovitch had once possessed the Elder Wand. Still, Harry didn't stop Luna from carrying out her own plan. After Neville used a spell to silently cut through the unusually thick undergrowth in their path, they found themselves in a small clearing. Harry held up a hand to stop his friends, then ducked behind a nearby tree to assess the situation. The ground of the clearing, which had recently been created by logging, was a mess of fallen trees and rotting leaves. To one side were piles of cut and processed logs, tied together with ropes, and nearby 2 large men in black robes were holding together both sides of a saw, clinging to a tree and cutting it down. Ollivander was right beside them, watching closely in case the tree was damaged. And behind him 2 other Dawnbreakers stood guard, each with a rifle and a wand. Do you think we can take them down all by ourselves? Said Neville, worried. If we time it right, whispered Harry. We'll have to take them out all at once. But what about Ollivander? Whispered Ron uneasily. What if he attacks us? He won't, Ron, said Luna reassuringly. Maybe we can get some help from Mr. Ollivander. If he can make a bit of a mess, it'll be easier to attack. Luna broke away from the group and moved closer to the clearing on her own. As her friends watched uncomfortably, she moved around the trees surrounding the clearing and into Ollivander's line of sight. When she started to hop in place to call for the wand maker, Harry regretted that he hadn't stopped her earlier. Ollivander looked at the tree trunks with eyes as pale as the moon, then turned his head slightly, as if he had finally spotted Luna. Fortunately, the Dawnbreakers were looking the other way, so they weren't looking in her direction, but whether they could trust Ollivander was another matter. Harry's fingers hovered over the button on his wand, which he held just in case. Hey lads, are you seeing this? Ollivander said loudly, pointing his finger through the trees. It was in the wrong direction, not toward Luna. From the shape of it, I think it's a crumple-horned snorkack. The Dawnbreakers, including the 2 chopping wood, looked in the direction he was pointing. A crumpled what? I don't see anything. The one with the rifle frowned. Look closer. If you put the horn of a crumple-horned snorkack in the core of a wand, you can cast spells of unimaginable power, said Ollivander nonchalantly. This looks like a very large, healthy male. Whoever captures it, I'll make a wand from its horns. The Dawnbreakers began to move in that direction with more eagerness, each drawing and pointing their wands and weapons. Ollivander stepped back and nodded to Luna. Harry motioned for his friends to aim at each of the enemies, then extended 3 fingers of his left hand and folded them one by one. When all the fingers were folded, the 4 of them ran out into the clearing, each pointing their wands at their designated opponents. Stupefy! Ron, Neville, and Luna shouted at the same time. There was a blinding flash of red light, and all 3 Dawnbreakers fell at once. Harry, meanwhile, lunged at his assigned target, pointing his wand at the exposed neck under his hood and firing a projectile. A small, electrified bullet flew out, sending a powerful jolt of electricity through the man before he could even raise his wand. His entire body convulsed and shook, and he fell to the ground, paralyzed as a log. Then one of the Dawnbreakers, who had been lying motionless under the spell, suddenly jumped to his feet and swung his wand at Harry. Harry reflexively swung his own wand and cast a defensive spell, but of course, now that he was a muggle, his spell was completely ineffective. The spell flew right back at him and snapped Harry's wrist. The bones cracked with excruciating pain, as if they had been set on fire, and the plastic wand in his hand flew into the air. Stupefied, Ron shouted, and in a flash of red, the man who had just attacked Harry fell to the ground. "Are you all right, Harry? Let me help you." Luna ran over and pointed her wand at Harry's wrist. Episki, a burning sensation followed by a very cold one, went over the bones in his wrist, and then the pain was gone. "Thanks, Luna," Harry said, picking up his fake wand from the ground. The physical pain was gone, but the bitterness in his heart grew as he felt yet another proof that he was a helpless muggle. "Thank you, Mr. Potter and Luna," Ollivander said, his pale eyes shining like the moon. "I've been saved by you once again, and I don't know how to repay the favor. Rescued? I thought you were getting along with them," Ron snapped, turning one of the fallen Dawnbreakers over and lifting his eyelids. Harry went over and looked too, and saw that the whites were upside down. Ron sighed and turned him over with his foot. It seems they used a spell to erase his memory when he was overpowered. "We should leave them here. We don't want another moron like Lockhart." "Good idea. The blibbering humdingers that live here don't like human meat anyway," said Luna vaguely, then turned to Ollivander and smiled broadly. "Are you well, Mr. Ollivander? It's good to see you again." "Good to see you too, my dear." Ollivander smiled and patted her shoulder. "To tell you the truth, I've lost all interest in escaping lately, but seeing you brought me back to my senses. So I used some of the animal stories you told me when we were locked in the cellar together." "I can see why you didn't escape on your own," said Ron bluntly. "From the looks of it, you've made yourself quite comfortable with them as your assistants." "I have to admit, Mr. Weasley, this confinement has been much better than the last time I was locked in the cellar of Malfoy Manor," said Ollivander quickly, noticing Ron's sharp tone. "Eisen Bein treated me with far more respect than Voldemort ever did. When I was first kidnapped, I thought I was going to be horribly tortured like the last time, but he just gently persuaded me to help him." "That's what makes Eisen Bein so dangerous," said Harry darkly. He remembered Cho Chang, who had been persuaded by him to betray her lifelong companions. "He has an evil, twisted agenda, but he's very good at wrapping it up like it's the right thing to do." "You're quite right, Mr. Potter," said Ollivander. With that, they tied the stunned Dawnbreakers to a tree on one side of the clearing and began to retrace their steps back the way they had come. With the threat gone, Luna and Neville, who were familiar with the Forbidden Forest, led the way, clearing the undergrowth with magic to make it easier for everyone. "Eisen Bein said he would help me do great things," Ollivander continued. "He said that if I could just help them make wands for his men, the name Ollivander would be very, very well known as a wand brand in the new world that was coming, just like the names of great Muggle companies like Apple and Amazon. I don't know exactly what those companies do, but he said my name would be on billions of wands that everyone would use, and it would be a tremendous honor." "That's why you helped him?" said Ron sharply. "Did you make wands for the Dawnbreakers?" "I wish I could deny it, but I have to admit I did," said Ollivander sadly. "They didn't torture me, but a lot of pressure was put on me to cooperate. I don't blame you, Mr. Ollivander. I'm the one who failed to stop the kidnapping in the first place," said Harry, aware that Ron had just opened his mouth to say something nasty. "Is that why you and your assistants were out here in the woods earlier, gathering wood to make new wands for the Dawnbreakers?" "Yes, but the thing is, what I made wasn't for their common soldiers. I've made enough of those already," Ollivander said thoughtfully. "Do you remember the day we escaped from Malfoy Manor, Mr. Potter? Eisen Bein said he had witnessed the scene right next to us, and he mentioned something about what you were doing. He said that's when he got the clue." "What I was doing that day," said Harry, confused. As he recalled the events of the day, he felt a pang in his chest as he remembered Hermione's screams as she was tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange, and the memory of Dobby dying in his arms. "It was because of Dobby that we escaped, not that I did much. Eisen Bein told me you used your wits to subdue the Malfoys and Fenrir Greyback." "Yes, I took possession of the Elder Wand by wresting it from Draco," said Harry. "Eisen Bein took the Elder Wand from me in a similar fashion. And if you're referring to that, no, it has nothing to do with the Elder Wand. I saw that powerful object in his hands myself," said Ollivander. "He was referring to the way you defeated Greyback that day. I didn't see it myself, but you used all 3 wands you took from Mr. Malfoy at once to defeat the werewolf, I believe." Suddenly, Harry had a vague recollection of using all three wands he had forcibly taken from Draco to fire the triple stunning spells that sent Fenrir Greyback flying to the ceiling. Yes, I remember that. But what clue did that give Eisen Bein? Eisen Bein consulted me. He asked if you could use 3 wands to cast a spell 3 times as powerful as normal. Could you use that to your advantage in war? What? The more wands you use, the stronger you get, said Ron, his eyes widening. Then why doesn't everyone carry around a bunch of wands? Because magical power isn't everything in a duel, Mr. Weasley, said Ollivander calmly. Wizards of great power, like Dumbledore and the Dark Lord, didn't just use powerful spells. They could read the situation better than anyone else and cast the right spell for the occasion, and they were so quick with their hands that they could subdue many opponents in an instant. He's right, Ron. I've always stressed the importance of speed to my aurors, said Harry. It doesn't matter how dangerous a curse you cast. If your opponent can dodge it, it's useless. Sure, carrying 2 or 3 wands makes your spells more powerful, but their weight would certainly slow you down, so it's useless in most cases. Then what the hell was Eisen Bein thinking? Ron wondered. I guess he knew that much. I told him the same thing, but he wouldn't listen, Ollivander sighed. He even suggested that we tie 100 wands together and make them shoot spells at once. 100 wands, said Harry in disbelief. But I don't think any wizard could even lift them properly, let alone cast a spell with them. I agree. Ollivander nodded several times. Still, I've been ordered to make them, which is why I was out here picking out the wood. If I'm going to bind 100 wands together and use them as one, I have to do it carefully. If they're strung together from incompatible woods, they might catch fire. Harry was silent for a moment, pondering what Eisen Bein might be up to. Of course, such an oversized and cumbersome weapon would be useless in a duel, but it might be useful for attacking the Ministry underground. Hey, Harry, you remember the Room of Requirement, right? Said Ron abruptly. The tapestry in front of it has that silly Barnabas getting beaten up by trolls for trying to teach them ballet. So, said Harry, what does that have to do with this? Maybe Eisen Bein is trying to do something similarly stupid. Ron shrugged, like giving a troll a wand instead of a stick and trying to teach him magic. He'll be lucky if the troll doesn't dig up his nose with it, let alone cast a spell. The words conjured up a ridiculous image in Harry's mind of a troll with a face similar to Crabbe's, furrowing his brow and muttering a spell that made no sense at all. He let out a chuckle, which made him feel much less worried. Yes, Eisen Bein didn't always come up with successful plans. This was probably just one of his hobby experiments. Ron and Neville couldn't apparate well enough to get to London, and they needed the fireplace in Hogsmeade connected to the Flynn network to get them back safely. They walked through the empty, deserted grounds and finally passed the gates of Hogwarts. The sun was slowly rising over the mountains in the distance. But even as the warmth of the sun drove away the darkness from all sides, the uneasiness in Harry's heart did not go away. This meant it would be harder to hide from the enemy. The group, one member more than when they first arrived, made their way to Hogsmeade along the quiet road. The high street of the village was still deserted, and Harry was saddened to see the familiar scene of beautiful houses and shops with straw on the roofs, so desolate without a single passerby. It was then that Luna, walking ahead of him, stopped and suddenly pointed to the sky. Harry, have you ever seen a bird like that? Where Luna pointed, there was an owl post office with a towering bell tower. On closer inspection, something small and black and bird-like was hovering near the small door in the tower where owls, with letters tied to their legs, usually came and went. But where there should have been wings, there were small propellers spinning instead. "Hide!" shouted Harry as he darted into the nearest alley. Everyone followed him into the dimly lit passageway, not even speaking a word. "It was a drone," gasped Harry. "They know we're here. They could contact their friends in the forest, so they sent it to check things out." "What are we going to do, Mr. Potter?" said Ollivander anxiously. "We have to go to the Hog's Head. The Department of Magical Transportation has only connected the Flynn network there," said Harry. "Follow me. I know a quick way." Harry led the group down a small, dingy alley that snaked out from behind the shops rather than onto the main road. From the high street came the sound of clattering footsteps and signs of movement. The dawn breakers were patrolling the area. A shiver ran down Harry's spine as he realized that if he were Eisen Bein, he would have secured the Hog's Head, which was connected to the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, first. But to his relief, the inn was empty as he pushed open the door with a sign depicting a severed boar's head. Walking up the creaky stairs and into the sitting room, Harry remained nervous, bracing himself for an ambush, but there was none. "Okay, lucky for us," Harry said, looking around at the unlit fireplace and the small desk with its tiny candles. Ariana, in an oil painting on the wall, blinked dazedly at them. "Let's get out of here before they come. Get the flip powder ready, Neville." Neville pulled a small bag out of his pocket and flicked his wand to light the fireplace. "Where are we going, Harry?" "To the Ministry. The network directly leading to the Ministry are all blocked for security reasons. We have to get somewhere else first, then take the underground train," said Harry. He scooped a handful of the shiny green powder from the sack and sprinkled it on the fire that had just begun to burn, instantly changing the color of the flames to a bright emerald green. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped into the warmth of the fireplace and called out, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." The scenery around him blurred and disappeared in the spinning vision, and one by one the abandoned living rooms flashed before his eyes. When the images stopped flashing before eyes, he found himself in a heartbreakingly familiar kitchen. Though it had only been a month since he and his family had stayed at Grimmauld Place, the house had already returned to the deserted, lonely atmosphere of Sirius Black's time alone with Creature. While Harry leaned against the kitchen table, recalling the times he and his godfather had eaten and talked here, ashes from the unlit fireplace scattered, revealing Ron, Neville, Luna, and Ollivander in turn. "Just follow me from here," said Harry. "I know the way." They climbed the stairs, passed through the hallway where all the lights were out, then pushed open the front door and stepped out into the bright new day. As they walked through the deserted streets, past lawns still brown with the lingering effects of winter, they saw a miserable and small underground station. They took the escalator down and came to automatic ticket machines. "We don't have any muggle money," Neville said worriedly, looking at the guard who was staring sleepily at the gates. "Should we cast a Confundus charm or something?" "Don't worry, I've got the credit card," said Harry. He took out his phone and tapped it against the ticket machine, which took the payment, gave him 5 tickets, and they were safely on the underground train. The problem came when they got to the center of London and stepped out onto the street again. After passing through a busy street filled with cars and people, Harry was about to turn into a quiet alleyway where the visitor's entrance to the Ministry of Magic was located when he noticed it was unexpectedly crowded. "What's going on?" said Ron cautiously. "This place isn't supposed to be this crowded." Harry also felt uneasy as he watched people muttering and walking out of the alley. 2 Muggle policemen had blocked the middle of the street with a yellow barrier and stood guard while other officers cleared people out of the road. With Harry barely able to hide his face, Luna hummed and tried to casually slip through the barrier, only to be stopped by a policeman with his baton out. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but this is a restricted area." The officer looked at Harry, Ron, Neville, and Ollivander in turn. Harry quickly pushed his bangs flat to cover the scar on his forehead, but the man, seemingly ignorant of the wizarding world, didn't seem to recognize him. "What the heck? We're regulars at that pub," Ron said, pointing to the ramshackle tavern across the street from the red, dilapidated telephone booth. The officer shrugged. "I don't know the details, I'm just here on orders. But from what I hear, there's been a leak underground, toxic gas, or poison or something. They say it might put the whole neighborhood in danger." Harry exchanged dark looks with Ron and Neville. It was all too obvious that the Dawnbreakers were behind this unexpected curfew. "Confundo," Luna muttered to the policeman with her wand, which she pulled out of her sleeve without warning. The man's expression was blank for a moment before he stepped aside to let them pass. The 5 of them took advantage of this chance and hurried through the barriers to the old red telephone box. "Hey, why are you letting them go?" another officer said, looking at Harry's group as he dragged an angry-looking drunk out of the pub. "They're from the government to check out the subterranean facility," said the confounded policeman sleepily. "They have the proper papers." "I checked." As he walked to the telephone box, an uncomfortable fact flashed through Harry's mind. The Muggle government was in league with the Dawnbreakers now. The invasion to the underground was imminent. The last part of the memory. When Harry returned to the minister's office with Ron, Kingsley and McGonagall were already there, engaged in a heated conversation with Hermione. "You can teach the children in those rooms, Hermione trailed off and looked back at Harry. Harry, found anything in the forest? I rescued Mr. Ollivander. He and the Dawnbreakers have been out picking wood for wands," said Harry. "From what I hear, Eisen Bein wants to make some kind of weapon out of them. I didn't get the details, but, well, if you brought Mr. Ollivander with you, I guess we have less to worry about," said Hermione cheerfully. "We've been working on a defense plan, and Professor McGonagall thinks the students should still be taught here." "I'm inclined to agree." "She's right, Harry. Education cannot be suspended even in the midst of a crisis," said McGonagall solemnly. "The Hogwarts staff plan to use the grand meeting room as a main hall, and classes will be held in empty offices throughout the ministry." "That's a great idea, Minerva." "And Kingsley, I noticed a problem on the way here," said Harry. "The Muggle government has allied itself with Eisen Bein. They've got the police sealing off the passageway on the surface, and it looks like they're about to start digging underground." "The Muggles?" "I knew something like this would happen," said Kingsley gravely. "Normally, in an emergency like this, I would have placed an Orin nearby to ensure the safety of the Muggle minister. I, too, worked undercover in the Prime Minister's office during the last war. But we were so short on Aurors that we couldn't afford it this time, and our enemies took advantage. It would have happened anyway. The Dawnbreakers would have teamed up with the Muggles sooner or later anyway," said Harry comfortingly. "After all, their whole point is to fight for all Muggles." "That's true, but we can't just sit doing nothing," Kingsley said firmly before standing up. "With Mr. Pruitt's help, I'm going to put a tracking device on the Prime Minister. If I can place the tracker with a concealment charm on it, it'll come in handy when we need it." "I almost forgot about the house elves," Ron blurted out after Kingsley left. "It's just like the Battle of Hogwarts. We can't ask them to die for us. We have to get them out." "Really, Ron, you're so unpredictably thoughtful sometimes," Hermione said, looking lovingly at her husband. Ron returned her loving look, and Harry coughed. "If you're thinking of sharing a passionate kiss right now, I'll just tell you that we're at war," said Harry. "I'll call Creature and tell him to get the other house elves to safety. Creature, come here a minute." No sooner had Harry finished speaking than there was a loud bang, like the explosion of a small bomb, and Creature appeared. "Creature, it's not safe here anymore. You must take the other house elves and find shelter." "Master, this is ridiculous," cried Creature, his huge eyes widening even more. "We house elves would give our lives for our masters." Even in the last war, Creature fought alongside Master, taking his knife and cutting off the legs of the evil wizards. "I remember that, and I'm still grateful," Harry said, lowering his posture to make eye contact with the house elf. "But that doesn't mean I don't need your help. If we stay in here, we'll all be helpless prisoners. Instead, you can go to a safe place with the other house elves in the meantime, and then come back when we need you. Perhaps you can be of great help when the time comes." "Harry's right, Creature. Dumbledore used to have the utmost faith in the loyalty and integrity of your kind," said McGonagall softly. "If you don't mind, Hogwarts is empty now, so why don't you go there? Maybe Peeves will be a little less likely to destroy the whole castle if there's someone there to look after the school." Creature thought for a moment, then sighed heavily. "Very well, Master Harry, Creature will do as you ask. But please do not hesitate to call on the humble house elf if Master needs me." "Of course I will." The house elf nodded, and with a snap of his fingers tried to disapparate. But strangely, the loud bang that usually accompanies the apparition of a house elf was missing, and Creature remained where he was, with a puzzled look on his face. Just as the elf was about to snap his fingers again, there was a sudden knock, and the door to the office burst open to reveal Teddy. He looked back and forth between the frozen house elf and Harry and said, "I guess I was right after all. Creature can't disapparate now. Can he?" "That's right. How do you know?" asked Harry. "I think there's an anti-disapparation jinx all over England right now," said Teddy darkly. "That's why I went to the trouble of bringing my guests here. I was wondering if Eisen Bein had also blocked the disapparation and apparition of the house elves, and I guess he hasn't forgotten that either." "Well, Master, then Creature and his fellow elves will take care of it from here," said Creature. "Creature's kind still have plenty of ways to hide from Muggles. He'll do what the headmistress suggested and stay at Hogwarts." "Please do. I'll see you later, my dear friend." I'll talk to the house elves and explain how to get into Hogwarts, McGonagall said as she prepared to leave. There are all sorts of defensive spells around it now, and they'll have a hard time entering. Creature looked at Harry with wistful eyes before bowing so low that his long nose touched the floor. Once he and McGonagall were gone, Harry turned his attention back to Teddy. You brought a guest who? You gave me a job to do, and you forgot it already? Teddy snapped and opened the door. Accompanied by Bill Weasley, a small, fair-skinned creature less than half his height strode into the room. It wasn't until the goblin squinted as if surveying the room's occupants with clever eyes that Harry realized who it was. It was Grip Hook, whom Harry and his friends knew only too well. It was their first face-to-face encounter with him, since he had helped Harry sneak into the certain vault of Gringotts long ago to steal Hufflepuff's cup. Hermione, I've been to Gringotts Bank as an emissary for you, said Bill. And Mr. Griphook said he wanted to see you in person. You! Ron shouted, jumping to his feet. You left us in the vault to die, and now you come here to dash. Wrong, Ron Weasley. You were the one who tried to trick me in the first place. Griphook spat. You were supposed to give me the sword of Ragnarok the First, but then you decided to take it somewhere else, thinking I wouldn't notice. In the end, you somehow managed to conjure it out of my hands and steal it from me with a dirty hat. But you wizards must have some kind of spell on your heads, because you only remember things that work in your favor. How convenient. Ron, how many times have I told you to forget old grudges? Hermione gave Ron a warning look and looked back at Griphook. As you say, both Mr. Griphook and we were at fault in the Gryffindor sort of affair, so let's call it a draw and move on. By the way, what do you think of my proposal? Your suggestion that we goblins come to the aid of your wizards and fight alongside you? My people thought long and hard about it, and sent me, the one who knows you best, as their messenger. Ordinarily, we would have refused in a heartbeat, but things are different now, aren't they? Said Harry. I was there the day they raided Gringotts. Eisen Bein and his men mercilessly slaughtered a bunch of goblins guarding the bank, and their bodies were strewn everywhere. That's right, a grudge we'll remember for generations, Griphook said through clenched teeth. 2 of my relatives died that day too. And if there's any people in this world more evil than wizards, it's muggles. So you'll help us? Said Ron hopefully. Griphook ignored him and studied Harry's face as if examining the surface of a gem for flaws. You're a very strange wizard, Harry Potter, said Griphook finally. You saved my life. You dug a grave by hand for a dead house elf. And you borrowed our ledger when you had every opportunity to cheat us, only to take the blame and hand control of Gringotts back to us. I've heard similar sweet praise from you before, said Ron bluntly. You abandoned us soon after. Are you going to help us or not? Griphook once again ignored Ron's comment and continued to look up at Harry, running his long fingers through the thin gray stubble on his chin. If we have to work with wand carriers, only you can be trusted, Harry Potter, said Griphook quietly. There are many of our kind who revere only you and despise all other wizards. But I'm afraid we can't help you. An uneasy silence fell over the office. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and exchanged disappointed glances. Griphook stroked his thin beard in silence before finally speaking. Harry Potter, as you said, our grudge against the organization that calls itself the Dawnbreakers runs very deep. But we goblins are a quick-thinking race, and we are not fools enough to risk our lives in an unwinnable battle to settle a past grudge. Think we're going to lose? Said Ron sharply. You know why? Because everyone else is turning their backs on us. You think if you just keep your heads down, the war will be over. Just wait there, Ron Weasley. It's not like we can't help, said the goblin. As you all know, we're very good at taking care of our interests. So if we think you can win, there's no reason why we shouldn't be on your side. Then what are you going to do to make us believe you? Said Hermione desperately. We're ready to fight. We're ready to die. We're ready to defend our world. Determination is not the only thing you need to win, said Griphook. In war, numbers matter. And from what I hear, the magical creatures of the forest, including the centaurs, have refused to help you. So that's a condition? Said Harry. If the other magical creatures help us, then the goblins will help us, right? Something like that, said the goblin. Because if they don't, we'll end up looking like a bunch of petty house elves clinging to their soon-to-be-dead master. Hey, don't talk about house elves like that, said Hermione, looking annoyed. Just because they're innocent and kind doesn't mean they can be ridiculed. I knew you'd say that, Griphook chuckled. That's why I like you people. You're so stupidly nice. Good luck with your war. As Griphook left with Bill and Teddy to return to Gringotts, the remaining Harry, Ron, and Hermione slumped in their seats and let out a long sigh. They were going to have to fight this alone, after all, and it didn't take a goblin to know that if they fought alone, they would lose. No matter how hard we try to deny it, our fate rests on that old prophecy of the centaurs, said Harry. The goblins won't help unless the centaurs help, and the centaurs won't help unless I'm a wizard. Then the fate of our world depends on whether you can break the fourth curse and become a wizard again, said Hermione quietly. There is a way. Faraday told us before, Ron said, a hint of hope in his voice. He said there was a machine underground in Azkaban, a machine that might be able to reverse the fourth curse. The chances of that happening are extremely slim, Harry muttered. It's almost certain that the creator of the machine, Echrisdes, used it to break the fourth curse on himself. But he's never been seen since, has he? I don't think so, Harry, said Hermione worriedly. You might as well use it and disappear from this world forever. Ron's expression, which had brightened for a moment, immediately darkened, and fear of losing his best friend filled his eyes. Harry fell silent, weighing his options. He could either risk his life and use the machine to become a wizard again, or he could stay here as a muggle and fight for his friends. The first option would almost certainly get him killed, but if he chose the second, he would lose the war, and that would condemn not only him, but everyone he loved to eternal misery. It's still worth a try, said Harry firmly. But before we can do that, we need to find out more about this machine. Are you sure you want to do that, Harry? Hermione said, her voice trembling, and then, as if reluctantly, she took a piece of purple paper from her desk and began to scribble. I'll call Faraday. He's been researching Echrisdes and the machine he built at the Department of Mysteries. I'm sure he should have a lot of information by now. Waiting for Faraday to arrive, Harry sat and felt the anxious eyes of his two friends flicker over him. It reminded him of the reactions of the other students after Professor Trelawney had first predicted his death so long ago. As Harry imagined the many grim ways Echrisdes could have met his death, there was a knock at the door and Faraday entered. Carrying an armload of parchments, books, and journals, Faraday placed them on the long table. Here is everything I could find on the fourth curse and Echrisdes' machine to break it, Faraday said, stretching his back. However, since there wasn't a proper Ministry of Magic when it was discovered in Azkaban, the information contained here is very fragmentary. Oh, so you're saying we don't even know how the machine works? Said Hermione. Well, if Harry's going to use it, he should at least make sure it's safe. At least I know what it looks like. Here's a sketch. Faraday picked up one of the parchments and unfolded it on the desk, revealing a drawing of a complex machine. It centered on a skeletal sphere with several structures supporting it from below, vaguely reminiscent of a broken globe. And here, he continued, is a manual confiscated from Echrisdes' laboratory by officials of the old Ministry of Magic, listing the parts that make up this thing and its shape. He pulled out a thin, leather-bound tome. Inside were drawings of parts that resembled hourglasses, parts that looked like very large batteries, and components of unknown purpose such as various copper wires and large and small pieces of glass. Cool. Ron marveled at the intricate drawings. How did he make something so complicated all those years ago? I was surprised too. That wizard named Echrisdes, as evil as he was more skilled at building machines like this than any other engineer. Faraday agreed. Perhaps even then he realized the truth that science has greater power than magic. But how do you know it's safe? Said Hermione. I don't know that either. There's no book anywhere that tells you exactly how this machine works, said Faraday. But with this journal, there's still room to find out. Hermione snatched the thin black notebook from Faraday's hand and studied its contents. Ron, who had been sitting next to her, stood up and read it with his wife, but his expression quickly turned to one of confusion. You say there's a clue here, but there's nothing written. Oh, I see, exclaimed Hermione. Ron, don't you remember? Riddle's diary seemed to be empty too. Exactly, because this works the same way as that diary, said Harry. I've already used it to look into Christie's memories with Kingsley. But Faraday, I didn't see any of these machines in those memories back then. There's a reason for that. That particular part, the last part of his memory, is encrypted. I found it when I was writing things down myself, said Faraday. He took a quill pen from the desk, dipped it in ink, and wrote in the journal. I want to know about a machine that can break the fourth curse. The black letters on the page glowed for a moment, then faded as if absorbed by the paper, and a new sentence appeared in their place. Write what I wish to be. So we have to write the answer to that question? Said Ron, confused. If I were a Christie's, what would I want to be? The most powerful Dark Lord ever? Or Master of Death? No, at the time of this writing, there was only one thing a Christie's wanted to be, said Harry quietly. He was struck with the fourth curse, and in his desperation to break it, he built this machine. He was in the same position I am in now. Harry took the quill from Faraday and wrote the answer, wizard, in the journal. The effect was instantaneous. The pages of the book fluttered and turned as if swept by an imperceptible wind, stopping only when they reached the very last chapter. In the middle of the last page was a landscape of a darkened place, as small as a smartphone screen. Suddenly, everyone in the room leaned forward, and as the screen grew larger and larger, they were sucked headfirst into it, like being sucked into a giant vacuum cleaner. A dizzying swirl of colors and shadows spun around them, like the flu network or a portkey. When Harry finally stepped on a solid ground, he found himself in a small room in an underground crypt he had visited before. Ron, Hermione, and Faraday, who had arrived almost at the same time, huddled shivering at his side. In front of them was a man sitting on a very dilapidated bed that looked like it might fall apart at any moment. He looked extremely unsteady, the hand holding the journal trembling and his eyes darting around the small room to check on the intruders. "Is that a Christie's?" said Ron as he approached the bed. The old story said he was a very scary dark wizard, but he looks too shabby. "That's because he's not a wizard anymore," said Harry bitterly. "I don't know how it happened, but at some point he fell under the fourth curse and lost all his magical abilities. And the last time I saw him, he was giving his wand to a house elf to do magic for him whenever he needed it." "Sure, he's trying to say something," said Faraday. Sure enough, Christie's was now holding a quill and scribbling in his journal, muttering something. "It's finally done?" The machine of reality, painstakingly crafted from information gathered from the deaths of countless test subjects, is about to be activated. The group held their breath, listening intently to Christie's almost trance-like monologue. The machine of reality? Was that the name of the mysterious contraption in Azkaban's underground? But there remains one problem. Access to the barely finished machine is not easy, Christie's said, speeding up his writing in his journal. With the crazed house elf and dementors swarming around the machine, getting to it is no longer a simple matter. In addition, it is still impossible to find the deathly hallows needed to use the machine safely. Even the Elder Wand, the only one of the 3 sacred items I've been able to find, has fallen into the hands of the mad house elf, making it difficult to secure. His thoughts were interrupted by an unpleasant sound from outside. It was a sharp, harsh noise, like the grinding of a blade against stone. Christie's stopped writing in his journal, startled, and looked up. "Dear Master, where are you? Mealtime is coming." The voice came from outside the tightly closed door. It was a thin voice that seemed to belong to a house elf, but unlike those of his kind, it was venomous and filled with insanity. It was clearly Minetti, the house elf driven mad by the misdeeds of Christie's. Then, with a creak and the sound of another door opening in the hallway, Minetti spoke again. "Master, Minetti has prepared a most delicious stew. But Minetti's running out of ingredients. He just needs some fresh meat." Once again, the sound of a door creaking open could be heard in the corridor outside. "Ah, but he can smell it. He's got some very fresh meat squirming around here somewhere. Just wait a minute, Master. Minetti will be back with the tasty stew." Christie's scrambled to his feet, his face pale with fear. Clutching the journal, he slowly approached the door, opened it a crack, and peered out. Harry moved to the crack to see what he was looking at. Outside was a narrow, darkened den, lit only by the dim glow of a wand held by a petite house elf. With his other hand, Minetti held a kitchen knife that was very large for his size, and with every step he took, the blade clattered to the floor, making an unpleasant metallic sound. Just then, Minetti, who had just opened another door, abruptly turned his head and looked at the door they were in. Harry couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body, even though he knew this was someone else's memory and the house elf couldn't hurt him. "Master, Minetti's found the meat," the elf shouted, his mouth wide open in a horrible grin. Echrisdes flung open the door and ran out of the crypt, fleeing deeper and deeper. Right behind him, the mad house elf giggled and chased after his master. Without being told, Harry and his friends ran along the crypt, dodging the house elf who was dragging a sharp knife behind him. "I take it you don't like house elves anymore, Hermione?" said Faraday, panting. "No, not at all," cried Hermione. "This is what you get for being mean to house elves." The tunnels, pitch black at first, barely showing Echrisdes' black hair as he ran ahead of them, brightened slightly as they progressed, illuminated by a faint green glow in the distance. When they finally emerged from the narrow tunnel, a large cavern appeared before them, lit by green lanterns floating near the ceiling. As the darkness that had initially obscured their view thinned, Harry nearly screamed at the sight of the black figures that filled it. Ron and Hermione gasped as well. There must have been hundreds of Dementors roaming the cave. Harry hadn't felt their chill from his memories, but he could see how cold it was when Echrisdes' terrified breath condensed on contact with the air. Echrisdes shivered and froze. The fog on the cavern floor rose higher and higher, submerging him up to his neck as the Dementors, seeing an easy prey, surrounded him and crept in. Harry heard his mother's faint screams in his head. Ron blinked very fast, his shoulders shaking slightly, and Hermione clutched her husband's arm and squeezed her eyes shut. Only Faraday seemed unharmed, watching the Dementors and approaching them with more curiosity than fear. The Dementor closest to the victim reached out, a corpse-like hand covered in sticky slime. The growling breaths grew louder with excitement. It would now suck the very soul of its creator. Then Harry heard a familiar sound from the crypt and turned to see Minetti stomping into the cave, his knife dragging behind him. His mouth, now grinning broadly, was dripping with drool, and his eyes, as big as tennis balls, were focused on his master, ignoring the Dementors. "Master, your humble servant has found the meat." Minetti pounced, and Echrisdes, curled up in a stunned heap, opened his eyes and scrambled away. The Dementors suddenly retreated, as if they had found an interesting spectacle, and watched the chase in the cave. Clutching the journal tightly, Echrisdes ran toward the shadowy spot on the other side of the cavern's entrance, his house, Elf close behind him, wielding a cleaver. As they ran, the darkness was gradually lifted by the light from the tip of the wand held by the house elf, revealing a certain object. It was the machine of reality that Faraday had just shown the others in the drawings. Smaller than Harry had expected, the machine was skeletal, a few bent steel beams forming a sphere. In the center was a wide plate, large enough for a person to lie on, and Echrisdes pulled down a lever on the machine and lay down on it. The cogs beneath him creaked and turned, and soon a thin sheet of iron emerged from between the skeletons of the sphere, completely obscuring the central plate and Echrisdes. The crazed house elf arrived, screaming maniacally and slashing at the machine that had turned into a metal sphere a few times with his knife, but it didn't stir except for a few sparks. The skeletal structure around the sphere spun quickly, and a humming sound came from the machine. "I'm so close to finding the meat, and it's right here," shouted Minetti, tirelessly hitting the steel surface with his knife. Finally, the skeletal structure stopped spinning and fell back into place, and the iron panels covering its exterior disappeared, revealing the inside of the sphere. But Echrisdes was nowhere to be found, and on the slab where he lay there was only the research journal with the black cover. "No, master must be hungry," shouted Minetti. The house elf climbed over the machine, knife in hand, picked up the journal, and crouched down. "Minetti needs to make a stew, but he has no meat. He wishes someone would come quickly." The sight of the house elf sitting on top of the machine with a blank expression and the Dementors prowling around him swirled in front of them. And then suddenly there was a thick, silken darkness, and at the same time Harry's body fell downward. Out of the quarantine. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Faraday landed with a thud on the carpeted floor of the minister's office, limbs stretched out. When Harry staggered to his feet, Echrizdes's journal that had knocked them out of his memory was still on his desk, the last page intact. "We earned nothing," said Ron gloomily. Echrizdes disappeared then and hasn't been seen since, so the machine was a failure. "I'll have a go at it, though," said Harry firmly. Ron and Hermione stared at him, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Harry, you can't be serious." "You heard what Echrizdes just said," said Hermione, looking alarmed. "You need the Deathly Hallows to use the machine safely. And as you all know, it's in Eisen Bein's hands. I'm the one who lost them to him," Harry finished for her. "And since I can't even use magic, there's no way to get them back from Eisen Bein. Still, I have no choice but to try, even without the Hallows, don't you see?" "Am I missing something, Harry?" said Faraday. "From what I've heard, you're going to use a machine that will certainly kill you." "Well, Echrizdes used it and disappeared, but that doesn't mean the same thing will happen to me, does it?" said Harry. "Maybe his soul was too corrupted to use the machine, or maybe he ran out of time and left out a part. I don't know exactly why the experiment failed, but if I try it, the results might be different." "But Harry, it's too dangerous," cried Hermione. "She's right, it's suicidal," said Ron. "It's suicidal to do nothing," said Harry solemnly. "If we stay on our own, we'll end up trapped underground, losing the war, and what awaits us will be a fate worse than death. You've seen the Wizarding Factory. If we lose, we'll be bred like cattle and have our blood drawn for the rest of our lives, adult and child alike." The horrors of the Wizarding Factory flashed before Harry's eyes. Dried blood on the concrete floor, tiny children in baggy prisoner uniforms being drained of their blood with large syringes. Ron and Hermione were no different, slumped in nearby chairs, pale and speechless. "We can't win this alone," said Harry seriously. "We need the help of magical creatures, and then we have a chance." "But what about Eisen Bein?" said Ron anxiously. "He's the master of death, Harry. He has the unbeatable wand and dash. If this plan works, I'll be a wizard again," said Harry. "I saw Draco, a student, defeat Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world, in a surprise attack. Dumbledore had the Elder Wand back then, but he lost and was deprived of its possession. I will face Eisen Bein, and perhaps the same miracle will happen to me." "Well, if you'll really use this machine of reality, let's get a plan quickly," said Faraday. "You have to go to Azkaban first. The problem is there's an anti-disapparation jinx all over England." "What if we use the Flynn network?" said Ron. "That's going to be hard too," said Hermione. She took a purple letter out of her desk drawer and held it up. "I got a call from the Department of Magical Transportation this morning and was told that Eisen Bein has somehow managed to cut off all of Britain's Flynn network, except for the areas where the Ministry is located. I guess he did it when he realized you'd broken into Hogsmeade. They must have left the network open here for their own use," said Faraday. "Do you reckon we should use the visitor's entrance to get outside and then get on a boat or something to get to the North Sea?" "Perhaps you haven't heard, Faraday. The Muggle government has teamed up with the Dawnbreakers," said Ron. "The grounds up here are all sealed off, including the entrance, and even if we get out and go to the harbor, there will be police guarding it." They sat in silence for a long time, lost in thought. Harry couldn't think of a way to get to Azkaban without being discovered. Neither could Ron or Hermione, their brow furrowed in contemplation and showing no sign of relaxing. "Wait, maybe there is a way," said Faraday suddenly. He pulled out his phone, turned on the map application, and fiddled with it for a moment. Soon a street appeared on the map, followed by a photo of the surrounding landscape. An old red brick building with a sign that read Purge and Dows Limited was in the center of the picture. "Do you have any idea where this is?" "St. Mungo's Hospital, I think," said Harry. "We've been there a few times. The last time I was here was to look at Aberforth's body in the morgue. Yes, I used to come here a lot when I was younger. As I told you, my grandfather Lancelot was a healer who worked at St. Mungo's, and he thought he could somehow change my condition as a squib by using the latest healing spells. It was a quack cure, though, now that I think about it." "Well, we're trying to do the same thing with Harry," said Ron. "Let's just hope what the machine of reality does is better than your grandfather's method. Anyway, I was a boy of enormous curiosity, and I used to scour St. Mungo's Hospital, exploring every inch of it. Once I even found a hidden space while exploring the visitor's tea room top floor without my grandfather's knowledge, which I remember clearly because of the beating I received. "What's in that room?" asked Hermione curiously. "A fireplace, a very special one," said Faraday meaningfully. "It's a fireplace built to evacuate patients and healers in case the hospital is locked down by some unforeseen event. It's on a separate network from the normal Flynn network. Even if the fireplaces everywhere else are blocked, you can still travel with it freely." "Great! Now that I think about it, I don't think Eisen Bein would have blocked Azkaban's Flynn network, which is quite a distance from the island of Britain," said Hermione cheerfully. "We could go there from St. Mungo's Hospital and come straight from Azkaban to the Ministry on the way back." "But how are we going to get to St. Mungo's Hospital?" said Ron worriedly. "There will be enemies around the visitor's entrance. According to this letter, the area we're in is still connected to the Flynn network." Harry picked up the purple letter and waved it around. "So we just have to find any house with a fireplace around here, get it connected to the network, and then walk or take the underground train to the hospital." "Okay, so when do we leave?" said Ron. "You two stay here," said Harry. "Faraday knows more about the machine of reality than any of us, so he should come with me. But Harry, we're coming too," said Hermione firmly. "You two can't go alone. What do you think will happen?" "We don't know when they'll attack the Ministry," Harry said. "We can't spare any fighters right now. Besides, you're the Minister of Magic. You'll be busy here." "Then take me with you, Harry," said Ron stubbornly. "There has to be at least one wizard with you, don't you think?" "Ron, when was the last time you were in St. Mungo's Hospital?" said Faraday. Ron thought for a moment, then answered, "Almost 30 years, I think. I visited my father when he was there." "Then you can't come," said Faraday. "You don't know what's waiting for you in that hospital now. If I were Eisen Bein, I'd set a trap in case anyone comes back. I agree that one of the wizards should go with us, but it should be someone who knows the hospital well." "I'll take Neville then," said Harry. He had said it out of the blue, but now that he thought about it, there was no one better suited for the job than Neville. Apart from being an excellent wizard in his own right, he had probably visited St. Mungo's more often than anyone else to see his parents, who had been in the closed ward since he was very young. "Great idea, Harry," said Hermione, clapping her hands. "I'm sure Neville knows all about the place." "The last time I checked, the Muggle police were kicking people out of the area above here," said Harry. "I think if me, Faraday, and Neville show up at some of the houses around here, and then slip in between the refugees, we might be able to get out of here. Somehow." "Good. Now we have a plan." Faraday stood up and gathered the papers on his desk into his arms. "I'll get right on it. I'll get Neville. Expecto Patronum." Hermione flicked her wand, and Patronus, a silver otter made of pure light, jumped out and disappeared through the wall. "I told Neville to meet you by the fountain in the atrium, Harry." "Good luck." "Yeah, I'm sure you'll make it," Ron said, nodding. "You're a far greater wizard than a Christie's. I'm sure you can do something with that machine. Thanks for everything. Just keep my family safe." Harry nodded back to Ron and Hermione. It wasn't until it was time to say goodbye to his friends that he realized how dangerous and reckless his decision had been. But now there was no other way. Harry rode the lift with Faraday down to the atrium, where pits had been dug and small towers built around the fountain in preparation for an invasion. But now that the work was done, it was deserted except for a few children running around excitedly. The golden fountain, as always, had a stream of water gushing from gold-plated statues of a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a house elf, and a goblin. At first, Harry hadn't been convinced by the friendly attitude of the centaur and goblin statues toward the wizard and the witch, and he still wasn't. But he had never wanted to change that more than he did now. Only when he became a wizard again would the wizarding world be truly united, and only then would he be able to enlist the help of the centaurs and goblins. As they approached, Neville was already waiting by the fountain. "Harry, I heard you were taking me on a mission," said Neville excitedly when he saw them. "I'm honored to be chosen by the Chosen One." "Where are we going?" "Azkaban," Harry replied simply, and Neville's round face darkened. "Ah, I see. There aren't any Dementors there these days, are there?" "No, but they're where we're going," said Faraday stiffly. "We're going to the caves under the fortress. There must be hundreds of them." Neville looked visibly frightened, his initial courage gone. But he quickly regained his composure and looked determined again. "No problem. I learned the Patronus charm from you, didn't I?" "That's right, Neville," said Harry. It doesn't matter if there's one Demento or 100. As long as you can summon a corporeal Patronus properly, you should have no problem chasing them away. But how are we going to get there? I heard both Disapparition and the Flu Network are blocked. There's still a working fireplace in St. Mungo's Hospital, said Faraday. That's why we're taking you with us. I understand you are very familiar with the layout of this hospital? Oh yeah, I've been there many times, said Neville. His expression clouded for a moment, but it faded quickly. Hey, do you mind if I practice the Patronus charm before we go? It's not a spell I use very often, and I think my skills are a little rusty. Well, we don't have much time, but… Faraday pulled out his phone and checked the time, frowning, but then shrugged. Still, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'll go get some chocolate and see how we're gonna get to the surface. We'll wait over there for a while, and then we'll go. Harry pointed to a small, inconspicuous door just outside the Golden Gates. There's an unmanned control room in there, probably something to do with the lifts. They approached the small room Harry had mentioned. The door was locked, but fortunately creaked open when Neville muttered, "Alohomora." Faraday turned on the flash on his phone, and Neville turned on the light at the end of his wand to illuminate the room. The maintenance room hadn't seen a visitor in a long time, and the rotting floorboards were thick with dust, while an eerie chill radiated from the stone walls. Along one wall of the cramped interior, chained pulleys and gears spun diligently, while a small desk and a few chairs lay slumped on the floor beside them. Looks like they used to operate the lifts manually back then, Harry said, pointing to a lever attached to the cogs. I guess they didn't have good enough magic to make it automatic at the time. I'm indeed surprised that the wizarding world makes something called progress, Faraday said coolly, pulling up the most intact, looking chair he could find, dusting it off and sitting down. Practice the Patronus charm while I use Google Maps to find a house with a chimney. Yes, Mr. Pruitt, Neville replied, pulling out his wand and pointing it at an empty wall. Expecto Patronum. But no animal form appeared from the tip of his wand, only a faint puff of silver smoke. Air, is that all you got? Said Faraday, raising an eyebrow. Wait, let me try to focus more. Neville frowned, his eyes fixed on his wand. Then, though still not in animal form, the silvery smoke from his wand became clearer and brighter. Has it always been like this, Neville? Said Harry. I thought you knew how to summon a corporeal Patronus. Don't you remember, Harry? Umbridge burst in on the day we were practicing the Patronus charm, so I didn't have time to learn more after that, Neville said under his breath, as if he was struggling to keep the silver ray of light going. I wanted us to continue our DA meetings the following year, but somehow we got caught up in the war. Well, you know the rest. I thought I'd never see another Dementor in my life, but if I'd known, I should have practiced. Just think of something happy, Harry advised him. Neville frowned further, and his fingers began to tremble in the grip of his wand. But the faint silver smoke he produced only grew thinner, and the room, which had been brightened for a moment, went dark again. It was then that something strange caught Harry's eye. There was another beam of light on the floor, not as pale as the Patronus, but more orange in color. Harry spun around. The door, obviously closed earlier, was slightly ajar, letting in the light from the outer atrium. He drew his plastic wand and moved slowly toward the door. Looking closely at the floor, he saw what looked like a flesh-colored thread sticking out through the open door. It was an extendable ear. Someone was listening. Harry pointed his wand forward and yanked the door open, causing the two eavesdroppers to fall to the floor with a thud. Harry took a step closer, wand in hand, and realized it was his son, Albus, and his best friend, Scorpius Malfoy. You two, what are you doing here? Said Harry sternly. Albus hobbled to his feet and pulled Scorpius up with him. We meant no harm. We were just dash. We were trying to identify possible spies, said Scorpius quickly. You saw the listening device I made before, Mr. Potter. I figured if there were any spies, they'd be meeting by the fountain, so I set up one of my listening devices there. Scorpius pulled a thick smartphone out of his robes. It was the same phone as Harry's, specially treated to be impervious to magic. When Harry shot Faraday a look as he came to stand beside him, he shrugged. He paid well for it. Let me get this straight. You followed us here to eavesdrop? Said Neville from behind Harry, who had caught on to the situation. That's 10 points from Slytherin. Scorpius, you're a prefect this year. You should be setting an example. not following the teachers around. Scorpius's pale face flushed red, but Albus didn't seem to mind the rebuke. Well, sometimes the cause can be more important than the rules, said Albus casually. Dad, weren't you following Professor Snape around to guard the Sorcerer's Stone, or eavesdropping on his conversations in your first year? We meant well too. Harry was at a loss for words. Thinking about it, he remembered doing worse things to get information when he was Albus's age. Sensing that his father's mood had softened, Albus continued in a pleading voice. Dad, you said you needed someone who knew how to do the Patronus charm. And that's us? That's right, Mr. Potter, said Scorpius. We're the only 2 students at Hogwarts who can summon a corporeal Patronus. Really? Then show me, said Neville, looking at them in disbelief. Albus and Scorpius looked at each other and pointed their wands together at the open door. Expecto Patronum, a light, more intense than the one Neville had unleashed earlier, poured out of the boys' wands and 2 animal forms formed and slithered forward. Harry squinted to see, for the first time, what Albus's Patronus looked like. A silver doe. It was the same Patronus as his grandmother, Lily, and Severus Snape, who had given Albus his middle name. And next to it, moving gracefully as they flew together, was a silver peacock, which was the Patronus of Scorpius. The peacock and doe, made of pure light, entered the shaft Harry had just been in and circled it, chasing away the darkness before returning to their young masters and fading away in a silver mist. Excellent, you two, Neville muttered, staring in disbelief at the afterimage of the patron uses that had just vanished. He must have forgotten that he was about to scold the 2 boys. I'm surprised you were able to summon a corporeal Patronus at such a young age. My dad did it when he was younger than me, didn't he? Albus said with a grin, then looked back at Harry. Does that mean we can come along? What come along where? Said Harry, coming to his senses. As you probably already know from eavesdropping, we're going to Azkaban. Its underground caverns are full of terrible dementors. I know, Mr. Potter, and we're ready for them, said Scorpius firmly. We taught ourselves the Patronus charm, so we could use it to contact each other. And now it's like we did it to be part of this mission. We're going to help you. No, boys, said Neville. This is an adult job. Even if I wasn't your godfather, I would never allow that, Albus. Neville's right. It's too dangerous, chimed in Harry. Do you think we're any safer staying here? Said Albus defiantly. War makes no distinction between adults and children. Everyone has to fight to the death. I agree, said Faraday, who had been silent until then. I think we should take the 2. What do you mean? But Dash, for one thing, the patron uses these children summoned were much brighter and clearer than yours, Faraday said, interrupting Neville. Also, it will arouse less suspicion if we go with the children than if we go with just the 3 adults. Less suspicious? Asked Scorpius, his eyes narrowing. Couldn't we just go to Azkaban using the Flynn network? We can't, said Harry. The network and the disapparition are blocked all over Britain right now, except for the area we're in. We'd have to go to St. Mungo's Hospital first, and then use the fireplace from there. And there might be traps there. To Dash. Please, Dad, Albus said. Don't tell me that children shouldn't do this. I've read all your biographies. I know what you did when you were our age. As Albus spoke, Harry saw a reflection of himself in his son's face, rebellious and full of spirit. Harry sighed, realizing that nothing he could say would dissuade his son, not when Albus knew the path his father had taken in life. I understand, Albus, said Harry heavily. You will come with us, but you should listen to the adults, okay? Sure, said Albus happily. We will, Mr. Potter, said Scorpius, his expression serious, but he couldn't hide his grin. Very well. Now that we've decided, let's get on with it, said Faraday. He held up his phone, which showed a photo of a rundown apartment building with a chimney rising. I found a house with a fireplace around here. Let's go up there and get out of the quarantine zone. I'll ask the Department of Magical Transportation to temporarily connect the Flynn network to this house, and also make sure we have plenty of chocolate. I agree, said Faraday, who had been silent until then. I think we should take the children. What do you mean? But Dash, for one thing, the patron uses these children summoned were much brighter and clearer than yours, Faraday said, interrupting Neville. Also, it will arouse less suspicion if we go with the children than if we go with just the 3 adults. Less suspicious? Asked Scorpius, his eyes narrowing. Couldn't we just go to Azkaban? We can't, said Harry. The Flu Network and the disapparition are blocked all over Britain right now. Except for the area we're in. We'd have to go straight to St. Mungo's Hospital and then use the fireplace from there. And there might be traps there too. So the kids, please, Dad, Albus said, don't tell me that children shouldn't do this. I've read all your biographies, Dad. I know what you did when you were our age. As Albus spoke, Harry saw a reflection of himself in his son's face, rebellious and full of spirit. Harry sighed, realizing that nothing he could say would dissuade his son, not when Albus knew the path his father had taken in life. I understand, Albus, said Harry heavily. You will come with us. But you should listen to the adults, okay? Sure, said Albus quickly. We will, Mr. Potter, said Scorpius, his expression serious, but he couldn't hide his grin. Very well. Now that we've decided, let's get on with it, said Faraday. He held up his phone, which showed a photo of a rundown apartment building with a chimney rising. I found a house with a fireplace around here. Let's go up there and get out of the quarantine zone. I'll ask the Department of Magical Transportation to temporarily connect the Flu Network to this house. Just make sure you have plenty of chocolate when I'm back. Harry, Neville, Albus, and Scorpius went down to the kitchens and filled their pockets with some Honeydukes chocolates, then waited for a while in front of the fireplace in the atrium. Upon returning, Faraday distributed flu powder to each of them, then gave them the address of the house he had just shown them and told them to go there, and one by one they disappeared into the emerald flames of the fireplace. The scenery of the other houses quickly faded before Harry's eyes, and when his feet touched solid ground again, he found himself in the dining room of a strange house. There were still a few plates on the table with food on them, as if someone had been there recently. Looks like they left in a hurry, Faraday muttered as he picked up a plate and examined it. What happened? I can tell from the outside, Scorpius said, glued to the window. Harry stood beside him and pulled back the curtains to look out into the narrow alley outside. People were coming out of nearby houses and buildings, carrying trolleys and suitcases, being led away by the police. They're trying to get the residents out of here, said Harry. They're going to dig up the street so they can infiltrate the ministry. We're running out of time, said Faraday. If we go among them now, it'll be easier to slip through the refugees and sneak out. We'll have to split the group in two, said Harry. Albus, you go with Neville and Faraday. I'll go with Scorpius. By the time we get out of this house, we'll have to look like strangers to each other. It's important that we don't stand out in any way. Wait, I think we should grab a few things, Neville said as they were about to open the front door and go out. He pointed his wand at the half-open empty trunk and called out, Geminio. And just like that, a new, identical suitcase appeared next to it. Geminio, Neville shouted again, and this time the large black bag duplicated itself in two. Good idea, Professor Longbottom, said Scorpius, shouldering the bags. This way we look more like evacuees. They opened the front door and walked out into the dark corridor, then down a narrow staircase. When they reached the first floor, they could see people walking down the street outside the black glass doors. They were all bundled up tightly despite the warmer weather, presumably to pack as many household items as possible. Neville, take Faraday and Albus and go first, said Harry. When we get to the main street, you'll see an underground station, and we'll meet you there. Okay, Harry. Neville nodded and dragged his suitcase through the door and out. Harry watched the back of Albus's head fade into the distance as he walked out, holding Faraday's hand as if he were his biological grandfather, and tried to calm his nerves and anxiety. He checked the time on his phone, and when another 5 minutes had passed, he and Scorpius left the residence. As they stepped onto the narrow street, the crowds were much larger than they had seen inside the building, and Harry let himself go with their flow, as if swept along by a wave. Police officers in fluorescent vests and uniforms stood here and there, watching the passers-by closely. What's all this about? A shabbily dressed old man walking in front of Harry muttered to another old man standing next to him. I haven't heard much, but something about dangerous chemicals down here. Harry lowered his eyes and continued walking, hoping that the Dawnbreakers hadn't already turned him and his friends in to the Muggle government. Sir, there's a sensor ahead, whispered Scorpius. Harry kept his head down, but glanced up to look ahead, where the alley ended and led to a wider street. The path was blocked by red triangular cones, leaving just enough room for one person to pass, and police officers stood to the left and right, checking people with metal detectors. At least they weren't checking for wands. They didn't seem to know the details of why they were doing this yet. Harry took out his phone and placed it in a basket, then waited, trying to look as calm as possible as one of the officers ran the detector over his body. Scorpius followed suit, looking nervous as he walked through the checkpoint. "Why is your bag empty?" the officer said suspiciously as he opened the black bag he was carrying. Scorpius blushed in embarrassment, but Harry quickly intervened. "Oh, it's just that the rest of the family packed up and left without us noticing, so all we have is this empty bag." The officer watched Harry's face for a moment, then closed the bag and handed it back to Scorpius. Harry secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away from the checkpoint and onto the main road. When he was almost at the station, he noticed a number of trucks parked on the side of the road. Wooden crates with red danger signs painted on them bore pictures of explosives, bombs to blow up the underground, to blow up the wizarding world he cared so much about. Along with the crates were soldiers in black uniforms, rifles slung across their backs. Harry trudged to the underground station with others, worried about what would happen to the people he'd left behind. The Hospital of the Dead. The group didn't rejoin until they were deep into the station, and soon they were all on the train heading to central London. While everyone else breathed a sigh of relief that they had escaped the quarantine zone, Faraday frowned and checked his smartphone. No articles, nowhere. Finally looking up, Faraday said, "They're kicking this many people out of their homes because of a toxic spill, and none of the media is talking about it." "Well, at least they learned one thing about our world," said Scorpius bitterly. "How to hide the truth. We wizards have lived here for a very long time, but very few muggles know it, don't they?" "Exactly, and they're probably hiding all of this by erasing or manipulating the memories of witnesses, just like the Ministry did," said Harry thoughtfully. "By the time everyone knows what's going on, it'll be after every wizard and witch in Britain has been locked up in the factory." At the mention of the wizarding factory, Scorpius's face went white, having been trapped there for almost half a year and suffering all sorts of hardships. Sensing this, Albus patted his friend on the shoulder. Finally, they got off the train at a station in the middle of London, through a busy platform and onto an escalator. Once above ground, they were greeted by a large, busy street lined with shops on both sides. Even though it was the middle of the day, the streets were already crowded with foreign tourists doing their shopping. After walking for a while, they came to a large but dilapidated red brick department store that stood out among the clean, remodeled buildings, its dusty doors bearing large signs that read "Closed for refurbishment." Its display cases were cobwebbed and dusty, with broken dummies dressed in worn-out clothes that would have been fashionable half a century ago. "I haven't been here in a long time either," said Faraday. "I suppose the way in is the same?" "Exactly," Neville replied. He walked over and stood before the most ugly dummy, dressed in a green nylon apron dress with false eyelashes falling and dangling from her eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Hello, I'm here to see Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom." Harry waited for the dummy to react, aware of the stares around him. Fortunately, the tourists passing by with their shopping bags full of new clothes didn't pay much attention to the shabby department store that had gone out of business. Finally, the dummy made a creaking sound and nodded its head noncommittally, then moved its rusty, jointed finger to gesture inward. Neville stepped through the glass first, taking Albus and Scorpius by the hand. The three of them disappeared through it as if it had never existed. Harry, left alone with Faraday, glanced around to make sure no one was watching them before following them into the showcase. Feeling a chill run through his body as if he were walking under a waterfall, he emerged on the other side. The reception area of St. Mungo's Hospital looked like a violent storm had swept through, with worn wooden chairs knocked to the floor and torn copies of which weakly strewn about. "This place is a mess," said Harry. "Is anything different from when you left here before, Neville?" "I don't think so," said Neville. But there wasn't much conviction in his voice. "When me and the healers were taking the patients out of the closed ward, some of them made a mess. "D'you reckon anyone came here after that, Harry?" "We can't be sure," said Harry weakly. "Eisen Bein has always been one step ahead of us, trying to set us up, and there's no reason to think it'll be any different this time. Then let's see if anyone else is here besides us. Neville drew his wand and raised it into the air. Hominum revelio. They waited, listening to the silence, but nothing happened. Looks like we're the only ones alive, Albus said, relieved. Maybe Eisen Bein made a mistake for once. Let's hope so, said Harry. Still, the inexplicable unease he felt at the sight of the deserted reception area didn't go away. Visitors' tea room is on the 5th floor. We can take the stairs straight up, suggested Neville. They approached a large door to the stairwell, with a sign for each floor beside it. Neville, in the lead, had just opened it when Harry heard a faint creaking sound from somewhere in the distance. It was accompanied by the softest of footsteps, which then stopped. "Did you just hear that?" asked Harry, whirling around to face Faraday and the children. "I heard a sound downstairs." "A sound? What sound?" echoed Neville, who had just pushed open the door, confused. "I didn't hear anything." "I heard something too, Mr. Potter," said Scorpius quietly. "It sounded like footsteps, didn't it?" "Yes." It was very small, but it definitely sounded like someone opening a door and walking around. "The sign here doesn't say anything about the basement," Albus said, reading the floor plan. "But there are facilities in the cellar," said Neville darkly. "There's a morgue down there." A frosty silence fell over them. Harry felt his heart pounding and listened to the air, hoping to hear another noise. But the silence remained. "Maybe you heard it wrong," Faraday said as calmly as he could. "Yeah, it was probably a rat running around." They walked through the large doors and down the corridor. The last time Harry had been here, portraits of famous healers had hung on the walls on either side, but strangely, there were no paintings in the hallway now. Neville seemed to notice the oddity as well. "Something feels wrong. I thought there were portraits here before," Neville murmured, then scratched his head. "Still, my memory isn't that reliable, you know. Maybe the healers took them down before they left." The corridor was dark, as the crystal bubbles of candles hanging from the ceiling, which would normally have provided a bright light, were dead, giving off only the pale glow of fluorescent mushrooms. As they passed through the next door, a foul smell wafted through the air. Harry looked back at his feet and saw a puddle of yellow gas in the dusty hallway. They used to store hazardous medical waste in there. Faraday pointed to a red steel door that looked dangerous even at first glance. It was slightly ajar, allowing a trickle of yellow gas to escape through the gap. "Looks like your wizards have screwed up the job, as usual. We'd better get through here quickly." The corridor finally ended, and a worn wooden staircase appeared. The door leading down was firmly closed, which meant the morgue was there. Harry strained his ears in case he heard something else, but fortunately, there was nothing. As they stepped onto the landing to go up, the creaking echoed unusually loud in the otherwise silent hospital. The others who had followed Harry held their breath and climbed the stairs cautiously, as though they were about to collapse. Finally, they were almost on the 3rd floor. "Well, we'll just have to keep going," Harry said, pausing at the landing to catch his breath. They'd only been up 2 flights of stairs, and he was already feeling tired from the constant strain. "Everyone be quiet and dash." The step he was on creaked and gave way, sending the stairs tumbling like dominoes and sending Harry flying through the air. His flailing arms hit something hard, and he clung desperately to it. Below, Albus and Scorpius's screams echoed in the dusty air. Harry struggled not to slip and stood up on the ledge he was clinging to, seeing that the ground floor was below him and that he was the only one who had fallen to the 1st floor above. "Is everyone all right?" he called to the ground floor, which was covered in thick dust. "Yes, Harry." Scorpius cast the cushioning charm just in time. "So we're all fine." Neville's voice came from below. "There's a fire escape on the other side. Wait there, and we'll go up and get you." "Okay." Harry covered his nose and mouth with the hem of his cloak and waited for the dust to settle. Now that his vision was a little clearer, he could see the gaping hole to his right, caused by the collapse of the stairs. The broken and splintered remains of the stairs littered the ground floor below, and the stairs to the upper floor were broken in half and dangling limply above them. They would have to find another way up, just like Neville had said. Harry stood up and opened the large door in front of him, revealing a completely dark room. He pulled out his smartphone to flash the light, revealing a deserted hallway with no pictures on the walls, much like the floor below. As he debated whether to wait here or move on, he suddenly heard creaky footsteps coming from somewhere down the hall. "Neville, are you coming?" Harry called into the corridor. Instead of an answer, he heard more creaking coming from the darkness. They seemed to be coming from the second door from the right. Harry used one hand to keep the light from his phone shining down the narrow corridor and the other to pull out his plastic wand for self-defense. It was better than nothing, but he couldn't use any magic with it, so it wasn't very reassuring. Once again, he heard a rustling sound, followed by the sound of shuffling footsteps. Harry stood outside the ward and read the plaque on the door. "Dangerous, D.I. Llewellyn Ward. Serious bites," it read, and the floor was littered with broken crystals that had once served as lights. Harry grabbed the doorknob and pushed it open slowly, very carefully. There was no way Neville could be in here. The small room was dimly lit by sunlight streaming in from a small window high in the opposite wall, and the oak planks that made up the walls gleamed faintly in the light. Harry pushed the door open a little further and stuck his head in to get a better look inside. The beds were all empty. No, not one. An old woman in a white robe was sitting on the bed in the far corner. She had waxy, pale skin and wispy hair. At first she didn't react, but when Harry opened the door and entered the ward, she slowly turned her stiff neck to face him. Her eyes, sunken as if she hadn't eaten in weeks, were blank, devoid of emotion. Harry suddenly remembered that Albus had just told him that there was no one else alive in this building but her. What was in front of him now was not a living person. It was an Inferius, the pale, walking corpse he had seen in the cave with Dumbledore decades ago. Inferius staggered to her feet and gave a grim, lifeless smile. It moved toward him as if only stopping Harry's breathing could fulfill its evil intentions. Harry pressed the button on his wand and fired the taser. The projectile flew out and lodged in the corpse's neck, sending a high-pressure surge of electricity that made the muscles in her shoulders and arms twitch violently. But Inferius didn't falter at all, jerking and twitching, continuing to walk toward Harry at a steady pace. Harry quickly threw open the door to the room and ran out. But what greeted him in the hallway was the stuff of nightmares. A dozen corpses, adults and children, men and women of all ages, had crawled up the wall from the side where the stairs had collapsed and were coming at him. The inferi were all dressed in white robes, their skin equally pale. A stocky man, his face green and disfigured with bruises, walked quickly over and grabbed Harry's arm. His grip was chillingly cold, and he yanked him backwards. Harry lost his balance and fell, the Inferius climbing on top of him and strangling him. The skin of his throat was freezing where Inferius's hand touched it, but he felt a burning sensation in his airways where the air had been choked out. Harry whimpered and struggled, but he couldn't break free. The corpses that surrounded him, as though welcoming him to be as dead as they were, looked down on the scene with sinister expressions. Petrificus totalis. Inferius's grip on his throat stiffened for a moment, and he fell to Harry's side with a thud like a log. Harry pushed the body away and got to his feet. Albus and Scorpius were pointing wands in his direction. "Dad, come here! Petrificus totalis." At Albus's shout, another Inferius, who had been trying to grab Harry, went stiff and fell to the ground. Harry shook off the cold hands and ran down the narrow corridor to join them. He looked back to see that there were still many inferi with evil grins on their faces. "Petrificus totalis," yelled Scorpius, firing a spell at the first dead man in front of him, causing its body to stiffen and fall to the floor with a crash. But the other inferi were undeterred, stepping over their fallen companion to reach them. "Use the flames," shouted Harry. "That's their weakness." "Incendio!" cried Scorpius, and with an explosion, an intense orange flame swept across the hallway, engulfing the bodies. The white robes of the inferi caught fire, and one by one they fell, arms flailing in the air. But as the narrow corridor became engulfed in the acrid smoke of the soaring blaze, he could now hardly breathe. "Let's get out of here. Are there any stairs nearby?" said Harry. "This way," Albus shouted. Harry followed the two boys and ran down the corridor, passing through open doors and around a few corners. That's when he felt a sudden cold sensation from above his head. He looked up to see a raging stream of water spewing from the crystal bubbles hanging from the ceiling. They seemed to have detected fires and were acting as sprinklers in the Muggle world. "Where are Neville and Faraday?" said Harry, shaking his damp hair from his face. "We went looking for the stairs together and got separated when those corpses attacked," said Albus. "We got up here somehow, but those two are probably still down there." Someone must have come," said a male voice suddenly. "Why would you come to a place where only the dead are left, when the only thing waiting for you is death?" The unidentified voice seemed to come from the walls in all directions. Harry suddenly realized that the voice belonged to Jimmy Roberts, one of the leading officers of the Dawnbreakers. Roberts had led Dumbledore's army into a trap before, causing them to lose their headquarters and 2 members. He was a Muggle, but his ability to devise clever schemes was never to be underestimated. "Did he know we were coming?" asked Scorpius in horror. "No, I don't think so," Harry said, pretending to be calm. "But I suppose they set a trap, just in case. The Dawnbreakers have always been cunning." "Well, if you're here to die, you might as well get your wish," the mocking voice of Roberts came again. "You'll never lack for friends." "Rest in peace, then." Harry wiped the water from his drenched face as it stopped, then turned to look back. The torrent of water had caught the flames, and with the smoke from them thinning, his vision cleared. With it came a terrible sight. An Inferius staggered toward them. He was clad in a blackened robe, his pale skin reddened by burns, but the murderous intent carved deep into Inferius's hollow head was not diminished in the least. "Go, go!" shouted Harry, shoving the 2 frightened, frozen boys away. They ran down the narrow corridor, avoiding the pursuit of the corpses. They passed through a door and rounded the last corner, only to come to a sudden dead end. Just as Harry was getting frustrated, Scorpius opened a door on the left, one that was hard to see because it was the same color as the wall. "This way, sir." Harry ran into the pitch-black space with the children. They seemed to be standing on stairs, judging by the creaking beneath their feet. "Lumos!" came Scorpius's voice, and soon the light from the tip of his wand pierced the darkness. They were standing on a flimsy staircase, even more so than the first, and one that looked as if it might collapse at any moment. It was so narrow that it seemed they could only go up one at a time. "This is the fire escape," said Albus. "Professor Longbottom knew this place, so—" "Ark!" yelled Scorpius, who was standing by the door. Harry whirled around to see that an Inferius had opened the door, grabbed him by the wrist, and was dragging him out. Harry kicked the corpse in the chest with his foot, breaking its grip, and led Albus and Scorpius up the stairs. Once his friend was safe, Albus pointed his wand at behind and tried to say, "Incendi." "Stop," said Harry urgently. "If the stairs catch fire, it'll be out of control." Meanwhile, more Inferi came through the door, and when the way was blocked, Harry ran down a few flights of stairs to lure them. No, Petrificus totalis." Albus's attack sent 3 Inferiuses crashing to the ground at once, but more bodies trampled their comrades into the stairwell. Harry pushed his way down the stairs, shaking off the cold hands that tried to grab him. "You get to safety upstairs. I'll find Neville and go up the other way," said Harry. Albus shouted something in reply, but it was drowned out by the sound of Inferi dragging their feet and the creaking of the stairs. Still, Harry kept shouting, "Go to the closed ward on the 4th floor. The doors there are strong. You should be able to hold them off." Staggering down the stairs after him, an Inferius grabbed his wrist, causing Harry to lose his balance and nearly fall. The only thing more frightening than the unearthly strength, which was hard to imagine belonging to a dead man, was the biting cold. Holding on tightly to the railing, Harry kicked the corpse in the chest a few times with all his might, barely escaping its grasp, and then ran down the rest of the stairs without a second thought. He flung open the door and stepped out into the corridor on the ground floor. Fortunately, there were no Inferi in the hallway. His knee throbbed with every step he took, like he had just sprained it kicking the corpse. Harry kept looking over his shoulder as he passed through the doors, and he quickened his pace when he saw the Inferi spilling out into the corridor. The hallway seemed to get wider and wider, and then the door in front of him was pushed open to reveal the reception area. Harry was halfway through the seemingly empty room when he suddenly heard a familiar voice to his right. "Potter, what are you doing here?" Harry reflexively pulled out his plastic wand and pointed it in that direction. An elderly man was sitting at a desk marked inquiries. At first, Harry thought he was hallucinating and slowly made his way over to him. It was Aberforth Dumbledore calling to him. He was dressed in a white robe, and his long, unkempt hair and beard, a mixture of gray and white, were the same as they had been the last time he had seen them, lying peacefully in the mortuary after his death a few months earlier. Aberforth, Harry murmured, taking in the sight of him. Aberforth's skin was horribly pale, but his intense blue eyes, which seemed to pierce through his mind just like his brother's, were unchanged. Aberforth, are you alive? Aberforth let out a sharp laugh that contained no joy. Alive, am I? No, I'm a corpse, as you can see, said Aberforth casually. His voice was rough and harsh, devoid of emotion, as if his vocal cords were forced to move by some kind of mechanical device. You know why this happened, Potter? You got me killed. I trusted you and fought for my life, and you let me die. No, I'm not a wizard anymore, so I couldn't help you then, Dash. It's too late for excuses, spat Aberforth coldly. He slowly rose to his feet, his knees creaking as he did so, revealing the sharp kitchen knife he held in his right hand. Time for you to pay for your sins, and you shall die. Aberforth leapt over the desk and lunged at Harry with a swiftness unbefitting a dead man. Harry stumbled backwards, tripped over an old wooden chair just behind him, and fell backward with it. Aberforth tried to plunge his knife into the fallen Harry, but he rolled out of the way and lifted the fallen chair, narrowly blocking the knife. Aberforth's eyes were filled with hatred and madness, but his mouth wore a wicked grin, not unlike the other inferi. It was then that Harry realized that it was not the real Aberforth who was trying to kill him, but merely an inferius imitating him, though unlike the other corpses, he spoke. Harry lifted the chair and aimed it at Aberforth's throat, knocking him down with all his might, ripping open his pure white flesh to reveal the pink flesh beneath, but no blood. You're still ungrateful even after my death, Potter, Aberforth muttered as he fell. You've never been afraid of death, and you don't have to be now. Harry left him alone and crossed the reception area to the large doors. Once inside, he slammed them shut, grabbed a nearby pole, and rammed it into the doorknobs. Aberforth hit it and tried to open the door. Potter, open the door. I'm not going to hurt you. Open the door. Harry forced himself to move, his body violently shaking with fear and shock, and ran down the hallway. It hadn't really been Aberforth who had tried to kill him a few moments ago, but the guilt of being responsible for his death still stung his heart. As he passed another door, nervously wondering where the hell Neville and Faraday were, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him. Piss this way. He turned to see yellow gas billowing from the slightly open door. Harry stepped inside without a second thought. Okay, now close the door and turn on the lights. Faraday's voice echoed through the foul-smelling darkness, followed by the wand light, revealing the faces of Neville and Faraday, both with damp handkerchiefs covering their noses and mouths. And take this yellow gas doesn't smell very nice. Harry took the handkerchief from Faraday and covered his mouth like them. Did you see the children? Asked Neville worriedly. They were moving with us, and then suddenly those monsters attacked. Yes, they were with me for a while, said Harry. We met on the first floor and went to the stairs together, but then we were separated by the inferi. I told them to stay in the closed ward on the 4th floor for now, so they're probably waiting there. Harry wanted to say something about the talking inferius he had just encountered in the reception area, but he held his tongue for fear of upsetting Neville, who had been very close to Aberforth. I guess we'll have to go to the 4th floor then, said Faraday. Fortunately, they won't find us here. The gas seems to mask our scent. I can't believe I have to fight zombies when I'm this old. Those bodies aren't zombies, said Harry. They're inferi, puppets brought back to life by a dark wizard spell. Bodies brought back to life by a spell. That's the exact definition of a zombie, said Faraday stubbornly. Why is this hospital filled with such animated corpses? It's the work of the Dawn Breakers. I heard Roberts's voice, said Harry. How are we supposed to get upstairs now that the only intact staircase we have left is flooded with inferi? We just made that plan, Neville said, pointing to a small pot on the floor. It contained a strange plant with long, wiggly tentacles. Remember this, Harry? It's the plant that killed Broderick Bode in this hospital a long time ago, and they kept it here because it's so dangerous. It's Devil's Snare. Harry remembered being nearly strangled by the plant on his way to protect the Sorcerer's Stone in his first year. What are you going to do with it? I've decided to call it Operation Jack and the Beanstalk, said Faraday cheerfully. Turns out Mr. Longbottom has a knack for magical plants, doesn't he? Neville is the professor of herbology at Hogwarts, Harry said, looking back at Neville. So, what exactly are you going to do? We're going to go to the place where the stairs collapsed and make this plant grow, said Neville. You see, it grows as soon as you touch it, so we'll hold on to its stem and let it carry us up. That's a simple plan. But what if it tries to strangle us? Said Harry warily, but Neville just grinned. Trust me, there's a way to stop it from doing that. I have one in my house, and I know how they work. Harry examined the Devil's Snare with disgust as it wilted and wriggled helplessly on its vines. Needless to say, it was unnerving to have to trust his life to a creature that had once tried to take his. Harry tried to think of other ways to get through the collapsed staircase, even considering having Neville magically levitate him and Faraday, but gave up when he realized there was no wizard who could levitate Neville again. Neville, meanwhile, carefully cradling the potted plant in his arms, opened the door slightly and peered out. The corridor is clear now, come on. Harry and Faraday followed Neville out. The narrow passageway was as deserted as he'd been told, but Harry's breathing quickened, not knowing where Aberforth and Furious might be hiding. They passed through a few more doors, large and small, muffling their footsteps, and finally a staircase, or rather, the remains of one, appeared before them. The iron gates to the basement were open, and around them were scattered rotting planks and pieces of wood, the ruins of the broken stairs. So the inferi got out of their resting place, muttered Harry. There could be more down there. Let's get up there as soon as possible. Looking up, he realized that the damage to the stairwell was worse than he had thought, with little left of the stairs leading up to the incredibly high ceiling. The air around them was still so thick with dust that Harry had to cover his cough with his hand. Neville carefully placed the Devil's Snare near the wall where the stairs had once been and pulled out his wand. Protego! Protego! He cast a defensive spell against Harry and Faraday's necks, then did the same for his own. Are these all the precautions? Asked Faraday dubiously. There must be a lot of ways to kill a human without strangling them. Devil's Snares think differently. They mainly target the victim's throat, said Neville confidently. It can still hurt other parts of the body, so you'd better be prepared. Now, on the count of 3, everyone grab those tentacles. Harry followed Neville's lead and brought his reluctant hand to the tentacle. 1, 2, 3. At Neville's command, they grabbed each of the drooping vines simultaneously. As soon as they touched, the tendrils sprouted, wrapping around their wrists, their arms, and then their entire bodies. The vines made desperate attempts to strangle Harry, but were thwarted by the invisible barrier Neville had put up on his neck. Still, the vile plant refused to give up, relentlessly sending out different tendrils, each aimed at his throat. Even as he fought the vines limb from limb, Harry felt his body rise as the plant continued to grow, trying to choke him. First floor, second floor, third floor. Finally, they made it through 3 floors and reached the 4th. Now, Neville, shouted Harry. The Devil's Snare was now wrapped around the 3 of them like a giant snake, making new attempts to strangle them. Neville pointed his wand, which he had already drawn and gripped, at himself and shouted, Relatio. With the sound of something breaking, the vines wrapped tightly around him snapped. Neville rolled and landed on the railing next to him, then fired the same spell at Harry and Faraday. The sudden loss of his grip on Harry's body knocked him off balance, and he nearly fell, but the balance he had developed as an aura allowed him to leap and land beside Neville. Faraday, much older than either of them, was about to fall when he grabbed Neville's outstretched hand and pulled himself up the corridor. Harry stuck his head out to look down and saw the Devil's Snare, having missed its prey, writhing furiously below. Dad, you're here! The dull doors at the beginning of the corridor opened, and Albus and Scorpius ran out. Harry gave both boys a quick hug, then stepped into the corridor marked spell damage. This is the closed ward, Scorpius said, pointing to the solid iron door with a small glass panel which read, Janice Tiki Ward. We hid in here after shooting flames down the corridor to scare the inferi away, and luckily no one came. Not anymore, said Faraday glumly. We just made a big ruckus, so the zombies will be here soon. You're right. Let's get inside, Harry said and opened the door to the ward. Once they were all inside, Neville pointed his wand and muttered, Colloportus, and the door clicked shut. With a sigh of relief, Harry looked around the room. The bedside of the closest bed was covered with faded photographs of Lockhart smiling and waving, with a crude signature underneath. The two beds at the other end were surrounded by floral curtains, and Neville was staring at them with a mournful expression on his face. No wonder, since this was the room where his parents had spent most of their later lives, driven mad by the pain of the Cruciatus curse. One more floor to go then, Faraday said, sitting on the bed. Any other creative ways to get there? We just need to get up here, so I think we should cut a hole in the ceiling and climb up, said Harry. He grabbed a quilt from Lockhart's old bed and rolled it into a rope. We can use this. Now dash. Bah. The sound from the entrance made everyone jump. Harry rushed over and peered through the small window in the door. The corridor outside the ward was already filled with inferi, and a large corpse slammed into the door again. It's the inferi, shouted Harry. Hurry, we have to get upstairs. De Primo, cried Scorpius, raising his wand above his head, and the center of the ceiling exploded, tearing a gaping hole. Shattered stone and wood rained down, sending a cloud of dust into the room. Harry, Albus, and Faraday then tied the blanket tightly around the chair legs like a rope. Scorpius pointed his wand at the back of the chair and said, Epoximize, and the backrest was instantly covered with a sticky liquid like glue. Now I'm going to put this on the upper level, and hopefully it'll hold it in place. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flick of his wand, the chair floated up through the hole in the ceiling and soon landed with a thud on the floor of the upper level. Harry tugged at the quilt that had been tied to the chair, and from the tautness of it, it seemed to be securely fastened and ready for a person to climb on. Climb up first. Neville, come here, Harry shouted. As Scorpius and Faraday climbed up the futon and Albus waited his turn, Harry turned around when Neville didn't come. He was standing in front of the door, looking out of the small pane of glass that was attached to it, mesmerized. Neville, what are you looking at? We got to go upstairs, dash. Harry's mouth fell open when he walked over and saw what Neville was looking at. There was no longer the hulking Inferius from earlier, trying to break down the door. Instead, an old woman with a tired look and graying hair was staring at Neville with sad eyes. The sunken eyes and pale skin were not so different from the living woman Harry had seen before, and the slightly rounded features bore a vague resemblance to Neville's now. It was Alice Longbottom, Neville's dead mother. Neville, dear, Alice said in a soft voice. Mummy's here. Won't you open the door for me? Mum, said Neville, his voice shaking. Before he knew it, his hand was reaching for the doorknob. Is that really you, Mum? Harry quickly grabbed Neville's wrist to stop his hand from reaching the door. Neville, that's not your mother. That's just an Inferius pretending to be her. But Inferi can't talk, Neville said quietly, his longing gaze fixed on his mother. My mother never spoke to me until she died in this ward, but I know she would never try to hurt me. Neville, you have to stay alert, said Harry desperately. I didn't tell you before, but Aberforth's corpse attacked me just before I met you. Even then he talked like he was really Aberforth, but he was just a puppet controlled by Eisen Bein. Aberforth? But my mom might be different, muttered Neville. She wouldn't attack me, dead or alive. I just know that. Eisen Bein has the resurrection stone, Harry said, suddenly remembering something. He must have used it to make the Inferi act more like humans. I heard Grindelwald had a similar plan once. But plausible or not, it's another Inferius, and she'll try to kill us as soon as we open the door. Neville's eyes blinked at the words, and for a moment the effort to get his hand to the doorknob grew stronger. It was as if he wanted to test Harry's words for himself. The next moment, however, Neville's arm dropped limply, and Alice Longbottom's sad face suddenly twisted into a ghastly grimace. Then, in a high, shrill, unnerving voice, she cried, Neville, open the door! Neville jumped back in surprise, his round face as pale as the corpses outside the door. Neville, it's your mother. It's so cold out here. Open the door. Now she began to pound on the door with all her might, and with such force that each blow left a dent in the ironwork, and the hinges shook as if they might fall off at any moment. Neville, even after my death, are you going to leave me like this? Said Infurious in a harsh, shrill voice that did not sound human. Open the door. Open it. With each blow of her fist, the door made more dents, and the gap began to widen. We have to go, Harry urged him. The door will break soon, and then dash. You go first, Neville said, raising his own wand. His face was contorted with grief and shock, but his eyes were etched with cold determination. I'll take care of them and follow you. They'll keep coming if we let them. Harry nodded to his old friend, then turned to go upstairs. Down at the bottom of the hole, Albus was still there, staring at him in horror. Come on up, son. But Dad, what about Professor Longbottom? Neville will be right behind us, said Harry reassuringly. Albus went through the hole first, holding onto the quilt, and Harry looked back at the entrance one last time. Neville was pointing his wand forward, aiming it at the iron gate, which was taking a steady stream of blows and looked like it was going to break at any moment. Harry watched nervously as Albus struggled to climb up, clinging to the rope with both arms and legs. When his son finally disappeared into the hole in the ceiling, Harry grabbed the blanket and climbed after him. Behind him, the sound of the Infurious pounding on the iron door grew louder and louder, mingled with the tiny sounds of fallen screws holding the door on its hinges. Finally, as Harry stepped through the hole in the ceiling that separated the 4th and the 5th floor, the door fell away with a loud bang from below. When he emerged, Scorpius and Albus grabbed his arms and pulled him up. Once on the 5th floor, Harry barely had time to catch his breath before he crouched down beside the hole and looked down. The room was already filled with pale-skinned inferi, and Neville was nowhere to be seen. Neville, where are you? Called Harry. If he were a wizard, he would have cast a proper spell instead of just watching. Harry, get back, came an urgent voice from below. Harry quickly backed away, taking the children and Faraday with him, and almost at the same time, flames erupted from the floor below. The hole Harry had just been standing next to erupted in heat and fire like the crater of a volcano, knocking the boys and Faraday down. Protego, Scorpius shouted, and the flames that bounced off the ceiling were blocked by an invisible wall. Move, shouted Harry. We got to get out of here. It turned out they were in a small pantry attached to the tea shop. All sorts of jars stacked on shelves burst open in the heat, sending shards of glass and sticky liquid flying through the air. Dodging the debris, Harry threw open the door and ran out. Protego, Albus shouted this time, pointing his wand at the door, and the thick smoke that had been billowing from inside was held back by magic, sealing them inside the pantry. Coughing, they sat down one by one and watched in silence as the black smoke trapped in the room swirled in a tornado of heat. What happened to Professor Longbottom? Said Scorpius, his voice filled with despair. Will he be all right? Harry didn't answer, just stared at the burning room in silence. Dad, the woman who was just outside the door, did she know Professor Longbottom? Asked Albus quietly. Yes, that was Neville's mother, said Harry. She spent the rest of her life here after she and her husband were tortured out of their minds by the Death Eaters when they were both young. She was kept in the morgue after she died not long ago. How could they do such a cruel thing? Said Albus, sobbing. How can you use someone's dead body to attack your own family? That's what makes Eisen Bein so dangerous, said Harry darkly. Because unlike Voldemort, he believes in the power of love. So he's using it to set a trap for us. Just then there was movement in the smoke. Harry and the children jumped and nervously pointed their wands. A human form appeared and walked slowly through the transparent barrier as if it didn't exist. It was Neville. His face and hair were streaked with ash, and his arms were marked with angry red burns. But it was the look on his face that struck Harry more than anything else. His face was devoid of any emotion or intelligence, as if his soul had just been sucked out by a dementor. Neville, are you all right? Harry said as he approached him. Neville looked surprised, almost like he had just noticed Harry for the first time. I am fine, Neville stammered. Even though he didn't look fine at all, Harry didn't say anything, just patted his friend on the shoulder. "Hey, I found a fireplace in here." Faraday's voice made them turn around. He had opened a door in the wall behind the long table and chairs in the tea room, revealing a hidden chamber. Together they quickened their pace, heading for another terrible place. The machine of reality. Albus stepped carefully away from the stone fireplace, feeling dizzy. Scorpius, Mr. Pruitt, Professor Longbottom, and his father entered the room, their feet on the firewood, wet from the damp air. For the first time in his life, Albus looked around the office of Azkaban's governor. The room had been decorated according to the tastes of Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had occupied it until recently, with a tiger skin rug, a neatly organized desk, and bookshelves lining the walls. Harry walked briskly to the window and pulled back the curtains, revealing a desolate landscape of rocky island battered by rain and the cold, rough sea that surrounded it. Albus walked over and examined the stony shore with his father, feeling like a veteran oarer. "Good. There's no one here," Harry muttered as he looked at the island, which was deserted except for puddles of water made by the constant rain, then turned and grinned as he locked eyes with his son. "You know, Albus, it was on a rocky island like this that I first heard that I was a wizard. Maybe here you can be a wizard again." Albus grinned back. "But you'll have to overcome some hurdles first." "I'm sure you can, Mr. Potter," Scorpius said, his voice full of confidence. "You've never failed before, have you?" "Oh, I wouldn't say that if I were you," said Harry modestly. "Well then, let's go downstairs. I'm never at my ease up here." Professor Longbottom shivered as they walked down the cold corridor. "I came here a few times when I was an Auror, and I had nightmares after every visit. And that was when there were no more Dementors." Albus glanced over at his father at the mention of Dementors, something he had only heard about but never seen in person, and Harry's expression darkened noticeably as well. Then the initial excitement of an exciting adventure faded, and fear of the terrible creatures they were about to encounter coursed through his body. Beside him, Scorpius patted him on the shoulder, as if to share his friend's concerns. They slowly made their way down the cold stone stairs, surrounded by dark walls. About a floor down, they suddenly heard the rattling of cages and someone yelling, "Hey, who's there?" "Ignore him," Harry whispered to the others. "He must be one of the remaining prisoners here. I pardoned the petty criminals and kept only the worst of the worst." "Potter, it's you," came the gruff voice again. "What have you come for? You left us here to rot. I'm not going to eat you, so open the damn door." "It's Fenrir Greyback," Harry explained to the others. "He was the leader of the werewolves that followed Voldemort, and it seems he's got very sharp ears." "Potter, let us out," said a woman this time. "We owe you a great debt. I'll repay you handsomely, so just let us out." And Professor Longbottom shuddered at that. "That's Electo Caro. She's a horrible witch who made Hogwarts a hell when I was in 7th year." "Potter, did you bring your friends?" came Greyback's voice again. "Are you with that mudblood girlfriend of yours? I wanted to give her a bite the last time we met, but unfortunately I couldn't. I know it's a bit late, but I'd like to now." A shiver ran down Albus's spine as he realized that the woman Greyback was referring to was Hermione Granger. They hurried down the stairs, not sure who was first, and the voices taunting them and the rattling of the cages grew fainter. "They're terrible people, aren't they?" whispered Scorpius, and Albus nodded. He could still hear the dark voices echoing in his head, the remnants of a terrible past. As they descended the stairs and entered the entrance hall of black stone, the faint rattling of the cages stopped completely. But when Harry led them to a small door at the side of the staircase that led to the dungeon, the relief that had briefly settled in Albus's heart vanished. Teddy had once regaled him with a tale of how he and Harry had descended into the depths of Azkaban to uncover the secrets of the fourth curse and fight Dementors. While Albus had dismissed the story as one of Teddy's usual bluster, he realized that he hadn't been exaggerating at all as they descended the narrow, steep staircase that led to the bottomless pit. The pitch blackness around him seemed to recede for a moment whenever he shone the light from the tip of his wand, but only for a moment, and then it tightened around him just as quickly. "Mr. Pruitt, aren't you afraid?" Scorpius whispered, and Albus glanced over. Scorpius's face even paler than usual with the cold and fear of the underground. But Mr. Pruitt seemed unperturbed. "No, not much," said Mr. Pruitt calmly. "It's a bit cold, though. and I'd like a cup of cocoa as soon as possible. Faraday, you do realize what we're about to encounter, don't you? Said Professor Longbottom, who had overheard the conversation, but Mr. Pruitt just shrugged. Nearing the bottom of the stairs, ominous blue flames flared up like a devil's fire, and Albus saw a huge iron gate flanked on either side by intense blue torches. "All right, we're here," Harry said, turning to Longbottom. "Neville, you used to be an Auror, so you should still be allowed in. Put your wand on this lock." Professor Longbottom took out his wand and held it up to the huge lock, which was the size of a child's head. The lock opened with an iron clank and fell to the ground with a thud. As the door slid open to reveal a deep, dark cavern, Albus took an involuntary step backward in horror. Without a word, his father grabbed his shoulder and led the way into the cavern. Albus hesitantly followed, along with Scorpius, Mr. Pruitt, and Professor Longbottom, until they reached a passage with long, jagged stones protruding from the floor and ceiling. "Everyone take your wands and try to think only happy thoughts," said Harry softly. Albus kept reminding himself that there were some very evil beings in here who would be listening to them, and goosebumps started to form on his arms. "Albus, calm down," Scorpius said from beside him. "The only thing you really have to fear is fear itself, and as long as you don't despair, they can't touch us." "They're coming," cried Harry. "Summon your patron uses." "Expecto Patronum," shouted Scorpius first, and a dazzling white peacock sprang from the tip of his wand and ran ahead of them. "Expecto Dash," Albus tried to shout after his friend, but his vocal cords froze at the sight of a black figure creeping toward them from the distance. A fiendish figure, almost as if the darkness itself had taken the form of a living creature, wearing a black cloak over its rotting, damp skin. Even the countless inferi he had seen in St. Mungo's hospital weren't as terrifying as the Dementors. Expecto Dash. Albus didn't finish his sentence. A cold wind chilled the air to the point of freezing, and a shiver ran down his spine. In his blurred vision, the peacock Patronus, its beautiful wings spread wide, was fending off and dispatching countless Dementors, but one of them had slipped into the shadows and was approaching them. Then a hand on his shoulder made Albus turn to face his father, who had stepped up beside him. "It's always hard at first. I've failed many, many times to summon one." "Really, Dad?" said Albus, his voice shaking. "Then how did you succeed?" "I learned to believe in myself," said Harry. His voice was soft, as if he didn't care that the Dementors were closing in on them, the air around them getting colder and colder. "I believe you can do it. You just need to believe in yourself." Albus took a deep breath, stopped looking away, and faced the Dementor that lay just ahead of him. He could even see its gaping mouth beneath its hood now, sucking the air around it as hungrily as a leech. Expecto Patronum. A silver-white doe sprang from Albus's wand. The bright, blinding light, like a small moon in a cave, pushed back the darkness and made the Dementors flinch. Despite her gentle appearance, the doe was as fearless and ferocious as a bull, charging at her enemy and smashing her head into the incoming Dementor. Soon, the doe and the peacock joined forces to fight the remaining Dementors in the passage, plunging them deeper into darkness. And by the time the blinding light faded with the Patronus, the chill of helplessness that hung in the air was gone. "Boys, this is great," muttered Professor Longbottom, staring in disbelief at where the two patron uses had disappeared. "It's a shame to be a professor. I'm going to need a lesson in Patronus charm from you." "Well, that's all done then. Let's get on with it," said Mr. Pruitt said gruffly, leading the way. "Faraday, slow down," shouted Harry urgently. "There are still Dementors out there, Dash." But it was too late. A black figure leapt out of the darkness and charged at Mr. Pruitt. But to everyone's surprise, the Dementor left him alone, seemingly unperturbed, and flew straight for the rest of them. "Expecto Patronum," shouted Longbottom, and a blinding light from the tip of his wand blocked the Dementor's approach and sent it flying back. "What was that, Mr. Pruitt?" gasped Scorpius. "The Dementor doesn't care about you, Dash." "Yeah, not interested in me at all, just like it's not interested in most muggles and squibs," said Mr. Pruitt coolly. "If you had any sense of observation, you would have realized as much. The Dementors only seek the souls of those who can use magic." "What do you mean?" asked Longbottom, his eyes wide open. I'm trained as an auror, and I've never heard of such a thing. Well, think about it. The last time Voldemort was on the rise, there was a chilling mist all over England. While normal people couldn't see it, it was because Dementors were everywhere, said Faraday. If they'd been sucking the souls out of muggles in the streets, there would have been at least thousands of casualties, and the whole country would have been in a panic. But that didn't happen, although I'm sure everyone felt a little depressed that year and the year after. Well, when did you find out? Asked Professor Longbottom, and Mr. Pruitt smiled. I did an experiment. I was walking through the park one foggy day around that time and spotted a group of Dementors. They didn't seem to be visible to anyone else, but I could see them, probably because I'm a squib and not just a muggle. They didn't seem to be trying to harm the passers-by, so I hovered close to them, and they weren't interested in me either. Faraday, you could have been in trouble, cried Harry. Now I remember the Dementors once tried to suck the soul out of my cousin. It's not like they don't target muggles. Ah, I remember reading about that in your biography, said Faraday casually. But then it was that nasty woman named Umbridge who sent them. I suppose they followed her instructions to attack you so faithfully that they tried to suck the soul out of the wrong target. You know, like a boy forced by his mother to eat his vegetables. Vegetables? Exclaimed Longbottom in disbelief. We're talking about human souls? They're just food for the Dementors, said Faraday. Anyway, I've come to the conclusion that the Dementors only hunger for wizard souls. From what we've seen, the Dementors originated from Muggle sailors kidnapped by Christies, didn't they? So it's possible they're relentless in their pursuit of magical souls out of hatred for the wizards who made them what they are. You said you've done experiments, Faraday, Harry said, lost in thought. Well then, let's keep going. They walked wordlessly for a while, down the narrow, cavernous passage that curved and twisted this way and that. Finally, their surroundings suddenly widened, and they emerged into a large room dimly lit with blue light. In the middle, a calm, but somehow threatening black pool cut across the crypt on the other side. Albus looked up and almost screamed as he felt the blackness of the pool spread into the air above him. There were at least a dozen Dementors floating on the surface. Harry motioned for the rest of the group to stop, then walked over to the pond himself. Albus, is this okay? Said Scorpius worriedly. Your father can't use Patronus Charm right now. Leave him alone for now, said Professor Longbottom. Albus watched nervously as his father approached the Dementor-infested pool. Eventually, Harry reached the edge of the pond, where the still, calm surface was shaped like a black veil. Not far from him, a Dementor glided across the water like a skater on ice. To their surprise, however, the hideous, mouthless face in the cloak looked back at him, and then away, unconcerned. Harry turned and gestured to the rest of the group. Faraday was right. They really only want the souls of wizards, said Harry. He said it nonchalantly, but Albus could sense the wistfulness in his father's voice. Now summon the patron uses and go to the pond. There's a path across. Expecto Patronum, Albus and Scorpius shouted simultaneously, and a pure white peacock and doe sprang from the tips of their wands and trotted toward the pond, where the Dementors, sensing the intruders, pounced like a pack of hungry wolves across the water. But before they could get any closer, a peacock swooped down and flapped its beautiful, dazzling wings, blocking their approach from the air. The Dementors dodged the peacock and swooped down close to the ground, their cold beginning to freeze the surface of the water. That's it. Now all we have to do is step on the water when it freezes, said Harry. Albus stepped cautiously onto the inky black ice, which mirrored the pond that lay just below. He imagined the thin ice cracking and him sinking to the bottom of the abyss, but thankfully the ice supported his weight. You've done very well, Albus, said Harry warmly. You have nothing to fear. The Dementors will never defeat the Patronus, just as despair will never defeat hope. As the peacock and doe danced in a circle on the frozen pond around them, the Dementors hovered just outside the wall of white light that the patron uses had created. Albus shivered as he and the others crossed the ice, careful not to slip. When they finally reached the other side of the pool, the group followed Harry's lead and entered a small crypt in the wall on that side. Scorpius, said Harry, do you think you can get your Patronus to guard this place? Scorpius nodded vigorously. The peacock that had been hovering in the air, blocking the Dementor's approach, landed gracefully in front of them. The peacock unfurled its ornate plumage, dotted with jewel, like orbs of light, and the entrance to the crypt was completely blocked. The charging dementors hovered in front of it, helpless to get through the Patronus. Finally, Albus exhaled and relaxed his body. The doe he'd summoned earlier was already gone. "This is so much better," Harry muttered as he turned around. "The last time I was here with Teddy and Kingsley, there were so many dementors in the crypt, it was hard to get moving. Fortunately for Albus, there were no dementors in this man-made crypt. Almost all of them seemed to have been driven into the pond and trapped there by Scorpius's Patronus. Still, the chill that seemed to have seeped into his bones refused to go away. He followed his father and Mr. Pruitt, grinding his teeth. They came to a small room with a small bed and bookshelf visible through a flimsy wooden door that was almost rotten. "This is Acrisides' old bedroom, Albus," Harry explained to his curious son. "I saw it in his memories. Maybe if we walk a little further, we'll see the machine we're looking for." But contrary to his father's words, after another turn or two, instead of leading to an open underground space, the crypt was blocked by solid rock. They had reached a dead end. "This is not what we remember, Harry," Mr. Pruitt said, looking unusually puzzled. "Surely there should be a clearing from here, and we should be able to see the machine of reality." "It's probably covered with magic," Harry said calmly, gesturing to Professor Longbottom. "Come here, Neville. I think I've seen similar dark magic when I was with Dumbledore before." Albus could now see Professor Longbottom's face clearly in the light of the wand's tip. His once human face was now wrinkled and haggard like a bulldog's, and the black marks under his eyes, which even the bright light could not erase, were etched like burn wounds. Albus had been exhausted and depressed by the evil influence of the Dementors ever since he descended into their lurking underground, but compared to what Professor Longbottom had been through, his must have felt like a picnic. Suddenly, Albus remembered how Longbottom had to destroy his own mother, who'd been turned into an inferius when they had escaped from St. Mungo's hospital. After such a devastating experience, it was only natural that the Dementors would have a greater effect on Professor Longbottom. "What am I supposed to do?" stammered Professor Longbottom, shivering with cold and fatigue. "We have to find traces of magic," replied Harry. "Put your hand on the wall of the cave over here and see if you can feel anything." Longbottom turned in place, then slowly moved to the spot. "My hand seems to be shaking more now that I'm here, Harry. Then it must be somewhere near. Put your hand on that wall over there." Longbottom walked to where Harry had asked him to and slowly ran his palm along the rocky wall with an open hand. "I don't feel anything." "Concentrate on your senses," said Harry patiently. Longbottom groped along the wall, flailing his arms as if trying to swim against the ground, until he reached a point where suddenly there was a puff of acrid smoke, accompanied by a bang similar to a firecracker, and he jumped back in surprise. "Well done, you found it somehow," Harry said as he approached the still smoldering spot. Without warning, he pulled a pocket knife from his coat and held the sharp blade to his palm. "Dad, no!" cried Albus urgently, but the damage was done. His father's palm was already deeply gouged, and the blood oozing from it glistened faintly in the light of his wand. "There's nothing to worry about, Albus," Harry said with a wry grin, holding his blood-stained palm to the smoldering spot. "I can get Neville to treat me. The important thing right now is to get this thing open." As the blood smeared on the stone wall, a silvery outline arched over it, forming a door-like shape. With that, the color drained from the rock inside the outline, making it transparent, and soon a dark passageway appeared behind it. "It worked, Harry!" exclaimed Faraday triumphantly as Longbottom rushed over and stroked the wound on Harry's palm with his wand, which quickly healed. "Good, so all the dark wizards share similar tastes," Harry said, stepping into the passageway in front of him. "I was wondering what would happen if this didn't work, but apparently blood is the key. I read it in your biography. Voldemort used the same method to hide his Horcruxes, I believe," said Mr. Pruitt. "If he put up a good CCTV instead of this flimsy spell, he might still be in this world." As the group walked in, the initially pitch-dark room was suddenly illuminated by green lanterns hovering overhead. Fortunately, there were no Dementors in the vast cavern, but the stone walls seemed to be closing in on them from all sides, making Albus feel uneasy. "There it is, "The machine is still there," shouted Mr. Pruitt excitedly. Indeed, near the wall opposite the entrance he had pointed to, lay a grotesquely shaped object of metal. Together they approached the machine at a brisk pace, a skeletal metal sphere with a flat plate in the center, slightly resembling a hospital bed. "Okay, it's a little rusty, but it looks functional," Faraday said, touching the surface of the machine and the large and small cogs that interlocked around the wide plate in the center. "I still can't believe one of your wizards ever thought to build something this elaborate. It was a dark wizard who killed and tortured hundreds of people who made this," Faraday said Harry gravely. "You saw the Dementas outside. They're the evil byproducts of that process. Anyway, it is thanks to him that we have the honor of testing this machine." Faraday set the bag he was carrying on the ground and pulled out a large, crumpled roll of parchment. "This is the blueprint for this machine, left by a Christie's and found by Ministry of Magic investigators long ago. Let's take a look and see if we can get it working." "If you don't even know how this thing works, do you really think you can fix it?" asked Scorpius. "If the parts are in the right place, I don't see why not," Faraday said, studying the blueprint carefully. He sat on the cold stone floor for a long moment, comparing the plans with the machine in front of him, and then looked back at Harry. "Harry, when we rescued the kidnapped children from the Quidditch Stadium before, do you still have the magical eye you found then?" "Yes, I brought it with me, just in case." Harry pulled a large, hard eyeball with a bright blue iris out of his pocket and handed it to Mr. Pruitt, who picked it up and held it in front of his eyes. "Oh, very good. Now I can see through the machine with this." Albus looked at Scorpius's face at the mention of the Quidditch Stadium where he had lost his father, Draco Malfoy, and his eyes had quickly filled with water. Over the years, Albus and Scorpius had both enjoyed watching Quidditch matches, even though their flying skills were not as good as their father's. But now Albus had the sad thought that the two of them would never be able to go to a match again without thinking of Mr. Malfoy's tragic death. Meanwhile, Mr. Pruitt, whose magical eyeball, once used by a legendary Auror named Mad-Eye Moody before Albus was born, had seen through the machine, circled the two spots on the blueprint with a red pen, and finally stood up. "Okay, I figured out what parts we need," said Mr. Pruitt joyfully. "We're going to need this sphere and a cylindrical object filled with a greenish liquid, each of which is a consumable that we have to put in every time we use the machine." "I suppose you use it to turn someone back into a wizard," said Scorpius. "So did Acrisdes manage to break the fourth curse?" "No," said Harry simply. "He's gone from this world, and I hope something else happens to me." "Dad, you can't do this," cried Albus. If you disappear like him, Dash, I'll definitely come back for you," Harry said with a smile. "No matter what happens, I'll be back. I promise. And when I do, I'll be a wizard again." "You don't have to be a wizard, Dad," Albus said, wiping the tears from his eyes. "I don't care if you're a wizard or not. I can't believe it's such a risk, Dash." "It's a risk we have to take, Albus," said Harry quietly. He bent his knees and locked eyes with his son. "The centaurs who lead the magical creatures have told me that their prophecy can only be fulfilled if I become a wizard, and only then can they help us. We can never win this war on our own. We need their help." Albus tried to argue back, trying to act like the immature son of a younger age. But now, instead of his familiar father, he was looking at Harry Potter, the greatest hero, carrying the fate of the entire wizarding world on his shoulders. When Albus remained silent, Harry pulled his son into a tight embrace and turned to the rest of the group. "Now, I want you all to find the pieces Faraday told you about. Neville and I will look for the cylindrical part, and Albus and Scorpius, I want you to look for the sphere part. Faraday, you can stay here and study the machine further." "Good idea." "And Albus, take this with you," Faraday said, handing him the magical eye. "The orb thing might be in the room where the parts are hidden, so you might as well try it with this." Albus stumbled through the vast cavern with Scorpius, feeling dazed. The machine of reality, which only moments before had seemed like a miraculous weapon to save the wizarding world, now seemed like a monster about to devour his father. And somehow being away from it made him feel a little lighter. "The cave is bigger than it looks, and the passage starts there," said Scorpius cheerfully. "Maybe we'll find what we're looking for in there." Albus reluctantly followed his friend into the tunnel, hoping that they would not find the part and Harry would not be able to use the machine. The walls and ceiling were made of dirt, with rotting wooden supports everywhere, just as artificially dug into the ground as the crypt they had just passed through. There were several rooms with doors, some of them very grim-looking, with chains and rings hanging from the walls where Christies used to tie up and torture captured muggles. They reached the end of the passage without success, and Albus's heart swelled with hope when they didn't find the piece. Maybe it's not here after all. Maybe we shouldn't try this machine at all, Albus said briskly. Wait a minute, Albus. There's a room back here. The spot Scorpius pointed to appeared to be part of a wall at first glance, but there were several pieces of wood left over, forming a rectangular shape that resembled a door. Albus reluctantly brought the Moody's magical eye to his own eye, and beyond the collapsed mound of earth, he could see a large shelf and some miscellaneous items on it. There's something here, Albus admitted grudgingly. We might want to check it out. Scorpius pulled out his own wand and grinned at his friend. I've been wanting to try this spell for a while. Bombard! With a loud bang, the dirt and stones blocking the entrance were blown away as if in a storm. Albus covered his nose with his sleeve and coughed at the sudden blast of dust. Scorpius quickly raised his wand, sucking up the dust like a vacuum cleaner, and soon the air was clean again. Ah, there's what we're looking for, exclaimed Scorpius, pointing to a shelf. Sure enough, there was an iron ball about the size of a bludger. Albus reluctantly followed him inside, picking up one sphere after another and examining them. Scorpius shook it, and it made a fine sound like sand being ground inside. This must be Dash. Scorpius's eyes widened as if he realized something. Then he trailed off and picked up an identical sphere next to it. Just in case we need a spare, Scorpius tucked the backup into his pocket, enchanted with an expansion spell. He grinned, but when Albus didn't return the smile, his expression turned serious as he realized something. Albus, so you don't dash. Yeah, I still don't trust the ruddy machine, snapped Albus. Even if my dad went through all that trouble, I can't believe he'd trust his life to such a dangerous machine when he could be gone forever. Albus, Mr. Potter has already survived 2 killing curses. What's there to worry about for a man who hasn't even been affected by death? I'm sure he'll go into that machine again and come out the other side a wonderful wizard. Yeah, that's what you'd say because he's not your father, Dash, Albus started, then realized what he'd just said and quickly shut his mouth, but it was too late. Scorpius's face was pale enough to be seen in the dark. I'm sorry, Scorpius. Albus, do you know what those horrible dementors showed me? Said Scorpius quietly. 2 funerals, one for my mother and one for my father. They both seem to be sleeping peacefully with their eyes closed, but no matter how desperately I call out to them, they won't answer. I'll never hear from them again. And just a moment ago, I was so depressed that I thought I'd rather give up everything and let the dementors take my soul. Albus didn't know what to say and just listened to his friend's confession. Sure, a few bad memories had flashed through his mind as he walked past the dementors, like the time he'd been taunted as a Slytherin squib for not living up to his father's reputation, or the time he'd caused the death of the Slytherin prefect, Craig Boker. But those were small, insignificant things compared to what Scorpius had just gone through as an orphan. But do you know why I didn't give it all up? Why I didn't jump into that black pond? Scorpius went on. It's because of your father. I still have a lot of memories of my parents, a lot of happy ones. And I don't think Mr. Potter even has any memories of his own parents. I can't give up on him, not when he's fighting so bravely by our side. It's not that I don't care about Mr. Potter, Albus. I'm just helping him because I have faith that he'll make it this time, that he'll come back to our side to save our world. They walked silently out of the storage room where the parts were kept and back down the passage. Albus wanted to believe, as much as Scorpius did, that his father would return in one piece. But even so, his unease was not completely gone. Where the hell could Christies have gone? Visions of flowing lava, fiery pits everywhere, and other horrific scenes of hell flashed through his mind, with the occasional flash of lightning cutting through the black sky as thick rain poured down. When the boys returned, the adults were already there, and the machine already had a cylindrical part plugged into one side, filled with an ominous-looking acid-green liquid. This probably acts as a fuel canister, and you found the orb, too, Mr. Pruitt slid the spherical metal piece Scorpius had handed him next to the flat plate in the center of the machine, and it clicked into place. Now, Harry, all you have to do is lie down here, and we're all done. I think the rest of you better get back to the Ministry of Magic, said Harry seriously. We don't know when the Dawnbreakers will attack. We're in a hurry to fight them, and we can't spare a single person. But Harry, what if the Dementors get this far? Asked Professor Longbottom worriedly. Oh, don't worry about that. If my plan works, I'll be a wizard and cast a Patronus charm to drive them away myself. And if it doesn't, they won't touch me because Dementors are only interested in wizards. Ah, so that's why you made such a bold experiment with a Dementor, said Mr. Pruitt. Well, at least one of us has to see what's going on here, so I'm staying in Azkaban. It's not like I'm going to be any help in the fight anyway, being a squib, and if you need my knowledge, you can reach me by phone. Harry nodded and then carefully lowered himself onto the machine. Albus pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but afraid it would be too much of a goodbye. He watched as Faraday pulled the lever and the metal structure slowly rotated in a circle around the metal plate, trying to believe that sooner or later he would see his father again. Soon a thin metal membrane stretched out from the structures, wrapping itself tightly around Harry and the plate he was lying on like a cocoon, and the skeletal machine was now fully spherical. The glowing green liquid in the cylindrical fuel canister attached to its side began to shrink rapidly. Though it could not be seen, something was happening inside the machine. The metal plate covering the one on which Harry lay remained untouched as the structure spun faster and faster, giving off a faint heat. The others stood there for what seemed like an eternity, waiting for the spinning of the structure and the humming of the machine to stop completely. Finally, the structure stopped moving, and the thin shield covering the metal plate on which the occupant lay disappeared into the frame itself. But there was no longer a man on the exposed flat plate. His father, Harry Potter, had vanished without a trace. A message from the dead. Albus stared in disbelief at the machine of reality that had swallowed his father alive. He couldn't believe what had just happened. It had just made a dangerous attempt to kill his father right in front of him, and he had just watched like a fool. Albus, don't worry. He'll be back, Scorpius said, his voice full of conviction. He's just out of our sight right now, but somewhere he's taking his test to become a wizard again. Like the Triwizard Tournament, for example. Mr. Potter won that, didn't he? Yes, Dad won the Triwizard Cup, muttered Albus weakly. He had no idea if Harry would pass the test and win this time, or if he would vanish from the world forever, like Cedric Diggory, whom they had tried to save with the Time Turner before, but ended up meeting his fated demise. You can go back to the Ministry now, said Mr. Pruitt. I'm going to stay here and keep an eye on things. Very well, Faraday, said Longbottom. His face was purple from the cold and the depressing presence of the Dementors. If by any chance Harry shows up again, call us. Mr. Pruitt waved his phone in the air as if to reassure him. I just checked, and we have satellite phone service here too. The world has changed for the better, hasn't it? Once everyone had helped themselves to a large piece of chocolate, Albus and Scorpius followed Professor Longbottom back to the entrance, which was now firmly blocked by a rock wall. Without warning, Longbottom drew from his pocket a small, sharp knife he used to gather plants, cut his palm, and rubbed the flowing blood on the rock. The shape of an arch appeared, and the passage swung open. Before they could step out, Mr. Pruitt suddenly called after them. Wait a minute, he said. I have a question. Yes, go ahead, said Longbottom impatiently. He looked as if he wanted to get out of this horrible dungeon as soon as possible. Can you kill a Dementor? No. If you could, the ruddy things would have been wiped off the planet a long time ago, said Longbottom flatly. He's right, Scorpius added. Mr. Saul Croker, a very capable researcher who used to work for the Department of Mysteries, tried various experiments to see if he could kill a caged Dementor, but they all failed. He only succeeded in casting a powerful Confundus charm on it, making it more docile than usual. Oh, I know Croker. He's the one who figured out that the maximum amount of time you can travel in a time turner without serious side effects is 5 hours, isn't he? Said Mr. Pruitt. And I hear he's head of the Department of Mysteries now. By the way, why do you care about killing the Dementors? Said Longbottom hopefully. Have you found a way to kill them? If so, tell me how. No, it's nothing like that. I'll just come up with an interesting theory, said Faraday thoughtfully. But I think I'll have to think about it a bit more to develop it. I'll let Hermione know when I've finished the hypothesis. Now go. Albus hadn't thought it possible. But the journey back to the surface was even more difficult than when they had first come down. With no father to cheer them on, Albus's Patronus kept disappearing and Scorpius's refused to listen to his order, leading to several dangerous moments. They tried to freeze the pond like they had done before, but it proved difficult. They crossed the water in a flimsy ferry, using a door frame and a bookcase they'd salvaged from a Christie's old bedroom. When they finally emerged into the entrance hall of Azkaban, and then into the governor's office, they were both bitterly cold, their hair frozen and their faces as pale as Infurius's. Longbottom made several unsuccessful attempts to light the fire, his pronunciation muffled by the shivering, before Scorpius, in better condition, shouted incendio and lit the hearth. As the surroundings brightened, Longbottom's miserable condition became more apparent. His feet dragged on the stone floor, and several deep lines were etched into his weathered, round face, lines that seemed never to be erased. And now, YUT take this. Longbottom fumbled, pulled the sack from his arms, and tried to hand it to the boys. His arm was shaking so badly, however, that half of the glittering flu powder fell out. Albus quickly reached for the sack, grabbed a handful, and scattered it into the flames. "Professor, you go first." Longbottom started to protest, but his two students pushed him toward the fireplace and threw him into the emerald glow of the flames. "The Ministry of Magic," he muttered weakly, and Professor Longbottom was gone in a flash. "Are you sure he got that right?" said Scorpius, looking back at his friend worriedly. "From what I heard, yes. I didn't hear it very well, though. Come on, let's go." Albus grabbed a handful of flu powder from the bag when he noticed that Scorpius had opened the curtains and was staring at something outside the window. "Scorpius, what are you doing?" "There's nothing to see, Dash." "Albus, since when has there been a boat out there?" Albus hurried over to the window and looked in the direction Scorpius was pointing. There was a small motor boat floating in the rough water just off the jagged rocky island, with no one on board. "Whose is it?" "A muggle fisherman drifting along." "No, muggles can never see this island," said Scorpius seriously. "It must be the Dawnbreakers. We need to tell Mr. Pruitt as soon as possible," exclaimed Albus. By now, all the flu powder he'd been holding had slipped through his fingers, leaving his hands empty. "If they do anything to the machine of reality, Dad might never come back." "Let's get down there," said Scorpius urgently. As they ran out of the office and down the corridor, he said, "How the hell did they know? How did they know we were here?" "Maybe there was a leak on the inside," Albus said, assuming the worst. It was only a few months ago that a traitor led Dumbledore's army into the burning Malfoy Manor. There was no telling what Jimmy Roberts, the Dawnbreaker in charge of appeasement and intimidation, wouldn't try again. As they stepped onto the stone stairs and ran down a few steps, a metallic sound echoed from the hall. Below. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Albus and Scorpius stopped in their tracks and looked at each other in horror. Those were not footsteps to be confused with anyone else's. Eisen Bein was coming upstairs. "This way, quick," whispered Scorpius, tugging at Albus's arm. They turned into the left corridor of this floor, where empty cells with open doors were lined up along the wall, and they chose one in the middle and ducked inside. No sooner had they leaned against the cold stone wall, breathless, than the metallic footsteps, which had been getting louder, stopped on the floor they were on. Albus suddenly remembered that he had a magical eyeball in his pocket that could see through solid objects. He pulled it out and pressed it to his eye. The stone wall in front of him instantly disappeared, revealing the 4 Dawnbreakers standing in the hallway. Eisen Bein with his 2 metal legs under his dark cloak, Robbie Leach with her half-black hair wrapped in a hairnet, Jimmy Roberts with his short blonde hair and sunglasses, and Colonel Fubster in his military uniform with an intimidating machine that looked like a scorpion's tail clicking overhead. Fortunately, they were looking down the corridor to the right, not to the left where Albus and Scorpius were hiding. It took a slight shift in the direction of his magical eye for Albus to realize that the cells, dozens of them, held the criminals who had taunted them earlier. "Look who's here, those who once called themselves the Death Eaters." Eisen Bein's sarcastic voice echoed through the corridor. "But where's their master now?" He said he would somehow eat death, but instead he was eaten by it and is now moldering somewhere. Leech, Roberts, and Fubster laughed out loud. The Death Eaters, who had been taunting Harry and Professor Longbottom earlier, stood near the gates and listened in silence as the people who could really hurt them arrived. "Boss, what do you think we should do with them?" Robbie Leech stepped forward, smiling brightly. Scorpius, who had been severely tortured by her when he was held captive in the wizarding factory, shuddered at the sound of her voice. "They have taken it upon themselves to become Voldemort's servants," said Eisen Bein softly. "Let us send them to their beloved lord. Kill all those with the dark mark on their forearms." A shout of protest and profanity erupted from the cells, followed by the screams of a woman who said she didn't want to die. Robbie Leech didn't care, just licked her lips and chuckled as if she had a delicious meal in front of her. When she drew her wand and approached the inmates, Eisen Bein held her. "Wait, Colonel Fubster. Take out your gun," said Eisen Bein. "They've been making a fool of us muggles, and now they're going to get a taste of a muggle's wand." As Leech stepped back with a satisfied grin, Fubster stepped into her place and pulled the rifle from his back. The horrified screams and curses grew louder. Undaunted, Fubster strode down the corridor, shooting and killing the former Death Eaters one by one, each shot echoing off the stone walls as he pulled the trigger, drowning out the sobs and pitiful pleas. "Colonel, leave Rookwood to me. I'll take care of him myself." Eisen Bein stopped in front of one of the cells, raised his wand, and pointed it at the ceiling. As his hand moved, the stones that made up the ceiling of that cell crumbled away, crushing Rookwood beneath them and causing him to let out a shrill scream. Eisen Bein didn't pause, waiting until Rookwood was crushed and completely buried under a torrent of stone that rushed down like water from a faucet before lowering his wand. "No use hiding your arms," muttered Fubster, who had now moved deeper into the corridor and aimed his weapon at the prisoners. "My eye can see all those hideous marks." A sudden, heavy silence fell over the prison as Fubster walked to the end of the corridor and shot and disposed of Electo Caro, who was still screaming her last. The acrid smoke from the gun tickled Albus's nose, and he had to fight not to cough. "Let's see the rest of them," Eisen Bein said, walking to the cell closest to the stairs. "Pay your respects, everyone. We have before us the person who was by far the worst defense against the dark arts Professor Hogwarts has ever had. I assure you, that's not an easy feat." Albus looked through his magical eye and saw a stocky old woman behind the bars, dressed in a prisoner's uniform with her hands clasped respectfully. She had short, curly gray hair and a wrinkled face with sagging flesh and bulging eyes that resembled a grumpy toad. "That must be Dolores Umbridge," Albus whispered to Scorpius. "I heard about her from the parents. Dad said he got his start in Dumbledore's army because she was so mean to him." "That's true. It's a shame, but my dad said he once served under that woman as a member of the Inquisitorial Squad." Hem. Umbridge cleared her throat, unaffected by the mocking reference to herself. "Mr. Eisen Bein, I have heard the stories about you. Words of your fame and noble intentions have trickled down to this ramshackle place." The voice was girlishly cheerful and high-pitched, not at all in keeping with her appearance. "You and I have the same enemy. Hem. Rumor has it that you have caused a great deal of trouble for that abomination, Harry Potter." "So, Miss Umbridge, you mean you want to help us?" asked Eisen Bein, intrigued. "Of course I do, sir. I could be of great use to your organization. I once worked as a senior undersecretary to the minister, served as a headmistress at Hogwarts, and worked to build the character of some of the meanest rascals. I hear you're building a factory to imprison those wicked children. Sounds like the perfect place for me." Umbridge let out a silly laugh, but when Eisen Bein just stared at her in silence, she quickly shut up. "You know, Roberta here always likes to say, sooner or later, justice will be done." As Eisen Bein said this, he extended his silver hand. Grinning, Robbie Leech pulled a small, long object from her pocket and placed it in the palm of his silver hand. At Albus's urging, the magical eyeball magnified the object. A black quill with a pointed tip, which Eisen Bein took and waved in front of Umbridge's eyes. "And in your case, it seems that justice will be served in the form of this quill. Do you remember what this is, Dolores? I paid a fortune at auction for your old stuff." Umbridge didn't answer, but let out what sounded like a small whimper. Eisen Bein slipped his hand through the grate she was trapped in and handed her the black quill, along with a long parchment scroll. Now, I want you to think of this as an initiation test into our organization. Write the phrase, "I must not look like a bad-tempered toad," 500 times on this, and I may spare you. As the other three Dawn Breakers sniggered, Umbridge quickly took the quill and scroll, knelt on the floor, and began to write the phrase Eisen Bein had told her over and over again. Whatever the quill did, Umbridge let out an occasional groan of pain as she wrote the lines. Now let's see who's next. Albus tugged at Scorpius's sleeve as Eisen Bein muttered this and moved deeper into the corridor with his subordinates. Trying to rush down the stairs while they were distracted, the two boys muffled their footsteps and stepped out into the corridor for a moment, only to duck into another cell next door when Eisen Bein stopped abruptly. "Oh, I see we have another guest here. It's been a long time, Fenrir Greyback." "You know me." "I am honored," said Greyback hoarsely. Unlike earlier, when he had taunted Albus's group as they descended the stairs, his voice now sounded humbled, perhaps after seeing the horrible deaths of his fellow prisoners. "Given the chance, I would fight for you as one of the Dawn Breakers. You would? I have watched you for a long time. You fought so bravely in the last battle," said Eisen Bein softly. Albus felt his stomach turn as he thought about Greyback's countless evil deeds, including biting Teddy's father to turn him into a werewolf and disfiguring Bill Weasley's face. If the werewolves like him were to side with the Dawn Breakers, nothing could be worse. "Thank you. If you accept, I will serve you as my master, as I did the Dark Lord," Greyback's rasping voice said. Albus checked with his magical eye, and the werewolf was now kneeling on the ground. Eisen Bein flicked his wand once, and the bars holding him creaked open. Then he stepped into the cell and stood facing Greyback. "You're going to be a great help to us. I heard you enjoy preying on girls. Is that true?" "Of course, my lord," Greyback said with a wicked grin. "Ah, the softness of their skin already makes my mouth water. Then kiss my hand, swear your allegiance to me, and from then on you will be one of us." Greyback knelt and pressed his mouth to the silver hand Eisen Bein held out. But when his head was close enough, instead of accepting the kiss, the silver hand flicked like a shark snatching its prey and grabbed the thick neck of the werewolf. Greyback's eyes widened, and he struggled. But Eisen Bein was undeterred, slowly lifting the massive man into the air with one hand. Now he struggled, tugging at the silver fingers gripping his throat with long yellow nails, but they didn't budge. "Oops, didn't I tell you my hand might bite?" Looking into the dying man's eyes, Eisen Bein applied more force to his fingers, and with a hideous crack of bone, Fenrir Greyback's limbs flailed helplessly as he hung by the neck from the silver hand. When Eisen Bein dropped the werewolf's body to the cold floor, a terrified squeal came from Umbridge's cell. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The sound of steel legs hitting the hard floor could be heard as Eisen Bein stepped out of the dead man's cell. Taking that as his cue, Albus stepped silently out into the corridor with Scorpius, heading for the stairs as the Dawn Breakers turned. At the last moment, however, their footsteps stopped and they ducked into one of the empty cells near the stairs. "Finally, here's Delphi Diggory," said Eisen Bein. Albus and Scorpius both gasped at the sound of her name. Delphi Diggory was actually the hidden daughter of Voldemort and Bellatrix, who had recruited the two boys into a plot to use a time-turner to prevent her evil father's death. Delphi had killed a Slytherin prefect, Craig Boker, in the process, and had been imprisoned in Azkaban for murder ever since her plan was foiled by their fathers. So much had happened in the intervening years that Albus had forgotten them, and by the looks of it, so did Scorpius. Albus used his magical eye to look through the wall and see what was going on. Delphi sat cross-legged in the middle of her cell, glaring at the Dawn Breakers who were watching her like a trapped zoo animal. "Do you have anything to say?" "I don't see much will to live," said Eisen Bein curiously. Then a woman's voice that sounded familiar to Albus spoke. "If you want to kill me, kill me. I will not sully my parents' honor by bowing to a lowly muggle like you. I see you have great respect for your parents. I won't bother to mention that one of them died in defeat to a teenage boy and the other to a housewife. Don't pretend you know about them," Delphi shouted, and Eisen Bein clicked his tongue and bent down to meet her eyes. I've lived a ghostly life for over 100 years now, and I've seen a lot of things that would make people cringe. For example, I was there when Dumbledore and Grindelwald spent the nights together. Those intense nights would have been enough to make even the most reverent of Dumbledore's admirers faint with shock, said Eisen Bein quietly. Delphi seemed to grow increasingly agitated as she stared at the misty face under his hood. But the most terrifying sight I have ever witnessed, he continued, was the moment you were conceived. Yes, I was present at that very moment, at the side of your parents. It's a most sickening memory. The sight of a 70-year-old snake man writhing on the bed made Nagini, who watched with me, seem much more human. Delphi began to sob at the unbearable insult. Albus should have hated her for deceiving and threatening him so long ago, but strangely, he didn't feel that way. Only pity. A girl born to the wrong parents, unable to shake off their sins. Albus thought of his friend, who had been raised by a similarly guilty father and had become a decent person, and wondered if Delphi could have changed had she been given the chance. But Eisen Bein didn't seem to want to give her that opportunity. I'd rather not have been born, Delphi whispered between sobs. If I'm going to end up miserable like this, I'd rather never have been born. I feel the same way, said Eisen Bein. Suddenly, there was a burst of flashing green light that covered the walls and ceiling of the hallway the same color. There was a hissing sound, as if something invisible was slicing through the air. And just like that, the deathly footsteps that had taken Delphi, Diggory's life, faded into the distance. Albus and Scorpius froze at what had just happened, not even thinking to take advantage of the opening and run down the stairs. They had seen and heard countless prisoners die on this floor, but the death of someone they knew had a completely different effect. She followed her father's path to the end. Quite the daughter, isn't she? Muttered Eisen Bein, and Leech gave a sharp laugh in agreement. Now let's see if our dear Professor Umbridge has done her homework properly. Then we'll go down to the dungeons. Albus's heart sank when he heard these words. Did they really know everything? Did they come here to take his father's life? Albus, we really have to go down this time, whispered Scorpius. They'll probably try to kill Umbridge. Let's get down the stairs while we still can. Albus nodded, then watched Eisen Bein's movements with his magical eyeball. The Dawnbreakers were now back the way they came, approaching Umbridge's cell. It was on the side closer to the stairs, and it would take a lot of luck and wits to get around it without them noticing. When Eisen Bein finally stopped in front of the cell, Umbridge, still kneeling on the floor, scribbling offensive words on the piece of parchment, began to sob. The back of her hand was bleeding profusely from the quill she was using. Please, just a little, I'm almost done. I only have to write it 30 more times. Really? You've done well, Eisen Bein said, sounding mildly impressed. You've exceeded my expectations. I think you've finally found something you're good at, Dolores. Of course. I'll get better if you let me live, Umbridge cried, her hand moving faster and faster along the quill. Please, please let me dash, but not well enough. Eisen Bein pointed the wand through the bars, and Umbridge let out a piercing scream in a high, girlish voice. There was another flash of green light, just as intense. This time Scorpius didn't hesitate, tugging on Albus's wrist and dragging him outside. They rounded the corner of the corridor and stepped onto the stairs, hoping to keep their stance flat so that their footsteps would be buried in the hissing sound of the killing curse. Out of the corner of Albus's eye, he caught a glimpse of the hem of Eisen Bein's dark silver-gray cloak. Albus didn't know how he made it down the stairs without falling. His head was spinning, and the dark walls of the stairwell and the stone steps blurred together before his eyes. They reached the entrance hall, and he paused to catch his breath. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Metallic footsteps sounded from several floors above. There was no time to rest. They pushed open the small door beside them, entered, and illuminated by the light of their wands, descended an endless flight of steep stairs in the darkness. Expecto Patronum, cried Scorpius, and his peacock Patronus came out as they passed through the still open iron gates. Expecto Patronum, Albus shouted as well, and his doe Patronus sprinted ahead of its master, scaring away several Dementors in the cavern. Eventually, they came to a large, empty area with a black pond in the middle. "Hurry, we have to get across," Albus shouted as he jumped onto a flimsy ferry made from the remains of a door and a bookshelf. Meanwhile, Scorpius remained at the mouth of the cave, accompanied by his silver-white peacock, and stuck a small object on the side of the entrance. "Scorpius, what are you doing? Get in the boat." "Wait, I'm setting up a listening device," Scorpius said, "just in case they say something useful on the way over here." Clunk, clunk, clunk. From the depths of the cave came footsteps that made Albus's heart freeze. Scorpius had finally finished his work and stepped onto the ferry, and when he tapped his wand twice on the side of the hull, the boat slid to the other side, the metallic, eerie footsteps growing louder behind him. Albus tapped the side of the boat again, and although the boat's speed picked up a little, the opposite shore still seemed as far away as an island across the ocean. Finally, they jumped off on the other side of the pond, and with a flick of Scorpius's wand, the raft broke into pieces and sank beneath the surface. "Do you think we can put it back together later?" Albus asked worriedly. "Leave it to me. We need to hide for now." Just as they entered the crypt, Albus felt a tremendous chill. It was filled with ravenous dementors, their souls the only thing that could satisfy their endless hunger. "Expecto Patronum," Albus shouted, and a glowing doe leapt from the tip of his wand, driving the dementors from the passage. But this time another wave of dementors came at them from behind. "We need to get somewhere defensible. Let's get in there." Albus followed Scorpius into the small room Acrisdes had used as a bedroom, and with the doe blocking the entrance, the dementors crowded around but dared not enter. The boys sighed and flopped down on the creaking bed. Scorpius pulled out his phone and checked the screen, then wordlessly pulled out two small devices that looked like white beans and handed one to Albus. Albus followed his friend's lead and put it in his ear, and to his surprise he heard the words come to life. It sounded like it was coming from the hidden microphone Scorpius had just left across the pond. "We were supposed to meet their leader at this pond," Eisen Bein's voice said. "Ah, here he comes. Who do you think he's meeting?" said Albus, confused. "A Dementor, perhaps," said Scorpius thoughtfully. "We were foolish. The Dawnbreakers didn't come to find your father. They came to meet the Dementors, to enlist their help, just as Voldemort did." Before, a distinctive, air-sucking hiss came from the Dementors through the microphone, followed by words that resembled the whisper of a dying man. Albus strained his ears, unable to make out a word of what the Dementor was saying, but Eisen Bein seemed to have no trouble communicating. "It's good to see you, brother." "Yes, we are as close as brothers can be," Eisen Bein said. "The fourth curse, the most terrible curse that ever existed, made us what we are. In that respect, I am no different from you Dementors." Again there was the sound of the Dementor whispering, and after listening for a while, Colonel Fubster said, "What is it saying, boss? It's hard for me to understand." "He says he accepts our offer. He's willing to stay as a jailer in the wizarding factory for us, sucking the souls out of those who disobey." "Very well," said Leech happily. "They may or may not have souls anyway. We just need to drain their blood." Albus shuddered at the words. He'd been there the day they'd rescued the Slytherins, including Scorpius, from the wizarding factory, and he could still remember the horror of the place, the students in miserable condition and the pools of blood on the floor. Add in the Dementors, and it was clear that the factory would be a place worse than any nightmare, even beyond Azkaban. "Boss, let's go." Roberts's voice came from the listening device in his ear. "It's awfully cold down here." This was followed by the sound of air being sucked out and a Dementor whispering. After listening for a while, Eisen Bein said, "He says there's someone down here." Albus and Scorpius looked at each other in horror. He had eventually figured out they were here. "Who's down there? Who comes to a place like this willingly?" said Fubster's voice. "Couldn't it be Potter and his friends? There was an intruder at St. Mungo's hospital earlier. Maybe they had something to do with this." This time Roberts's voice came through. "Maybe they were trying to do something before we brought the Dementors into the war." "We'll have to find out why," said Eisen Bein. "Let's go across the pond and check it out." "We've got to tell Faraday," urged Albus. "Come along. I'll call the Patronus." The bright peacock that Scorpius had summoned flew ahead of them, chasing away the remaining Dementors in the tunnel. They raced through the passages and came to a dead end at the end. Scorpius had managed to cut his palm and make it bleed. With the blood, the wall became transparent and eventually faded, revealing an arched entrance. "Mr. Pruitt, we're in trouble," Albus exclaimed as soon as he stepped inside. "The dawn breakers are coming, and we have to hide quickly. Really? How did they know we're here?" Mr. Pruitt, who was sitting at his desk next to the machine of reality, jumped to his feet. "It's the Dementors!" exclaimed Scorpius under his breath. "Eisen Bein came to make an alliance with the Dementors, and those horrid monsters told about us." "Good. Then they don't know about the machine yet. Come and hide with us," Albus said to Mr. Pruitt. "They could be here any minute." Mr. Pruitt was lost in thought for a moment, looking back at the machine of reality, then at the rock wall that was the only thing separating them from the outside passageway, and the desk and chair he had been sitting at. "You boys hide in here, and I'll stay outside. I have to face them myself." "What?" said Albus, startled. "But why?" "If all three of us are in here, Eisen Bein will be much more aware of our surroundings, and eventually he'll find the hidden passage in the rock wall and come in here. That puts the machine and Harry in there at grave risk," said Mr. Pruitt calmly. "To hide the fact that this chamber exists, I have to stay out there and trick them, as if I'm here for something other than the machine." "But Albus began, but Mr. Pruitt held up a hand to cut him off, pointing to his desk and chair. "Take those and follow me. We need to make it look like I've set up my lab out there." Scorpius wordlessly pointed his wand and levitated the desk into the air, and without a second thought, Albus lifted his chair as well. They walked at a brisk pace toward the cave wall, and as Scorpius rubbed the dried blood from his palm, a passageway reappeared. "Here, put the desk and chair and a makeshift bookshelf over there." Albus used what transfiguration magic he and Scorpius knew to create several more chairs, as well as a plush red armchair and a sleeping bag. And when he lit a candle on the desk, it soon looked as if Mr. Pruitt had set up a laboratory where he would be staying for a long time. He opened his bag and took out several scrolls of parchment, making the desk look like he had been engrossed in research, and placed the food he had brought next to the armchair. He picked up 2 of the scrolls and placed them in Albus's arms, then sat down at the desk. "Now, these are the only documents that contain information about the machine of reality. Take them and hurry through the secret doorway." "Mr. Pruitt, I have a magical eye," Albus said, showing him the eyeball with a bright blue iris in the palm of his hand. "I'll be watching from the other side, and if anything happens, call me Faraday from now on," he said with a grin. "It might be too late, though. Hurry. I hear footsteps. Clunk, clunk, clunk." Sure enough, the sound of steel feet pounding on the floor of the narrow crypt was accompanied by puffs of steam. The 2 boys took a reluctant step into the still open archway, and as soon as they did, the transparent cavern walls hardened again, hiding them from view. Albus quickly pulled out the eyeball and held it to his eyes, and the landscape beyond the wall came into focus. Faraday sat at his desk with a nonchalant expression on his face, pretending not to hear them. The footsteps gradually ceased, and Eisen Bein emerged, accompanied by 3 of his followers. He glanced around the makeshift lab, his face gently swaying under his hood, and took a few steps inside. Only then did Faraday look up, as if he had spotted the only person there. "That must be Faraday Pruitt," Robert said, making out his face in the darkness. Albus could hear his voice clearly, as though the hidden archway allowed sound to pass through. "He's been giving us a hard time for ages, keeping Dumbledore's army up to date on the latest technology." "Faraday, you're a squib, I take it?" said Eisen Bein gently. "I don't know what your wizard friends have said about us, but we're not the enemies of muggles and squibs. If you join us, we can make this world a better place together. Just think of all the amazing technology we muggles have developed, combined with magic. And those technologies only came about because we couldn't use magic," said Faraday flatly. "If we let everyone use magic, who would bother to study hard, tediously engineer, create brilliant inventions, fail again and again, and work through the night to make their dreams come true? There's no point in arguing with a nutter like that." Leech stepped forward and drew her wand. "Let me question him. Why are you here alone, Pruitt? And where are your friends hiding?" "My friends left some time ago," Faraday said with a smile. The Dementors are only interested in people who can use magic anyway, so there's no point in sticking around to protect me. Don't mess with us, Leech scowled, bringing her wand closer to Faraday's face. What is a squib like you have to gain down here? Well, it goes hand in hand with why you're here. You want to get the Dementors on your side. So I wanted to do some experiments here to see if there was a way to vanquish them once and for all by looking into some old records. Faraday, I'm going to make one last suggestion, Eisen Bein said in a calm but threatening voice. Will you join us, or will you suffer and die? I have no idea. To my ears, the two proposals sound exactly the same, said Faraday coolly. Selling my friends to you sounds painful enough to me. Then I'll give you a taste of that pain. Robbie Leach pointed her wand at Faraday's chest and shouted, Crucio! Albus almost screamed, but barely managed to stop himself. Faraday let out a pitiful shriek and wriggled wildly in his chair. Albus's body shuddered at the memory of the excruciating pain, having been tortured by the same curse once before by Crabbe Sr. and Marcus Dolohov. Watching someone else fall victim to the Cruciatus curse made him feel as if every cell in his body was being stabbed with a hot knife. Finally, Leech raised her wand, and Faraday stopped twitching and gasped. Are you still going to refuse the offer? Asked Leech. Faraday looked up at his tormentor and replied, Of course. Crucio. Faraday's violent struggles continued. Albus wanted to open the archway and rush to his aid, but the disparity in strength was too great. He simply clenched and unclenched his left fist, the one that didn't hold the magical eye, in a fit of rage and desperation. After what seemed like an eternity of torture, Faraday slumped back in his chair, his arms hanging limply behind his back. Have you had a change of heart? Said Leech. Selling your conscience seems like a pretty decent thing to do now, doesn't it? Faraday made no reply. Just when Albus thought he was unconscious, there was a small movement. Faraday moved his hands to the back of his chair and began to scribble a small note in the palm of his hand with a ballpoint pen. What's going on, Albus? Why can't I hear anything? Whispered Scorpius worriedly. Faraday is secretly writing something, said Albus. Do you reckon he's trying to leave us a clue? He doesn't have to, said Scorpius firmly. He can tell us himself as soon as those bastards leave. Aguamini, shouted Leech, and a stream of water shot from the tip of her wand, drenching Faraday's face. He coughed and lifted his head, pretending to wake up, and took the opportunity to drop the finished note on the floor. Albus tried to read it, but even with his magical eye magnified to the maximum, he couldn't make out the small handwriting. Crucio. The torture lasted longer than the first two. Faraday's body moved on its own, joints twisting and muscles flailing like a broken doll. Albus forgot all about the note and just wanted to sit there and sob. When the agony finally ended, Faraday burst out laughing instead of sobbing. It was a manic laugh, raucous and utterly devoid of joy. Roberts and Fubster, standing behind a bewildered Leech, exchanged glances. Has he gone mad? Muttered Roberts. Maybe the torture was too much dash. Then Faraday suddenly stopped laughing and looked straight at Eisen Bein with a broad smile on his face. The madness of a moment before was gone, and his eyes had their usual sharp calm. He opened his mouth with difficulty and said, Don't you see? UP promised so many things be, but in the end, all you give is pain. There's more to it, Eisen Bein muttered, then pulled out his own wand and pointed it at Faraday's face. An intense flash of green light blazed in front of Albus's eyes. The life drained from Faraday's body, and at the same time, Albus's legs, which were barely holding him up, gave out and he fell to the cold ground. Scorpius, who had heard the cold voice chanting the killing curse, slowly collapsed beside his friend as well. Search this place and come up, came Eisen Bein's voice from beyond the rock wall, followed by the hissing steam of his steel legs and metallic footsteps. With an effort, Albus lifted his magical eye and watched the events unfold at the scene of Faraday's death. Roberts half-heartedly examined the scrolls and old books that lined the shelves, then shrugged and left the room with Leech. Colonel Fubster was the last to linger, rifling through Faraday's pockets and the bag that lay by his side. Albus's breath caught in his throat as he picked up the note that had fallen behind his chair just before he left. But Fubster threw the note on the floor, as if he hadn't found anything interesting there, and left. The two boys waited a long time until the room was completely silent before Albus carefully smeared his blood on the wall. Trying not to look at Faraday's body, Albus picked up his last message that Fubster had thrown away. On the small piece of parchment were these symbols. "What does it say?" asked Scorpius quietly as he approached. Albus handed him the note without a word, and they stared at it for a long moment, studying the dead man's last message. "These are the symbols for the 3 Deathly Hallows for sure. The triangle is the cloak of invisibility, the circle is the resurrection stone, and the line is the Elder Wand," said Scorpius thoughtfully. "So what's that question mark at the end? What was Faraday trying to say?" Albus shook his head in silence. He couldn't think of anything, and he didn't want to. Warm tears trickled down his cold, stiff cheeks. An incredible dream. The metal plate Harry was pressed against was very cold, and the bare skin of his wrist felt as if it were freezing. But with his son Albus watching from the sidelines, he feigned complete calmness and waited for the machine to begin working. Soon, the steel structure surrounding the central section of the machine began to rotate slowly. A thin metallic membrane, reminiscent of an umbrella, stretched out from the structure and covered Albus's face, which looked like it was about to burst into tears. Trapped in complete darkness, Harry wished he could have given his son one last warm smile. He tried to reassure himself that this wasn't a permanent separation, that he would soon be a wizard and see his son again, and that there was no point in regretting it. All the while, the structure that cocooned him spun faster and faster, and the heat emanating from the working parts of the machine washed over him. But the warmth was short-lived as a cold female voice suddenly spoke into his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. "The machine of reality is about to activate. You are now asked to look straight ahead." The voice seemed to be artificially created by a spell, like the ones in the lifts at the Ministry of Magic. Harry did as the voice said and fixed his eyes on the darkness in front of him. He didn't know if his eyes were getting used to the darkness or if there was a very faint light coming from somewhere. But gradually, he could vaguely make out the metal plates in front of him and the seams between them. Then, just as quickly, the boundaries between the plates blurred and the surface became smooth and faintly shimmering, as if melting. At first, Harry thought the metal plates were turning into clear glass. After a moment, it was indeed turning into glass, but not the clear kind. Harry thought the faint figure, almost shrouded in darkness, was Albus looking at him from outside, but he soon realized that there was a mirror in front of him, and he was looking at his own reflection, searching for coordinates. Now please think about what you really wish to be. Coordinates? And what did he wish to be? Harry's mind was spinning from the 2 unrelated things he'd just heard, and then a memory from when he was very young took shape and flashed before his eyes. A beautiful mirror, high enough to reach the ceiling, surrounded by an elaborate gold rim, with an inscription around the top that read, "Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi." Harry's eyes widened again, and he stared at the mirror in front of him, wondering if this was the same mirror of Erist he had encountered in his first year, the one that had shown him what he wished for instead of what he actually was. "The coordinates have not been assigned yet. Please think about what you want to be," urged the cold female voice. Harry quickly pulled himself together and looked at the mirror, which still showed him as he was, and tried to think of what he wished he could change. It was not an easy task, given the lack of oxygen in the cramped, stuffy cabin. Harry closed his eyes and thought about how he had ended up in this place. Yes, he had been a wizard once, and it had made him happy. And it had gotten him out of the cramped cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, and into a much bigger place, Hogwarts, where he truly belonged. "I want to be a wizard again," Harry murmured, checking the mirror out of the corner of his eye, afraid to interrupt his train of thought. His reflection was slightly different from his current self. Harry's face looked younger and less tired, and he was dressed in handsome crimson robes and a similarly colored pointy wizard's hat. In his hand he held a wand, not a crude plastic imitation, but a wand made of holly and phoenix feather, his lifelong companion. "But is that all?" said the cold voice. It sounded surprisingly clear over the hum of the machines. as if it came from inside Harry's head rather than outside. Do you think being a wizard again will ever make you truly happy? Yes, I think I could, said Harry firmly. But will it really? The woman's voice said softly. You want more than that, don't you? Harry tried to deny it, but his mouth wouldn't move. Flashes of his past moved dizzily before his slightly lifted eyelids. The two flashes of green light that had killed his parents, Cedric Diggory sprawled on the floor, dead, Sirius Black gone forever behind the veil, Dumbledore's corpse with his limbs snapped randomly like a broken doll. He had not been happy, despite being a wizard. In fact, because of that, the shadow of unhappiness that had fallen upon him at the age of 1 never left him. I must save the loved ones, muttered Harry. I have to become a wizard and save my family and friends. It's the only way I'll ever be happy. But what if I lose? A dark voice whispered inside him. What if I lose the final confrontation with Eisen Bein and lose everything, just like I lost Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest? What if this is all a losing battle? It's not, Harry shouted sharply. His voice boomed, amplified in the cramped confines of the machine. I can save everyone. Everyone. Harry tried to see himself in the mirror, wide-eyed and ready to fight, the great wizard he had become, but he couldn't, as if something heavy was pressing down on his eyelids. Through his squinted eyes, something strange was happening in the mirror. The image of him as a wizard was getting smaller and smaller, and other black figures appeared behind him, filling the mirror. It was as if he was being defeated by the shadows, sealing his fate. Focusing all his strength on his eyes, Harry finally managed to lift his eyelids completely, but the mirror of Ariste was no longer in front of him. There was only blackness, just like the first time. Coordinate measurement completed. Have a nice trip, the woman's voice said, and then cut off. But no matter how long he waited, nothing happened. At least that's what Harry thought, until he noticed that the darkness in front of him was getting thicker by the second. At the same time, the steel structure surrounding him was spinning faster and faster, and the rumbling was getting louder and louder. What's more, the sound didn't just get louder, it seemed to mutate into something else. It was as if someone was faintly whispering and muttering unintelligible words. Harry, who had been listening in silence, took a breath as he realized where he had heard the same sound before. From beyond the archway of the Ministry of Magic that had swallowed Sirius came the exact same sound. Suddenly aware that he was facing the same gate of death as the one in the Department of Mysteries, Harry struggled to free himself. But the machine that enveloped him didn't budge, and the darkness before him grew thicker and thicker until it finally engulfed him. It was all black now, not just in front of him, but all around him, and he felt an intense chill run through his body, like icy water. Had Sirius been this cold when he went through the archway? Giving up on everything, Harry asked himself this question at the last moment. It didn't matter anyway. He would see him again soon on the other side of the veil. A faint horn sounded, similar to that of a train, as if the machine had sensed the death of its occupant and ceased to function. Death had finally found him, and there was nowhere to hide. Perhaps it had been planned from the moment the cloak of invisibility had been taken from him. But the image of Eisen Bein wearing the cloak, as if it were his own, made his heart beat faster again, as anger and hatred took over. He couldn't die like this. He had to get back to his family. Ginny, Harry called out harshly. James, Albus, Lily. He shouted their names over and over again. They were the only ones he had left, the ones that death could not take away. Ginny, James, Albus, Lily. His desperate cries must have worked, because his blackened vision gradually brightened, revealing the dark room he was trapped in. Strangely, the room felt larger than before. There were no more places to swing his arms and bump into. Harry floundered in the darkness, trying to free himself from the flat slab he was lying on. His surroundings were no longer barricaded. With a thud, he fell to the hard floor in excruciating pain. His knees burned like they were on fire from the impact, and his vision blurred. Then, in the distance, a red shape emerged from the darkness. The first thing that came to mind was his daughter Lily, with the red hair she'd inherited from her grandmother and mother. "Lily, is that you?" whispered Harry. "Lily, Daddy's here, help." His cries were cut short by a blur of red hair, and then it was gone. As Harry collapsed in despair, he heard footsteps approaching and someone gently scooping him up and laying him on a fluffy spot. A warm hand pressed against his burning forehead, taking in the warmth. "Show everything's gonna be okay. Just drink this," a woman's soft voice said. With that, a spoon of warm, sweet liquid was pushed into Harry's mouth, and he gulped it down without a second thought. As drowsiness soon overcame him and everything became a blank, he forced his eyes open with the last of his strength to see who had helped him. The red-haired woman was back. That was enough, he thought, letting go and sinking comfortably into the dreamless world of sleep. It was the sound of children giggling that woke Harry from his deep sleep. It was very faint, but he could still make out the innocent joy in it. Harry opened his eyes and lay there in a daze for a moment. It was dizzyingly bright around him, and the machine that had trapped him in that small, cramped space was gone. It took him a moment to remember why he had been trapped there in the first place. As his confused mind finally recalled the shape of the machine of reality and the metallic covering that had surrounded the slab on which he had been placed, he scrambled to his feet and sat up. The scene around him was very different from the one he'd left. A bedroom, the walls covered in a warm beige wallpaper. On one side of the wall was the bed he was sitting on, with bright sunlight streaming in from a large window on the opposite wall, and next to it was a bookshelf filled with books, a wooden chair that looked too small for him, and a desk. The comfort of the fluffy bed gave way to a feeling of grimness as he realized that he must have failed to successfully activate Christie's mysterious machine. Far from turning him into a wizard, the scrap metal device had apparently knocked him unconscious. And if that were the case, he would be lying in a hospital wing for treatment. Harry slid off the bed and stood up straight, then staggered in shock and nearly fell over. He was so small. The bottom of the windowsill, which he had thought was waist-high, was right in front of his face, and the desk and chair, which he had just thought were too small, seemed just right for him. He brought a hand up to his face to rub his eyes, and was in for an even bigger shock. The scar on the back of his hand from Umbridge's pointed black quill was gone, and the smooth, furry, pink-skinned hand was tiny, almost childlike. Harry scrambled to his feet and ran to the window, pressing his face against the glass. The bright morning light was blinding, but he forced his eyes open and stared at his completely changed face. The green eyes, round glasses, and untidy black hair were similar to what he remembered, but the face was that of a child, at least 30 years younger. The short stubble around his mouth had been replaced by a fluffy fuzz, and there was no sign of the scar on his cheek from the curse he'd received as an Auror. Had the machine of reality had a side effect and made him younger? It was better than dying, but it was a very disturbing prospect for a man who had an immediate war to fight. He suddenly remembered the case of Crabbe Sr., whose face had turned into that of a baby in the time room during the battle at the Ministry, and who had spent the next few years babbling in St. Mungo's. Harry then raised a hand to push his bangs away, exposing his forehead, and was shocked, more so than the fact that he was back to his childhood self. The lightning scar that was supposed to be there was gone, with the scar on his forehead that had been there for as long as he could remember nowhere to be seen. Harry suddenly realized something. He hadn't just gotten younger. It was as if his entire life had been erased and his soul put into a body that didn't quite fit. He opened the window and stuck his head out, still stinging from the shock of it all, to take in the scene outside. He was on the second floor of a small building that faced the street, a narrow path lined with two-story houses that were probably similar to where he was now. He could hear the laughter of small children running around somewhere in the open space between the street and the buildings. Then the sound of a door opening behind him made him jump and turn to see someone's thick, dark red hair moving in a flurry. "You're up, Harry. Have some breakfast," a soft female voice called from the hallway, clearly his wife, Ginny. Apparently, they had been forced to stay together in this unknown place to care for him after his near-fatal accident. Harry looked out of the window once more before leaving the room and remembered seeing a small town that looked similar to this one a long time ago. He couldn't remember exactly where it was, but it was probably Hogsmeade. Harry pushed the door open slowly, as if he were in a haunted house, and made his way down the stairs. When he reached the narrow hallway, his already foggy mind became even more complicated. What the hell was he supposed to do with Ginny? With his height reduced by less than half and his physical age by a quarter, it would be ridiculous to treat her as his wife. But that didn't change the fact that he was Harry Potter. And yes, perhaps Hermione would find a way to make him grow back into his adult body. He was sorry that the scar on his forehead that had become his trademark was gone, but it wasn't like he couldn't live without it. A short distance down the hallway, he came to a small living room with a long couch, and through the slightly open door beyond it, he could hear the humming of a woman busily preparing a meal. Harry took a deep breath as he passed the couch, which seemed large and intimidating in its shrunken form, and pushed open the door. The red-haired woman had just finished scooping fried eggs and sausage from a frying pan onto a plate, and with a flick of her wand, the greasy pan came to life and began to clean itself in the sink. The smell of food filled his nostrils, and it was only then that Harry realized he was incredibly hungry. He stumbled over to the table where the plates were set and almost screamed in surprise when he came face to face with the woman who had just turned around. She wasn't Ginny, although she had similar red hair. She was a woman Harry had never met in person, but even so, he couldn't miss the bright green eyes beneath the dark red hair, eyes that looked just like his own. "Mum," murmured Harry. "Did you sleep well, Harry?" Lily smiled brightly, came over, and placed a hand on his forehead. "The fever's gone, dear. You had some wild dreams last night, screaming and fussing, didn't you? I thought we were on a first-name basis now, son," came a man's voice, and a new face appeared as the newspaper on one side of the table was lowered. Harry stared at James Potter, his heart pounding. With his messy jet-black hair, thin face, and round glasses, he looked like a twin of his older self, except that his nose was slightly longer than Harry's and his eyes were hazel. James grinned mischievously and said, "James, Lily, I can't count how many times you've said our names in your sleep. That wasn't all. He called other names too, Dash." "Oh yeah, he called Jeannie too," Lily said, bursting into laughter. She pulled out a chair for Harry, and he hesitantly sat down at the head of the table. Maybe he had a dream about Aladdin and the magic lamp. I remember telling him that story a while ago. "And he called Albus too," James said, picking up a large sausage on his plate with his fork and taking a bite. "I don't know anyone with that name except Albus Dumbledore, and frankly, I felt sorry for you, Harry. I mean, I know you're going to be starting school soon, but you're already screaming the headmaster's name at the top of your lungs. I suppose you can't wait to get out of our house." Hearing that, Harry looked down at the copy of the Daily Prophet that James had folded on the table. At the top of the front page was the date 24 July 1991, exactly 1 week before his fateful 11th birthday, the day he had found out he was a wizard. Harry looked over at his parents at breakfast and poked at the food on his plate with his fork. He was starving, but an old superstition from his time in the Muggle world echoed in his mind. Muggles believed that once they put food from the world beyond the veil into their mouths, they could never get out. And his parents must have died. Am I dead?" said Harry. At the words, James and Lily looked back at Harry, their eyes wide. "What do you mean, dead?" "I mean, if I'm here, Mum and Dad, you were a long time ago, Dash," Harry stuttered, then shut up. No matter how he looked at it, his parents were as much alive as he was, and moreover, they didn't seem to be aware that they were dead. Finally, Harry swallowed what he was about to say and said, "It's nothing. I just had the worst nightmare last night. I guess I'm still trying to shake it off." "Really? What was the dream about?" said Lily, her eyes narrowing. "Well, it was about us being in a car crash," Harry rambled on, and James, who had been listening seriously, chuckled. "I guess I've been showing you too many motorcycle magazines lately." "Huh? A car crash? I've never heard of a wizard dying in a car." "Oh, have you not?" said Harry, grinning awkwardly. "I think we should eat and go for a walk, James," Lily said worriedly. "Our dear son must be having these nightmares from the lack of sunlight." Harry, who had been nibbling at the food on his plate, heard his mother's soothing voice and finally picked up the bacon with his fork and shoved it into his mouth. If this was the afterlife, he thought it would be a good place to be. Once Harry, who was starving, had cleared his plate as ravenously as his cousin Dudley, which took quite a while as James had made him 4 more fried eggs when he saw his son doing so. The 3 of them went for a walk at Lily's suggestion. James had insisted on going out in his scarlet Gryffindor Quidditch robes, but at Lily's insistence he'd settled for a plain Muggle shirt and trousers, while Lily, true to her Muggle roots, wore a light yellow floral dress that seemed appropriate for the midsummer weather. In the hall leading from the living room to the front door, an old orange cat curled up in front of the fireplace mewed goodbye. Outside the door was a small garden surrounded by a neat hedge. As soon as Harry stepped onto the manicured lawn, the memory of his first visit to this house came back to him. Yes, he had come to Godric's Hollow with Hermione to find the Sword of Gryffindor. In the yard of the Potter family home, which had been abandoned for 16 years and by then almost in ruins, bushes had grown waste. High and dark ivy had covered the entire house. One side of the roof had had a hole in it, the result of Voldemort's killing curse, and there had even been a sign in the garden commemorating the Potters' deaths. But now the house looked just as intact and well kept as the other houses on either side of it. It was as if Voldemort had never been in this neighborhood at all. "What are you looking at so intently, boy? Everything looks so new today, huh?" James grinned and ruffled his son's hair. Harry nervously took both of his parents' hands and stood in the middle of Lily and James as they walked out of the front gate. Their house was at the edge of the village, at the end of the street. Beyond the low stone wall that bordered the village were green fields, crisscrossed by a small stream, and beyond that a forest full of old trees. Similar two-story houses lined both sides of the narrow but beautiful cobbled street. Harry concentrated on the warmth of the parents' hands in his own, glancing up at their relaxed, happy faces every chance he got. They looked too natural to be dead, and this place too real to be the afterlife. Was this a dream, then? The last dream of his life, as he lay unconscious and dying in the machine of reality. He shuddered to remember the dark, cold underground of Azkaban he had left behind. Yes, this must be a dream. There could be no other explanation. Harry kept walking down the street with James and Lily, determined to make the time in this dream count before his consciousness was trapped in complete darkness. From his short height, the rows of houses seemed as imposing and grand as the skyscrapers of the Muggle world. Turning a corner, he heard the sound of loud voices and saw a pub bustling with the early morning crowd. "Son, would you like to join me for a beer?" said James, winking at HM. "James, you say that to a child?" said Lily, slapping her husband's shoulder. "Well, I drank beer like it was water when I was Harry's age. That's why you ended up like this," snapped Lily, bursting into laughter. Harry smiled with them, realizing all over again how young James and Lily had died. Now that he was almost 11, they must have just entered their 30s. It was a very strange feeling to realize that he was actually older than his parents now. "I'll let you try the butterbeer later," said James quietly. "If you're going to Hogsmeade, you'll have to get it first because there's nothing like sneaking it into your dormitory and drinking it." "You're being a really good parent," sighed Lily, glaring at her husband, and Harry smiled in spite of himself. It was comforting to think that this was all a dream. After a moment of discomfort and awkwardness at being back in a child's body, now that he was between his mother and father, a sense of security and belonging that he hadn't felt in a long time filled his little body with warm happiness. Not long after passing the local tavern, they came to a small square in the center of town. In the middle of the white-tiled square stood a stone obelisk covered with the names of those who had lost their lives in the war. As they passed the war memorial, Harry stared at it intently. The last time he'd been here, another memorial had stood in the same place, consisting of the hidden statues of James, Lily, and Harry himself as a baby, protected from the eyes of Muggles. But the war memorial did not disappear, it was still there. Of course it was because the three people it was meant to commemorate were still walking around, alive and well. Everything felt so vivid, considering it was all a dream. "Bathilda, what are you doing here?" Lily said cheerfully when she saw an old woman coming toward them. Harry looked that way, then noticed that the old woman had just stepped out of the church that bordered the square. Bathilda Bagshot was small, not much taller than young Harry, perhaps stooped with age. Her eyes were clouded with cataracts that gave them a slight creamy tint, and she hadn't heard Lily's call for some time before she finally spotted her and approached. She was limping slightly, and her face was wrinkled and covered in age spots, but she certainly looked better than the last time Harry had seen her. Of course, back then he'd been dealing with a dead Bathilda, controlled by an evil snake. "Oh, Lily, I got some work to do at the church." The muggles will never guess how this old lady can move all those chairs faster than a young man. With a mischievous grin, Bathilda pointed to her own wand, protruding from her pocket. I'm becoming more and more intrigued by religion as I near the end of my life. Of course, that's a long way off for you at your age. Not at all. You're still in your prime, said Lily affectionately, and Bathilda giggled like a little girl. Harry felt a strange sensation as he remembered that in the original world he had come from, Lily and James had died at a much younger age than Bathilda. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you come to my house for a cup of tea, said Bathilda kindly. All my friends are dead, and it's so boring to live alone. At least now I have you Potters to talk to. Of course, Bathilda. It just so happens that our son is also looking for a change of scenery, James said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. He said he had a nightmare last night, and I'm sure a hot cup of tea will help him have a better dream. Harry thought he was already having the best dream ever, but he didn't say it out loud. An excited Bathilda walked down the street as fast as her limp would allow, chattering to them that Hannah, the daughter of the Abbott family who had once lived in the village, was now old enough to attend Hogwarts with Harry. They left the square and turned into the small street where the Potter family home was, and after passing a few houses, opened the gate and entered. Bathilda paused at the front door and fumbled in her pockets for her keys, then gave up and exclaimed, "Accio key." A tiny key popped out of her coat pocket and slid into the front door, unlocking it. Bathilda followed it across the threshold into a darkened living room, where repeated flicks of her wand, one by one, dimly lit the candlesticks on the tables and cupboards scattered about the room. With trembling hands, Bathilda tried to light the cold fireplace, but with little success. The faint flame died each time on the damp logs. "I'll do it." Lily stepped forward and brought the flames to life, instantly brightening the room. "Ah, thank you, Lily. I'm getting old. Even basic magic like this is difficult." Bathilda smiled and led the Potters to two couches in the living room, facing each other, with a table in the middle. "Please sit here for a moment. I'll have tea brewed in a moment." "She seems to be getting less mobile by the day," said Lily sadly, watching her with concern as she limped into the kitchen. "I wonder if we should take her to St. Mungo's or something." "Don't worry, dear. Bathilda's been a crooked old lady since I was a little boy. She's no different now," said James cheerfully. He looked around the living room with a curious gleam in his eye that reminded him of a mischievous boy until he spotted a bow-fronted chest of drawers and walked over to it. He looked at the numerous photographs on it, then beckoned to Harry. "Harry, come here. Your grandparents are here." Harry rose to his feet and examined a photograph of an old man with knobbly knees, similar to his and his father's, and a gentle-looking old woman. Seeing their grandson, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter smiled broadly and waved. "I guess you never met them, Harry. They were so sweet and kind," Lily said as she walked over to her husband and son and looked at the picture. "They would have loved you so much if they hadn't gotten dragon pox and died so young. Just like you love me so much now," Harry said, deeply touched. James started to chuckle. "Ha ha, it seems you've grown up all of a sudden after that nightmare." "Harry was already more mature than you before that, James," said Lily. James just grinned, then picked up the other pictures and examined them one by one, his attention drawn to a picture of two teenage boys standing shoulder to shoulder. "Wow, look at this. That's a young Dumbledore. And who's that next to him? I wonder if that's Elphia's Doge. They were very close as children," said Lily thoughtfully. "There's no way Doge could have been such a handsome man, and this one doesn't have any pockmarks on his face." Harry knew full well that Dumbledore's friend in the picture was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, one of the worst dark wizards of all time, but he didn't dare bring it up. They stopped arguing, put the silver frame back in its place, and returned to the couch to sit down when they heard a rustling in the hallway. Harry was exchanging furtive glances with Lily and James when Bathilda came in carrying a silver tray with a teapot and a cake. She was trembling and looked like she was going to drop the tray at any moment. So James quickly flicked his wand. The tray slipped out of her hands and floated gently to land on the table. "Thank you, James. The older I get, the more I forget spells, and it's hard to do the simplest magic." "Oh, right. Now I'll get the teacups." Bathilda flicked her wand in the direction of the hallway, but nothing came except the repeated sound of something breaking. "I'll go see," Lily said, watching her nervously. Wait a minute, Mum. Let me try, said Harry. He took the wand from his father's hand and wielded it skillfully, worried that the effects of the fourth curse would leave him unable to use magic even in his dreams. But fortunately, this wasn't the case. Soon shards of broken pottery were flying through the hallway. Excited to use his magic for the first time in a long time, Harry flicked his wand again, and the flying shards rearranged themselves into a set of 4 sleek, stunning teacups on the dining room table. It wasn't until the kettle moved of its own accord, pouring hot tea into each of the 4 cups, that Harry looked up to find the 3 adults staring at him with utterly bemused expressions. He felt a pang of regret for using magic too advanced for his age, but it was too late. Lily, I think we... James, who had been watching his son for what seemed like an eternity, finally turned to his wife and spoke. I think we have given birth to a Dumbledore. Indeed. I've lived a long life, and I've only known 2 boys to show such talent at such a young age, and one of them was Dumbledore, said Bathilda admiringly. And his best friend, another. You mean Grindelwald, Harry blurted out. Lily, who had still been staring blankly into her teacup in shock, shot up at him. Grindelwald? Harry, it's rude to say that. I'm sorry, Bathilda. I've been reading him a history book lately in dash. How did you know it was Gellert? Said Bathilda in surprise, looking around at the chest of drawers with its many framed photographs. You must have seen the picture, didn't you? Oh, no, ma'am. Harry raced to think of something to say. It just popped into my head. You know, Grindelwald was the most notorious dark wizard next to Voldemort, and he was quite powerful. Voldemort? Who is that? James asked, raising an eyebrow. I've never heard that name before. Is he a French? You don't know Voldemort? Said Harry in shock. But the confused looks on the faces of the 3 adults told him it wasn't a joke. Oh, I guess he's from my nightmares then. Well, if that's the case, he might as well be in your dreams a lot, said Bathilda, gesturing to the teapot and cups in front of her. Maybe he's the one who taught you all that wonderful magic. Anyway, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were dash. From then on, as if she had been waiting for it, Bathilda excitedly told the story of how Grindelwald, who had been invited to stay at her house, had struck up a friendship with Dumbledore. While Lily and James listened with interest and disbelief, Harry wondered why the adults hadn't recognized the name Voldemort. Not only had Voldemort never come to town to harm the Potters in this dream world, it was as if he had never existed. Now that Harry thought about it, Voldemort was the one who had robbed him of the life he could have had, a happy life like the one he had in this dream. As soon as he got rid of the villain, Lily and James appeared before him, alive and well, as if nothing had happened. They had finally finished their tea, and the Potters were escorted out into the street by Bathilda. As they made their way to a house not many doors away, James looked back to see if she was there and said, Bathilda really needs to go to St. Mungo's. She really does? I can't believe Dumbledore was that close to Grindelwald. I mean, she seemed serious, but still. What do you think, Harry? You brought it up first, said James, looking back at his son. Well, sometimes facts can be more amazing than outrageous myths and legends, said Harry with a shrug. James chuckled and ran his hand through his son's hair. How you sound like a politician, but you'll regret that soon enough. Especially after one of Professor Binns' history of magic classes, where the word fact makes you doze off as soon as you hear it. Harry burst out laughing with Lily as James tilted his head back and snored plausibly, pretending to be asleep. James opened one eye and laughed with them. I was trying to imitate your mother. You wouldn't believe how she snored so loudly in History of Magic that no one could hear the lesson. Well, her snoring was still funnier than Binns' droning, so I couldn't complain. What are you talking about? I never slept in class. You did. I was watching you the whole time. What? How devious. Haha, was I? After a good round of laughter, the Potters returned home and had a hearty lunch. In the afternoon, James left to run some errands in Diagon Alley, leaving Harry at home with his mother. Lily sat Harry down on the living room couch for a while, then returned with a large black box on the dining room table, which she lifted into the air. Mummy's got something for you, Lily exclaimed happily as she entered the room. She opened the box to reveal a small cauldron, a pestle, scales, flasks, tongs, and other small tools. This is a children's potions making kit. I thought it would be good for you to learn the basics before you start school. Lily taught Harry how to make the potion she'd given him last night, the one that would allow him to sleep soundly and dreamlessly. Harry hadn't always been good at making potions. He made some mistakes like adding the wrong ingredients and heating the cauldron too hot. He looked into Lily's green eyes every chance he got and could see why those who had known her always said he had his mother's eyes. She seemed to have a knack for making everyone around her feel light and happy. Even when he accidentally added too much snail powder to the potion, causing it to emit dark green smoke, Lily's laughter brought a smile to Harry's face. They spent the rest of the day enjoying dinner with James after he returned, and finally Harry dragged his tired body back to the bedroom. Before turning out the lights, Lily placed a small glass jar of the potion that would keep him from dreaming on his bedside table. Here, this is the potion we made together. If you feel like you're going to have any more wild dreams tonight, take a sip and go to sleep. I will, Mum, said Harry. But he knew very well that he wouldn't drink the potion, no matter what. If only he could keep having these happy dreams. He desperately hoped that this dream would never end, no matter what. But the cold voice in his head told him that it was all over now, that if he fell asleep, the last dream of his life would end and death would come for him. But just as death could never be stopped, an irresistible wave of sleep soon washed over him, and gradually everything turned black. Thinking that it wouldn't be so bad if he died after such a good dream, Harry finally fell asleep. Lessons in the underground. Albus couldn't quite remember how he had gotten through the caverns, past the long tunnels and the deep pool, and up the endless stairs to the governor's office. They had staggered out of the basement with the help of their patron muses, which they had managed to summon after several attempts. The fireplace was already cold. A small sack of flue powder sat untouched on the desk, a small amount of the emerald green dust oozing from its open mouth. "How can we go back on our own?" said Albus weakly. "With Faraday dead and my father gone." "Albus, your father is still alive," said Scorpius seriously. "Faraday sacrificed himself so that your father wouldn't be harmed. The Dawn Breakers couldn't find the machine of reality thanks to him, and Mr. Potter will return as the greatest wizard in the world, no doubt about it." Still, Albus didn't take the flue powder, so Scorpius took a handful from the sack himself and placed it in his friend's palm. "Come on, let's get back. Your mom must be worried." Scorpius flicked his wand in the air, and a bright, warm fire sprang up in the fireplace. Albus sprinkled a handful of flue powder on it, and when the fire turned emerald green, he stepped into it and shouted, "The Ministry of Magic!" The obsidian walls of Azkaban, the stormy, rough seas, and the desolate, rocky island whirled away before his eyes. By the time Albus's feet landed on solid ground, he was in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. As he staggered out of the fireplace, dizzy with giddiness, several people who had gathered around the golden fountain rushed to his side. They were Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Professor Longbottom. "Albus, are you okay?" Ginny pulled him into a hug. The tears he'd been holding back spilled out in his mother's arms. "F. Faraday. He's Dash," he stammered. But before he could finish, he heard Scorpius's voice behind him. "Faraday's gone. It's Eisen Bein's doing." "Eisen Bein? He came to Azkaban," said Professor Longbottom in a shocked voice. "So that's why you couldn't come back right away?" "That's right," said Scorpius gravely. "Eisen Bein and his men killed all the remaining prisoners and then went underground. We got there before him and alerted Faraday to the situation, but he chose to stay outside to hide Mr. Potter and us from them." "I heard about what happened to Harry from Neville," said Ron solemnly. Tears formed in the corners of his eyes. "Faraday died bravely, like the last of the Pruitts, and his death won't be in vain, 'cause Harry will come back as a wizard." "He will, and now all we have to do is wait," Ginny said, exchanging glances with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who nodded in unison. Scorpius looked calm, as if accepting their words, but Albus couldn't help but think of the disappearance of Acrisides, who had used the machine of reality before his father. Hadn't he entered the machine and disappeared more than 500 years ago, and still hadn't returned? "You have done a brave thing for your age, and I, as Minister of Magic, would like to thank you for it," said Hermione. "Now, take the rest before go back to school. There's much to learn." "School?" said Albus in disbelief. "How can we go back to school with all this going on?" "We moved all of Hogwarts here, Albus," said Professor Longbottom. It was a decision that Professor McGonagall and Hermione discussed, and classes should continue until the real war begins. Their WLL be in start of term event tomorrow in the grand meeting room, said Ginny. You should be there by 9. Go to your tents and get some rest. And boys, don't tell anyone about what happened in Azkaban, said Hermione seriously. Everyone here believes that Harry and Faraday have gone abroad to recruit reinforcements, and our only hope now is that Harry will come to our aid with the magical creatures. We are well aware of that, madam, said Scorpius reassuringly. I will never extinguish that spark of hope. Albus awoke from a terrible nightmare of a dark, dank dungeon with countless Dementors chasing him to his death. As he dragged his tired body out of the tent with his siblings, Scorpius was already waiting outside. James and Lily had been told that Harry had gone on an envoy to the French Ministry of Magic, so they were only too excited to go back to school and see their friends for the first time in ages. Thinking about what his father might be doing right now, Albus followed his siblings up the stone stairs to the atrium and took the lift to the grand meeting room on the 4th floor. Be careful Uncle Percy doesn't see you, Lily whispered, looking back at Scorpius. He used to work on this floor and likes to comment on the students' messy outfits. Fortunately, the floor was already packed with students, so hiding from Uncle Percy's eyes didn't seem to be a problem. Inside the grand meeting room, the heads of house lined up the students in their respective houses. Albus waved goodbye to his brother and sister as they left for Gryffindor, led by Professor Longbottom, and made his way to Professor Sallow. Sallow, head of Slytherin and Potions Master, had smoky eyes that resembled Eisen Bein's smoldering face, as if under some sort of curse. Standing next to Scorpius in the front row, Albus wondered if Sallow could see him at all. Finally, as nearly 1,000 students from all 4 houses stood side by side facing forward, Professor McGonagall, dressed in her emerald green robes and seated at a makeshift table at the front, stood up. She looked around the room and grinned before speaking. It is a great pleasure to see you all. We have not met at a Hogwarts feast, but the sight of you has already filled me with joy. Once the ceremonial greeting was over, her face took on a more stern expression. This is a very challenging time. It's only been a short time since you were all abducted and rescued, and the Dawnbreakers are still after our world. Therefore, the faculty has thought long and hard about whether or not it is safe to resume classes down here, and we've also consulted with security experts. Kingsley Shacklebolt cleared his throat and rose from his seat as McGonagall looked over at the black wizard her age sitting next to her. A pleasure, Kingsley Shacklebolt, former Minister of Magic, said Kingsley in his deep voice. The students, all of whom knew the legendary aura, clapped enthusiastically. Normally, the Slytherin house would have been the only one to react lukewarmly, but for once, the Slytherins seemed to feel a sense of unity with the other houses because of the hardships they had suffered together. Kingsley looked at them and nodded solemnly before continuing. Myself and Teddy Lupin have been going up to the surface as often as we can to keep an eye on the Dawnbreakers. We were very worried about an invasion, as they recently evacuated all Muggle residents living on the ground. But for whatever reason, we see no other signs of anything suspicious at the moment. Thank you for the information, Mr. Kingsley, McGonagall said, and Kingsley nodded and sat down again. As you have just heard, there are fewer fears of an invasion at this time, and it is the decision of our faculty to evacuate all students to the courtroom on the lowest level at the first sign of anything unusual. But until then, classes will be held throughout the Ministry of Magic. There was an unhappy yell from the Gryffindor side of the room, where many of the Weasley children, notoriously more eager to get into trouble than to study, sat. McGonagall flicked her wand once to the left and once to the right, and 4 giant hourglasses, identical to those on the walls of the Hogwarts entrance hall and filled with colorful gems representing each house, stood on a raised podium at the front. This year, as in previous years, a trophy will be awarded to the house that collects the most points. As always, please do your best. Soon Professor Sallow was walking among the Slytherin students, handing out timetables by year. Albus, who had initially thought that having a class when the entire wizarding world was on the verge of collapse was just absurd, took the schedule and naturally checked to see what his first class of the day was. "Oh no, our first class is History of Magic," said Scorpius darkly. "Everyone will be nodding off as soon as it starts. It even says the class will be held in the death chamber of the Department of Mysteries. I can't believe that. What's the point of starting a term at all? Snorted Albus. Albus was outwardly unhappy about the start of school, but it was comforting to feel like he was at least back to normal and to have some of the horrors of the hospital and Azkaban out of his mind. When the lift finally reached the 9th level, a cool female voice said, "Level 9, Department of Mysteries." The golden grille creaked open, but no one rushed to get out, which was understandable since what they saw was a dark hallway with nothing but a plain black door at the end. "This is our classroom?" said Flint next to them. "Seriously? It says so here," Scorpius said, showing him the schedule. They left the lift and walked quickly down the corridor as if they were being followed. Especially since Flint was almost as large as Albus and Scorpius combined. The silent corridor was quickly filled with a din of pounding footsteps. They pushed open the door and stepped inside, revealing a circular room dimly lit by blue candles. It was a very dreary place with identical black doors lining the walls. "I recognize this place. I saw it in Mr. Potter's biography." "The death chamber," exclaimed Scorpius. Then the circular wall slowly rotated, and when it stopped, the door in front of them opened by itself. If left untouched, the interior of the death chamber would have been as dark and dreary as the rest of the Department of Mysteries. But the professors who had decided to use it as a makeshift classroom had taken care of that, and it was bright and warm inside, lit by torches along the walls and countless candles floating from the ceiling. A large stone pit had been dug in the center of the room, and stone chairs had been placed around it, with steps that made it resemble an amphitheater. "Wow, what is that?" said Flint, looking up at a very old stone archway that rested on a platform in the center of the pit. The black veil that loosely covered the archway fluttered seductively in the windless, cool air. "If you go in there, you'll never come out," said Scorpius warningly. "So, don't even think about going near it." "You're right." Startled by the monotone of someone's voice, they turned to see Professor Binns hovering at the foot of the archway. The only ghost among the Hogwarts teachers, Binns had so many wrinkles etched into the pearly whites of his face that he gave the impression that he could die again at any moment. "Now, go and sit down, but don't come down into the pit, for your own sake." The Slytherins had barely sat down when there was a loud bustle from outside, and a group of Gryffindors entered the room. Although things were more friendly between the two houses than they had been in the past, there was still some awkwardness, so they huddled together in a group of seats a bit away from the Slytherins. "There you are," said Binns, who looked surprised to see so many students in his class, then continued in a wheezy voice. "Let's continue our discussion of the Giants' Wars." Just as he looked up to read his notes in his usual monotone, a Gryffindor student jumped to his feet. It was a tall boy with red hair and a brown face. Albus glanced over and saw that it was Fred Weasley Jr., the son of George and Angelina Weasley and his cousin. His fiery hair was too conspicuous to ignore, and Professor Binns slowly raised his head and looked at him in surprise. Yes. Do you have something to tell me?" "Your name?" "I'm Fred Weasley, and I have a question. Why do we have to take this class?" Fred blurted out, and Binns stared back at him speechless. "We're already living in history. There's a huge war out there the likes of which we've never seen before. So why in the name of Merlin do we have to take a class about a brawl between long-dead stupid giants?" A murmur of agreement came from both Gryffindors and Slytherins. "So you think finding new pranks will help us in this war, Fred?" "We could use a lesson in history," said a female student sternly. Sitting on the Gryffindor side was Rose Granger Weasley, who had inherited her father's red hair and her mother's intelligence. Scorpius, who had always had a crush on her, looked over at Rose. "Rose is truly amazing. I agree with her on the importance of history," Scorpius muttered in fascination, which made Albus snort. "She is right. Studying history is the most meaningful use of time for young people like you." "The past is a mirror of the future," Professor Binns said in a monotone voice. "If you can stay awake, that is," Albus murmured so that only Scorpius could hear, and he gave a muffled laugh. "So you do think something that hasn't happened yet is important?" "Professor," said Fred loudly. "Even more so than the boring old stuff in your lecture notes." Binns stared blankly, pondered what he'd just heard for a long moment, and then replied in a wheezing voice, "Yes, I think you're probably right. What we don't know is more important than what we do know. Then why don't we do an experiment to gain new knowledge, said Fred. For example, to see if you can get through that archway. Fred, cried Rose, jumping to her feet. Do you really not know what that thing is? It's the one that consumed Uncle Harry's godfather. The students, who had previously shown only the slightest curiosity about the old archway above the stage, shrank back in horror or rose from their seats in curiosity to get a better look at the gate. Fred looked with satisfaction at the chaos he had created, and when it had died down, he said with a sneer, "Of course, a living person would die if they went in there. But what about ghosts like Professor Binns? How can someone who's already dead die again?" "No one can go through that door," said Binns firmly. It was a clear voice, not his usual monotonous rumble, and he opened his eyes wide as if surprised by himself. "Are you sure, sir?" asked Scorpius, raising his hand this time. His gray eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Has anyone ever experimented with entering that door, Professor?" Experimented? This was once the ministry's place of execution. "The viewing seats you're sitting in are proof of that," said Binns quietly. There was a murmur of fear from the students. When Binns spoke again, they immediately stopped whispering and strained their ears to hear better. Before the ministry made a pact with the Dementors and made the Dementors' kiss the worst punishment in its laws, considered more merciful than death, executions were carried out here. "The Dementors' kiss being merciful," said Albus in disbelief. After encountering so many Dementors just yesterday, he shuddered at the mere thought of those foul creatures, and to think that ripping someone's soul out instead of killing them was considered a mercy. "I guess people were weird back then," Scorpius muttered in agreement. "Professor, I have a question," Rose said, raising her hand. The discussion had begun with Fred's sarcasm, but now her eyes burned with scholarly fervor. "So who made this door, and why is it in the basement of the Ministry of Magic?" "Oh, I don't think anyone can answer the question of that door's origin. Not even I. The Department of Mysteries has been studying that archway for hundreds of years, with little success. But I can easily answer the question of why it's in the basement of the Ministry of Magic," Binns said, then added meaningfully, "The ministry itself was built over it to study it in the first place. It is, according to many theories, the key to unlocking the secrets of death and gaining the power of immortality. In other words, to defeat death, which no wizard, not even he who must not be named, has ever conquered." The children murmured again and stared at the veiled archway. The vague fear remained in their expressions, but now all was also written on their faces. It was then that Scorpius raised his hand. "So, Professor, has anyone outside of the Ministry of Magic studied this door?" An eerie silence fell over the death chamber. Binns stared at Scorpius for a long moment, eyes wide and blinking, as if surprised to be asked such a question, before finally talking. Of course there was such a wizard. Conquering death was the ultimate goal of every dark wizard." Binns paused for a moment, then added in a barely audible voice, "For one, there was a Chrisdes. It's only a legend, but some believe he succeeded in artificially recreating this archway, however briefly, using all manner of dark magic. They say that's why ministry investigators searched Azkaban and never found his body." Children from pure-blood families, who had heard of a Chrisdes' infamy from an early age, looked horrified. The room fell silent for a moment as the Muggle-born students, hearing his name for the first time, whispered to their friends, asking who it was. Albus slowly looked back at Scorpius, who had the same stunned look on his face. He remembered the machine of reality and his father, who had entered it not long ago and disappeared without a trace. Had this machine created the archway of death, just like the one that lay before them? Tears stung Albus's eyes at the depressing thoughts. "Scorpius, does this mean that my father Mr. Potter is not a Chrisdes," Scorpius said firmly, quickly hiding the shock and confusion on his face. "He was master of death. He had collected all 3 deathly hallows. But the hallows are now in Eisen Bein's hands. Eisen Bein doesn't deserve them, Albus," said Scorpius. "He stole them, not earned them rightfully like Mr. Potter." A faint glimmer of hope came to Albus, who was sinking into a pit of despair. He just couldn't accept that his father, the greatest hero of all time, had been lost forever to an old, stupid machine. Albus found himself clinging to Scorpius's theory, trying to become a believer. But he needed more proof than his wishful words. He quickly shoved his hands into the inside pockets of his robes when a sudden thought struck him. A scrap of parchment with an indecipherable message from Faraday rustled. Was Faraday trying to say the same thing as Scorpius? That Harry was already master of death with all the Deathly Hallows, so there was nothing to worry about? "Professor, I have a question," yelled Albus, jumping to his feet. He spoke so loudly that all the students froze and turned to look at him. "Sir, I'm sure you're familiar with the legends of the Deathly Hallows. If you were to collect them all and become Master of Death, would you be able to pass through the archway unharmed?" Albus felt Rose's eyes on him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione hadn't spoken openly about the Deathly Hallows. Only a few people close to them had heard about them. The other students looked confused, either because this was the first time they had heard of the Deathly Hallows, or because they had only heard of them in a fairy tale. Professor Vince, who had been basking in the mysterious aura of the archway and telling uncharacteristically interesting stories, now looked annoyed. "The whole thing about the Deathly Hallows is errant nonsense, so Flaherty," said Ben sharply. "It's just the rubbish from children's fairy tales. There is no such mystical objects that make their owner master of death." "But Professor," Scorpius said quietly, raising his hand, "what if someone really does become a master of death?" Binns didn't even look at him, flipping through his lecture notes in irritation before answering. "Then you could theoretically walk through that archway unharmed. If you've defeated death, you should be able to pass through the gate of death. Now, let's begin our lesson on the giant wars." For the rest of the class, Professor Binns's deadly boring lecture had followed, but the students who left the room were buzzing with stories about the mysterious archway. Some felt a primal fear of the realm behind the veil, where once inside, no one could ever get out, while others were curious, believing it to be the key to unlocking the secrets of death. What they all agreed on was that this was the most interesting class they had ever had with Binns. Albus deliberately slowed his pace to stay away from the line of students waiting to board the lift and stood in the corner with Scorpius. He pulled Faraday's message out of his pocket and showed it to him. "Scorpius, do you reckon Faraday's reference to the Deathly Hallows had anything to do with the machine of reality?" Albus asked, his voice subdued. "That only Master of Death can harmlessly pass through the archway?" "I don't think so," said Scorpius thoughtfully. "That doesn't explain why there's a question mark at the end of the message." "Then what in Merlin's name was Faraday trying to say?" said Albus desperately, staring at the triangle, the circle, the straight line that symbolized each of the Deathly Hallows, and the question mark at the end. But even Scorpius, who usually had an answer to most problems, couldn't come up with a clear explanation this time. As they stood together in thought, there was a sudden snap, and Rose stepped into the space between them. Albus quickly tried to hide the parchment note, but her skills as a chaser in Quidditch weren't useless, and she managed to snatch it away. She glanced between Albus, Scorpius, and the symbols on the note, then frowned. "Albus, I knew it. Did you tell Malfoy about the Deathly Hallows?" "I would trust Scorpius with my life," said Albus, snatching the note back and tucking it away. "My dad has absolute faith in Scorpius, and so do your parents." "That's true," Rose said, looking over at Scorpius, whose pale face immediately flushed. "You and your father rescued us from the Quidditch stadium. I can't thank you enough for that, Malfoy." The queue for the lift was almost gone by now, so they casually walked to the front together. Albus checked his timetable and saw that his next class was herbology with Gryffindors again, and that the class would be held in a conference room in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures on the basement. Level 4. "Are you sure Uncle Harry is in France, Albus?" asked Rose when the three of them were alone in the lift. "Someone saw you two leaving with him the other day." "We were just seeing him off," replied Scorpius quickly. "You see, the Dawnbreakers shut down the Flynn network in Britain. That's why he had to travel on foot." Rose nodded approvingly, but she wouldn't pull away, as if waiting for them to have another secret conversation. So Albus was forced to keep his mouth shut the whole time. His frustration was only increased by the fact that Scorpius was mesmerized, stealing glances at Rose every chance he got. The herbology class, which had usually taken place in the greenhouse on the Hogwarts grounds, was now held in a room similar to any other classroom, with desks and chairs, due to the difficulty of finding a suitable greenhouse in the Ministry of Magic. Albus and Scorpius chose a desk and sat down, quickly joined by Rose. Soon after, Professor Neville Longbottom entered the classroom wearing a brown robe and stood behind a bench at the front of the room. Albus and Scorpius exchanged dark glances, knowing full well what had happened to him at St. Mungo's Hospital. But thankfully Professor Longbottom looked relatively composed. "It's good to see you again, students. Today we'll be repotting mandrakes." Longbottom waved his wand in a sweeping motion over the long bench, and a dozen or so earmuffs appeared out of nowhere and landed in a pile on it. Rose threw up her hands at that moment. "But Professor, we already studied mandrakes in our second year. Now we're supposed to learn about fang geraniums." "You have a good memory, Miss Granger Weasley, just like your mother," said Longbottom with a grin. "But unlike at Hogwarts, we don't have access to all sorts of magical plants here at the Ministry, and I think the mandrakes might come in handy in the coming days. So who wants to refresh everyone's memory on the properties of the mandrake?" Rose raised her hand in a flash. Mandrake, or mandragora, is a highly potent restorative, particularly useful for restoring people to their original state after they have been subjected to a transfiguration spell or a curse. "Excellent. 10 points for Gryffindor," said Professor Longbottom. "You might have heard. Your mother, Hermione Granger, was once petrified by a basilisk and was restored thanks to a mandrake. Draft. Professor, are you saying that the Dawnbreakers got basilisks?" said Elijah Zabini, sounding horrified. The Slytherins, with the exception of Albus, were very afraid of the Dawnbreakers after they had been kidnapped by them last summer and held captive in the Wizarding Factory for 6 months. "No, I don't think so," said Longbottom reassuringly. His round face was a little pale, though, as if he, too, was worried about the basilisks. "But if they do come here, there's a good chance they'll unleash some powerful curses we haven't seen yet, and I think it would be wise to have a supply of mandrakes just in case." As the students stepped forward to pick up their colorful, furry earmuffs and return to their seats, Professor Longbottom waved his wand to lift the small boxes from the floor and place them on the bench. Tufty-lit plants with rich purplish-green leaves grew in rows in the soil inside the boxes. The class walked to the front of the room to check out the young mandrakes, but they were less enthusiastic than before, knowing what they looked like from their second-year classes. "Everyone put on your earmuffs," cried Longbottom, and everyone pulled them tightly over their ears. Fred had placed the left part of his earmuffs haphazardly, as if he wanted to hear Mandrake's cries, but Professor Longbottom flicked his wand, and they were in place. Longbottom looked around once more at the students, including a grumpy-looking Fred, before grabbing a handful of leaves in the middle and pulling them out with all his might. Even though he knew what he was going to see, Albus couldn't help but be stunned when the face of a small, ugly baby appeared under the leaf covered in dirt instead of roots. Its skin was mottled and pale green, with leaves growing over its head instead of hair, and its face was scowling as it cried with all its strength. Professor Longbottom threw the mandrake into a large pot on the table and shoveled compost into it until only the leaves stuck out, just as they had before. When he was finished, he gestured for the students to remove their earmuffs. As you all know, these mandrakes are young and can't kill someone just by crying, but it can knock you out for a while, so you'll have to be cautious. Longbottom flicked his wand, and boxes of mandrakes on the bench flew out and landed on each of the desks where 3 or 4 students sat. "You can take the pots here, and the compost is in the sacks on that table. You've all done this in the second year, and you're going to do a great job." Once the compost and pots were brought in, Albus, Scorpius, and Rose were ready to start the repotting. Albus sighed before he even started, having experienced the trickiness of mandrakes firsthand in his second year. "It's okay, Albus," said Scorpius cheerfully. "We've grown up and gotten stronger, and these seedlings are no match for us." But as they put on their earmuffs and got to work, it didn't take long for Scorpius's words to be proven wrong. Albus tugged at the seedling with the most foliage for an easier grip, and the baby at the bottom began digging its tiny, sharp claws into the ground like a mole. Albus grunted for several minutes, twisting and pulling at the leaves until he finally managed to pull it out. It was a large, plump mandrake, not unlike other young peers, but it screamed so excruciatingly that its cries seemed to pierce his earmuffs. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he held on tightly to keep the mandrake from flailing in the air, Albus looked back at Rose and Scorpius. To his dismay, they had already finished repotting 2 plants and were wrestling with a third one. Albus chose an empty pot and pushed his mandrake into it, but it refused to go in, flailing and kicking its little feet and clinging to the opening of the pot. Albus tried for a few more minutes, and when his patience ran out, he pointed his wand at the creature and shouted, "Stupefy!" There was a flash of red light, and the mandrake went limp in his grasp. At the end of the lesson, when all the mandrakes had been repotted and everyone had removed their earmuffs, Rose glared at Albus. "I saw what you just did. You used a stunning spell, didn't you?" "I couldn't help it. I chose the strongest, fattest one," Albus said with a shrug. "Besides, what's the point of reviewing if you're going to do it exactly the same way you did last time? This is where all those new spells we learned come in handy." "Good work, students," Professor Longbottom said after the break, looking around at the potted plants piled high on his desk. "Tonight you have a sorting ceremony for the first years, right? I suggest you all be in the grand meeting room on time." "Professor, I have a question," said Scorpius seriously. "It's going to take a while for these seedlings to fully grow. What if we need a mandrake draft before then?" "Ah, I was waiting for someone to ask." Longbottom smiled, then lifted a large pot covered in cloth from the floor and placed it on the table. When he lifted the cloth, a plant with large green, purplish leaves emerged from underneath. The students rose from their seats in curiosity and approached the table. "This is a fully matured mandrake I've been raising." Longbottom pointed his wand at the bold lettering on the pot, and the letters glowed bright blue to form the word Hope. "Her name is Hope. It's unlikely, but even if the Dawn Breakers came today, we could cut her down and make a draft. That means you won't have to wait weeks to recover, Rose, like your mother did." At that, Scorpius looked at Rose and smiled reassuringly, and Rose smiled back. The fall of the atrium. With nowhere else to go, many of the students made their way to the grand meeting room, which was on the same floor as their classroom. They seemed to have already settled into school life here at the Ministry of Magic. But Albus was sorry to find that there were no common rooms of their respective houses to welcome them. Rose joined her Gryffindor friends as they walked toward the grand meeting room, having a heated discussion about sorting ceremony in an hour or two. "Where'd you reckon we should go now, Scorpius?" said Albus. Scorpius, who had been staring at the back of Rose as she walked away, snapped out of it and looked back at his friend. "Should we go to the grand meeting room like them?" No. Let's go to my tent first," said Scorpius. "I just realized I still have eavesdropping device and my phone in my bag. I'll have to recharge them." They got into the lift together, and Albus pushed the button for the 9th level, where the staircase to the courtroom was. But the button didn't work. Why isn't it working?" "Push harder." Albus and Scorpius tried again and again, but the button for the basement level 9 didn't work. Finally, they pressed the button for the level above and got off at the atrium. Professor Neville Longbottom, who appeared to be talking to 2 of his students, spotted them and approached. He was still holding the large pot with Hope the Mandrake in his arms. "Where are you going, boys?" asked Longbottom. "To the court, sir," replied Scorpius. "I have to get to my tent. For some reason the lift wouldn't go down that far, so we're walking to there." "Well, that's understandable, because the lift only goes down to the atrium now." "What? But why?" asked Albus. "We took the lift to the Department of Mysteries just a few hours ago. A lot has happened in those few hours. Something to do with Dumbledore's army activities," Longbottom said, frowning. "We filled the lift shaft leading to the courtroom with stones and triple-cast defensive spells. Now you have to go through the atrium and past the Department of Mysteries to get to the courtroom." "The DA thinks there's going to be an invasion sooner than expected?" asked Albus worriedly, and Professor Longbottom shrugged. "Not much movement on the ground has been reported yet. Still, it can't hurt to be careful. Anyway, we need to get through this checkpoint now to get down to the courtroom." They followed Professor Longbottom's lead to a low wire fence surrounding the golden fountain that was no longer spewing water, the steps leading down behind it blocked by a large iron gate. Ron, Hermione, and several other DA members were on guard outside the gate. "Now we have to go through this passage to get down to the tents," Longbottom said, leading them toward the fountain. It was all Hermione's idea. When the invasion alarm goes off, she'll manually operate the lifts from that control room and send everyone upstairs down to the courtroom. Longbottom gestured the golden gates that separated the group of lifts from the more open space with the fountain outside. Next to the gate was another door, much smaller and more shabby. "Then only those who can fight will stay in the atrium, while the rest of you will take the stairs down to the courtroom. We should hold out as long as possible before Harry brings reinforcements." Passing through the wire fence surrounding the fountain, they were approached by Ron and Hermione, who stood in straight faces with their wands drawn. "What are you going down for?" said Hermione stiffly. "Come on, Hermione, they're just kids," said Ron. Hermione glared at her husband. "We have to be sure. How do we know someone isn't using Polyjuice Potion?" "Okay, Hermione, I'm going down to put this pot in the house, and these two have some business in their tent," said Longbottom. Hermione then pointed her wand upward and aimed it at the wizard statue in the golden fountain, and the statue moved its arm and spat water from the gilded wand it was holding, drenching Longbottom. Hermione looked at him, and her expression softened. "Okay, so you're really Neville. I cast a spell on the water to wash away all the enchantments." "Yes, there's a similar thing in Gringotts called the Thief's Downfall, and we use the same magic." Ron grinned and cast a spell on his friend, and the water that had soaked Professor Longbottom's body and clothes dried up instantly. "Your turn next," Hermione said to Albus and Scorpius with a slightly apologetic look on her face. With a wave of her hand, the wizard statue pointed his wand at them, and Albus squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the torrential downpour. But just then he heard a faint thumping sound. It was definitely coming from above. "What's that noise?" said Hermione uneasily. "The patrol hasn't said anything yet." Just then, something shimmering descended through the high ceiling and landed gracefully beside the fountain. It was a silver lynx. With everyone frozen, the Patronus opened its mouth wide and spoke in Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, slow voice. "The surface is under attack. Prepare for an invasion. They are coming to the visitors' entrance." "About time," muttered Ron. "Sound the alarm." One of the DA members cast a spell on the fountain, and the house elf statue moved its hands to its mouth and let out a piercing scream. It was loud enough for everyone in the Ministry of Magic to hear, and Albus quickly covered his ears. "Now take this and go downstairs," Professor Longbottom said, shoving his potted mandrake into Albus's arms. "There are still hundreds of students in the grand meeting room. We need to get them all down to the atrium and buy some time until they can take shelter." Longbottom ran with Ron, Hermione, and the others toward the visitors' entrance. Albus and Scorpius didn't go down to the door behind the fountain yet, and instead watched the situation. "Do you think we'll have enough time before everyone comes down?" Scorpius muttered, looking toward the lifts. "Rose should still be in the grand meeting room, and so should the others." Just then, two wizards in navy blue robes rushed up and pushed open the small doors to the control room. And as if they had manipulated something, the lifts moved in unison and went up to the 4th level. They then descended back down to the atrium, and the dozens of young students in them stepped out urgently. They were all underage students, all looking frightened and sobbing. Albus quickly put down the pot of mandrake by the fountain and ran over with Scorpius. "Kids, get over here," cried Albus. "Go down these stairs. Stay in the courtroom and hide." They led the children to the fountain and helped them through the fence and down to the lower level. Meanwhile, the lifts had again returned from the 4th floor, bringing dozens of other students, and they joined the rush down to the courtroom, following their friends ahead of them. "All right, 10 more minutes like this, and they'll all be evacuated," Scorpius muttered as he watched the lifts rise once more. Albus looked back in the direction of the visitors' entrance on the other side of the atrium, where the DA members were hiding among the fireplaces lining the walls, their wands and faces pointing in the direction of the door, which was connected to the telephone box on the street above. There seemed to be no movement yet from the lift leading to the surface. Albus was just about to relax when it happened. Out of nowhere, a huge explosion erupted from the entrance, sending Albus flying backward in a massive shockwave. The force drowned out the sirens, and Albus's body, thrown through the air like a doll blown by a tornado, slammed into the younger students pouring into the iron gates, and they rolled down the floor together. "Albus, are you okay?" asked Scorpius, rushing over and pulling him to his feet. The atrium had been thrown into chaos. The young students, already terrified, were in complete panic, cowering or screaming for their parents. The wrought iron fence around the perimeter had been flattened by the force of the explosion. Albus glanced at the visitor's entrance, which was shrouded in thick smoke, as he and his friend picked up and comforted the younger students who had fallen around them. "What was that? A bomb or a drill?" said Scorpius uneasily. "It wasn't anything like that," said Albus quietly. "It was something much more powerful. It must have been another weapon of the Muggles." Albus was about to go through the smoke to see if the adults were okay when the smoke billowed and a large projectile with a flame tied to the end grazed the side of his head and sliced through the air. "Get down, Albus, it's a rocket!" Albus lay flat on the ground as Scorpius pulled him down to the floor. The first missile hit the golden iron gates that separated the smaller hall lined with lifts from the rest of the atrium with the fountain outside. The gate shattered, sending large and small pieces of metal flying everywhere, and children screamed. Fortunately, no one was hurt, for Scorpius had quickly cast a defensive charm. "Look out, more are coming!" yelled Scorpius. "They're heading for the lifts." As if to prove his point, a second and third missile flew in, smashing through the door of the lift control room and causing a huge explosion inside. Pieces of the navy blue robe that the poor men inside must have been wearing caught fire and fluttered helplessly in the air, and tiny pieces of broken gears spilled out. With that, the upwardly moving lifts all came to a screeching halt. Now many of the remaining students above were trapped in the grand meeting room. Albus couldn't breathe. The acrid, stinging smoke, the renewed screams of the children, and the impact of having just slammed his entire body against the wall made his legs weak. The black smoke from the room that had just exploded swirled like a storm, mixing with the lighter gray smoke from the visitor's entrance and settling like a fog. Scorpius yelled at the sobbing children to lie down on the floor after casting a shield charm in the direction of where the rocket had just come from. Blinding sparks from the DA members and the Dawn Breakers flashed through the smoke, looking like red and green lightning bolts from his perspective. And then a booming gunshot drowned out all the screams and cries for help that echoed off the high ceilings of the atrium. With deafening roars, countless bullets flew in, whizzing past the prone children and slamming into the walls on all sides. "Protego Maxima." The voice behind him made Albus snap out of his reverie and turn around. Professor McGonagall, wearing emerald green robes and pointed hat, was waving her wand at the smoke. Albus was used to her stern expression, but he'd never seen her like this, with rage radiating from every wrinkle etched into her face. "How dare you? How dare you attack the children, Dash?" She flicked her wand once, and the bullets that had been caught in mid-air and bounced off into the distance. McGonagall flicked her wand again, and a spell powerful enough to make Albus's hair stand on end flew forward, sweeping away the smoke and flying bullets in front of them. The line of view cleared somewhat thanks to that, allowing Albus to see the situation near the visitor's entrance. The ceiling, where a small shaft had been connected to a red telephone box on the ground, was now a gaping hole with a dozen ropes hanging from the top. A steady stream of the Dawn Breakers were descending on them, sending bullets and curses flying in all directions. Huddled between the fireplaces that lined the walls, Dumbledore's army tried desperately to keep them at bay, using their wands to cast defensive spells and fire curses back at them. But that wasn't enough. Like a swarm of spiders descending from a web, the Dawn Breakers, clad in black uniforms and robes, continued to come down upon the sturdy ropes, stepping over their fallen comrades. "Albus, take these children down," said McGonagall. The wand in her hand trembled with rage, and invisible flames seemed to spew from her flaring nostrils. "I'll fight with the other professors. Now go." "Albus, let's do what Professor McGonagall says," said Scorpius, running to him. "Come this way, down the stairs." Albus gathered up the children who had fallen to the floor in a heap of dust with his friend and led them down the stairs behind the iron gates. The small boys and girls limped along, following their lead into the dimly lit basement. Through the ranks of children, several adults made their way up the stairs. Professor Flitwick, George and Angelina Weasley, and Oliver Wood. "Boys, where's Rose?" asked Uncle George urgently. "I saw Fred and Roxanne down there." "Quite a few older students are trapped in the grand meeting room up there, on the 4th level," said Albus. "The lifts have broken. I think the Dawnbreakers did it on purpose to make a mess." According to Hermione's plan, all the students should have been down there by now. George muttered, looking at the small hall on the side where the lifts were. "Well, I guess we'll have to buy some more time. Go downstairs." The adults who had emerged from the basement rushed toward the fireplace to join the rest of Dumbledore's army. Sighing, Albus looked around and realized that all the younger students had been evacuated to the lower levels, and there was no one else around. "We need to save our friend Scorpius," Albus said, heading for the lifts. "Do you think there's any way to get these things moving?" "I don't know," Scorpius said helplessly, looking at the motionless lifts. "I suppose I could use magic to levitate one of them, but to move that many people dash." Just then, an intense green flame erupted from one of the fireplaces in the atrium where the battle was raging. Two figures emerged from the flames, and Ron and George pointed their wands at them, thinking they were their enemies, but they turned out to be Kingsley and Teddy. Teddy was injured and limped toward the fountain, being carried by Kingsley, while Albus and Scorpius rushed to his aid. Teddy's face was white as a ghost, and his right arm, which had a deep gash and was roughly bound with a rag, was soaked in blood. With the help of Kingsley and the boys, Teddy hobbled over to the railing of the fountain and sat down. "Boys, take Teddy down with you," said Kingsley sternly. "He's been shot in the arm. We need to get him to a healer now, dash." "I can still fight," shouted Teddy. But Kingsley looked down at him without a word, shook his head, and went across the atrium to join the fight. Left behind, Teddy tore at his clothes where he'd been shot, revealing a deep wound in his arm. Gritting his teeth, he pointed his wand at it, and with the movement, a small lead bullet slipped out. While he cleaned the wound with his wand, spraying a weak stream of water over it, Albus asked him, "What exactly happened up there?" "It was an ambush. They swarmed in out of nowhere in helicopters, and their guns killed 2 other Aurors instantly, leaving only the 2 of us to survive," said Teddy. "Right after Kingsley sent the Patronus to warn others, there was a sudden boom in the sky, and then this thing fell." "A thing?" asked Albus, and Teddy shuddered. "I don't know how to describe it. It looked like a really big stick, and it just fell out of the sky and went right through the ground, right where the telephone box was. It must have been a missile or something like that. The result was a huge hole in the ground where the visitors' entrance used to be. The Dawnbreakers had been climbing down the ropes without a cease, and Dumbledore's army was falling further and further back under their relentless assault. Now dozens of small drones descended through the hole and joined the Dawnbreakers. The drones used their small size to shoot and sabotage the wizards and witches, easily dodging the spells fired at them. In response, George, Angelina, and Oliver Wood took flight on the broomsticks they had brought with them. "Mr. Lupin, if you don't mind, I'd like to dash," Scorpius said softly to Teddy, who was trying to bind his still bleeding arm with a handkerchief. Teddy looked warily at Scorpius's face and the wand in his hand, then nodded. Scorpius began to chant, humming an incantation as he ran his wand over Teddy's bullet wound. The bleeding slowed, and the hole in his flesh began to close. When the wound was finally clean, Teddy looked down in amazement at his arm, which seemed unharmed except for a small patch of dried blood. "Not bad for a Slytherin," muttered Teddy. "I thought you were only good with the dark arts." "Well, it's easy to get hurt when you perform dark magic, Mr. Lupin, so you might as well know how to heal it," said Scorpius casually. "Just call me Teddy," said Teddy with a grin. Albus looked away, back to the fireplaces where the battle was raging. While Oliver Wood on a broomstick was using his size to weave through the drones to get their attention, George and Angelina Weasley were using hexes in a fantastic team effort to take them down one by one. "They're good. Those 3 used to be on the same Quidditch team," said Teddy admiringly. With most of the drones gone, crashing in a floor, George flew toward the large hole with the ropes dangling from above. Then he waved his wand wildly in the air and shouted, "Sectum Sempra." Then, as if countless invisible blades had shot out of the end of his wand, The ropes were sliced instantly. The dozen or so dawn breakers hanging there let out a scream as they crashed to the ground. "Ha ha! That's for my lost ear, you bastards!" cried George, playfully pinching his one remaining ear with his hand. But the momentary advantage the old Gryffindor Quidditch team had gained was short-lived, as more ropes came down from the hole in the ceiling than had been cut. Dark wizards in black robes armed with wands descended, shooting out killing curses in all directions. And soon the atrium was filled with blinding flashes of green light. "Damn, it's the Death Troop," muttered Teddy. "They kill people without the slightest hesitation." "Fall back! To the fountain!" Hermione shouted. And with her, members of Dumbledore's army and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick lowered themselves and sprinted across the atrium toward Albus, Scorpius, and Teddy. Killing curses whizzed over their heads, hitting the paneled walls and burning them black. "Professor, we need to make umbrellas quick," yelled Hermione. She and McGonagall flicked their wands at the floor with great speed, and folded umbrellas appeared and piled on top of them. Each of Dumbledore's army grabbed an umbrella and spread it out in front of them, creating a shield wall and stopping the countless killing curses flying at them. As the cursed tarps burned black, Hermione and McGonagall picked up fresh umbrellas they had magically created and threw them at the DA. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick waved his wand at the golden statues in the fountain behind them like a conductor leading a band, and soon the gilded statues of a wizard and a witch, a goblin, a centaur, and a house elf began to creak and move as if awakened from a long sleep. "Now go," cried Flitwick. "Make them regret coming here." The 5 statues stomped their feet and charged at the dawn breakers as they closed in on them. Bullets and curses flew at the statues, but were deflected by their hard bodies, and members of the DA, led by Kingsley, Ron, and Hermione, took advantage of the confusion and rushed forward with their umbrellas unfurled, joining the statues as they flung their gilded arms and legs. Professor McGonagall glanced back toward the fountain and spotted Albus and Scorpius. "You two, why are you still here?" "Professor, we can't leave our friends," said Scorpius pleadingly. "There are still students trapped in the grand meeting room. We have to use the lifts somehow and rescue them." "What? You mean there are still students up there?" McGonagall gasped, looking back at the lifts. "Starting classes was the worst mistake of my life. It seems... What am I going to do with them?" "Professor, I'll get them back," said Teddy firmly. "I'm sure I can use a spell to move at least one of the lifts manually. If you can hold off the enemies long enough, I can get everyone down here." McGonagall looked back at the lift, at the DA members engaged in a fierce battle with the Dawnbreakers, and then called to Professor Longbottom, who was nearby. "Neville, come here." Longbottom ran toward them, his round face flushed with the heat of the battle, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "We need to get the students out of the grand meeting room. I need you to enchant one of the lifts and send these 3 up." "Yes, Professor." "Follow me." Albus, along with Scorpius and Teddy, followed Professor Longbottom past the shattered remains of the Golden Gates to a small hall where a number of out-of-service lifts lined the walls. Longbottom stopped in front of the one in the middle, pointed his wand upward, and slowly pulled it down. His round face turned a fiery red as he concentrated. Suddenly, Scorpius tapped Albus on the arm and held out a small, white, bean-like object. "It's a Muggle device, and we may be able to listen in on their communications with my smartphone." Albus followed Scorpius and put the earpiece in one ear. "Whoa, what's that?" asked Teddy, eyes wide. "It's a Muggle's extendable ear, so to speak," Scorpius replied, pulling out his phone and fiddling with it. "Hold on, I need to concentrate right now." Soon Albus's earphone came alive with a conversation that sounded like someone was talking right next to him. "Colonel Fubster, the enemy is too stubborn," a Dawnbreaker shouted into his headset. "We can't take the atrium." "They can't retreat into the underground anyway," said Fubster. "Isn't that why we attacked the lifts in the first place? I guess there's someone up there after all. They're just buying time until they come down. Then what do we do, sir? There are too many casualties." "Just wait," said Fubster. "The boss is coming down." Albus's eyes widened at the words, and he turned to Scorpius, who had the same expression on his face. "Eisen Bein was coming down here, and if he did, it would spell doom for them all." "Teddy, Eisen Bein's coming," cried Albus. They got to close the gates and get out of here. No one in here can stand against him. What? Teddy gasped, looking back outside to the atrium, where a mixture of golden statues, DA members and Dawnbreakers were still fighting fiercely, sending green and red flashes flying in all directions. Then, as if on cue, all the noise stopped and everyone paused, slowly turning their heads to look in one direction. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The sound of metallic footsteps echoed through the silence. Eisen Bein's figure slowly came into Albus's view, wearing the same dark cloak of invisibility he had worn in Azkaban. His two steel legs were puffing out steam beneath it. Attack! Hermione's scream cut through the air, breaking the stifling silence. All of the DA members' hexes and curses were focused on Eisen Bein, who lazily flicked his wand in his right hand through the air. The endless stream of curses was caught and deflected by an invisible wall. It was like a shower of tiny, colorful meteors of green, red, blue, and purple, but none of the magic spell did Eisen Bein the slightest bit of damage. They simply drifted away, blocked by the shield created by the mighty Elder Wand. Behind him, Professor Flitwick hobbled on his short legs, barking instructions at the statues. The golden statues of the wizard and the witch charged at Eisen Bein, their golden wands pointed like swords. With his right hand, Eisen Bein blocked a myriad of curses, and with his left, he drew another wand and swung it at the wizard statue. With a crackle, the statue split in half from side to side, and when he stabbed the wand again, it exploded, sending tiny golden shards flying everywhere. This time, the witch statue was almost on top of him, trying to knock him down with a massive golden arm. But as soon as Eisen Bein's wand was aimed at her, it melted like ice cream left outside on a midsummer's day, sending people scurrying away from the hot golden liquid on the ground. Eisen Bein followed with a barrage of red sparks, the stunning spells piercing through the umbrellas and defensive charms of Dumbledore's army, hitting their targets and taking down 5 people in an instant. It seemed that nothing, not even death, could stop him. Albus felt his entire body freeze in terror as he watched the Master of Death's power unfold before his eyes. Dumbledore's army were hanging on for dear life, falling back, unable to collect their fallen comrades, and sending the wounded behind the iron gates. Just then, there was a sound ahead, and the golden grills of the lift had arrived just in time and slid open sideways. Albus rushed in with Scorpius and Teddy. "Go, Neville! We'll take it from here," cried Teddy. "We'll get the students and come back. But for now, stay in the court." Longbottom nodded once, then turned and ran toward the iron gates that were slowly closing. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Teddy shouted, pointing his wand at the lift they were in, and the 3 of them began to rise with it. Albus looked over the closed grills to see what was happening outside. Professor Longbottom had picked up the potted mandrake and was stepping around the destroyed fountain and through the slightly open gap, and the iron gates were soon slammed shut. Albus didn't know how he was going to get the rest of the students through those iron gates, and Teddy and Scorpius's faces were very grim indeed. Soon the lift took them up, and a pitch-black darkness enveloped them all, matching their somber mood. Master of Death, a white glow fell over Harry's closed eyes. It was as if he could see the scenery around him without opening his eyes. From the bright mist, to the pure white floor, to the huge domed glass ceiling glistening in the sunlight, he was sure he was in King's Cross Station, the place he had visited the last time he died. Except, of course, unlike then, there would be no way back now, only forward. "Harry, wake up!" he heard Lily's voice. Was it his mother greeting him? Harry carefully lifted his eyelids to see dark red hair flickering in his blurred vision. "It's breakfast time. Get ready and come down, dear." Harry rubbed his eyes and sat up. Contrary to his expectations, he was in his own bedroom, where he had fallen asleep the night before, still in the body of a soon-to-be 11-year-old. The white light that had just fallen on his eyes was the sunlight streaming in through the window. The night before, he had hoped that this happy dream would last forever, but here he was, waking up to a new morning with an uneasy feeling. Why wouldn't the dream end? Was this really a dream at all? Never in his memory had he fallen asleep so deeply and awakened to another dream. Before going downstairs, Harry went to the bathroom, turned on the water, and splashed it over his face several times, hoping it would wake him up and bring him back to reality. But the cold, wet touch of the water was surprisingly vivid, and he was still in the bathroom when he finished washing his face. Lily hummed to herself and looked worriedly at her son from the frying bacon as he came into the kitchen. "Harry, are you all right? Did you have another nightmare last night?" "No, Mum, nothing like that," said Harry quickly as he sat down at the kitchen table. "It's just that I'm a bit tired. I think I'll go for a walk in the garden later." As Lily piled fried eggs and bacon onto 3 plates, James clicked his tongue while reading the newspaper. Those ministry pigs never can get anything right. Dumbledore should have been minister instead of this old Cornelius Fudge. "You've been talking a lot about politics lately. Why don't you stand for election, James?" "Only if you join me, Lily," James said with a wink. "We used to be great head boy and girl, didn't we? Maybe Harry can follow in our footsteps." "James, don't put pressure on him before he even gets in the school," Lily said, feigning annoyance. But Harry's attention was drawn to the copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. "Hey, Dad, is there anything in the paper about the Death Eaters?" "Eaters of what?" James repeated, raising an eyebrow. "Death Eaters, huh? Just eat your bacon before it gets cold. Maybe we shouldn't have met Bathilda. She must have told you too many strange stories yesterday." "Maybe it's the story I told him a few days ago," said Lily, scratching her head. "I read him the tale of the 3 brothers before bedtime. There's a scary character named Death in it. I always thought the tales of Beetle the Bard was a little dark for kids. I didn't think it was that scary when I read it as a kid." "What a surprise. Do you ever think when you read?" With his parents bickering being a blurred sound in his ear, Harry analyzed the situation. As time passed, it became increasingly clear that he wasn't dreaming. No dream could be so vivid and persistent. So where was he? This world was superficially similar to the one he had left, but without existence of Voldemort or the Death Eaters. "Yeah, Mum, Dad." Lily and James, who had been concentrating on eating, looked up at Harry's call. "Have you ever heard of a man called Tom Riddle? I'm trying to learn about the history of Hogwarts, and I heard he used to be a head boy, just like you." "Tom Riddle? There's never been a head boy like that." Then Lily looked back at James as if she remembered something. "Ah, yes. There was a Slytherin prefect by that name, and Hagrid once told me that a very promising student named Tom Riddle suddenly disappeared when he was in 5th year." "Hagrid," said Harry excitedly. "So he wasn't expelled and stayed at Hogwarts?" His heart leapt at the thought that Hagrid, who had died a horrible death in the world he left behind, was still alive here. "No, Hagrid was expelled the following year. His wand was broken in 2, said James grumpily. "Didn't I tell you before? He got himself a really big spider that he hid and raised, and when it grew to fill the room, he was caught. They said the creature was so large they had to break down the door and drag it out. I'll never understand why he likes monsters so much." Lily shook her head, then smiled wryly. "Well, that might be one nice thing about Hagrid. There were many days when we visited his cottage and listened to his funny monster stories. Weren't there, James?" "That's true." James grinned. "I could swear that one day Hagrid's going to breed a dragon. So you'll have to watch out for the fire when you go to his hut, son." "Of course, Dad," Harry replied, smiling back. The memory of Norbert, the Norwegian ridgeback that Hagrid had raised, came back to him vividly. Even if he hadn't fallen victim to Tom Riddle's evil plans, it had only been a matter of time before Hagrid had been expelled. Harry finished his breakfast and wandered alone across the small lawn in front of the house, plopping down on the bench when a large orange ball of fur suddenly jumped into his lap. It was their elderly cat who had been sleeping under the bench. Harry was startled by the cat's sudden appearance, but it was nothing compared to the surprise he felt when he saw the creature's grumpy, oddly squashed face. "Crookshanks, what are you doing here?" Crookshanks purred, burying his face in Harry's lap. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed before Harry's eyes. He was much younger than he was now, barely able to walk. He remembered flying across the living room on a tiny toy broomstick, almost hitting Crookshanks head-on. "It was you all along, wasn't it? You were our family cat," cried Harry, suddenly realizing everything. The cat yawned sleepily and purred. Now that he thought about it, it all fit together. One by one, he recalled how close Crookshanks had been to Sirius, who must have been a frequent visitor to the house, and how he had pursued Scabbers as relentlessly as if he had known its identity all along. Yes, Crookshanks had stayed with Harry until he was a year old, and then he must have drifted from place to place after his family had been devastated by Voldemort, ending up in the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. And he would have lived there alone in a cage until Hermione chose him. So why had Sirius never told her the cat's identity? Perhaps it was because of a promise made between the black dog and the orange cat, who had shared a special friendship. Not wanting to leave his new owner, Hermione, Crookshanks might have asked Sirius to keep the secret of his origins. His affection for his new mistress, who had rescued him from the pet shop, must have been great, for he had spent nearly a decade in a very difficult and lonely life, not unlike Harry as a child. Then he realized that his own situation, wandering aimlessly in a new world that was both familiar and strange, mirrored Crookshanks's, and his affection for the cat only grew. Harry gently stroked the cat's dozing head and absent-mindedly stared at the hedges surrounding the garden. It was time to organize his newfound facts. First, Tom Marvolo Riddle had disappeared in his 5th year, and as a result, neither Voldemort nor the Death Eaters had been born, which meant that many people who should have been dead were alive and well, including his parents. Then he thought of Eisen Bein. He quickly looked around, thinking that Eisen Bein, the boy who vanished, could hide very well. But seen or unseen, there was no way he could be anywhere near him. Eisen Bein had been with Voldemort, and when the Dark Lord had first fallen, he had come to follow the boy who lived, Harry himself, instead. But now Voldemort never existed, and there was no reason for Eisen Bein to be near him. The two enemies who had made his life miserable were gone, and here he was, an unimpaired wizard who hadn't been subjected to the 4th curse. But Harry's mind was still churning with an unexplained sense of unease. He was still unable to come to any clear conclusions about how the machine of reality had brought him here, whether this was a well-crafted fictional world or another reality. Suddenly, the sleeping Crookshanks jerked his head up and let out a sharp meow. Harry snapped back to reality and looked in the direction the cat was staring. As he followed it, peering over the edge of the village into the woods, he saw a dark, horse-like animal standing upright. It was a thestral. It stood on 4 long, sturdy legs like a horse, but with a dragonish head and white, pupilless eyes that stared at him as if it had something to say. It looked like every thestral Harry had ever seen at Hogwarts or anywhere else, but it had a yellow glowing spot on the top of its head. Harry's first thought was to run back to the house and call his parents, as if he was already thinking like any other child. But then the creature might go away. He had to check it out now. "Stay here, Crookshanks," said Harry softly. It looked like the cat had understood him, for he plopped down on the grass and let out a warning purr. Harry opened the gate in the hedge and walked slowly toward the strange animal. At the end of the cobbled road through the village, it turned into a dirt track that led up into the forest. Except for the slight rustle of the grass as it brushed against the wind, the surroundings were completely silent, and the thestral stood motionless. At first he thought it was just a play of light from the sun, but then he realized that the yellow patch on its head was actually a crown of golden hair. A pair of eyes, white as moonlight even in the middle of the day, remained fixed on Harry the entire time. Harry stopped some distance away, aware of its sharp fangs protruding from the closed mouth. "Do you have some business with me?" said Harry hesitantly. "Were you sent here by someone? Hagrid by any chance?" At first the thestral did not react to his words. Just as Harry was beginning to feel pathetic for having gotten his hopes up, the animal suddenly turned toward the forest. "Come with me, Harry Potter. We have much to discuss." Harry froze, startled by the muffled, somber voice he'd just heard. It obviously came from Thestral, who was walking in the shadows of the trees. But could Thestral speak? They certainly had a number of special magical properties. Harry hurried into the forest, not wanting to lose sight of the Thestral. The black leather clinging to his bony frame was barely visible in the darkness, but the crown of yellow fur on his head seemed to glow with its own light. After walking wordlessly for a while, the Thestral stopped in a small clearing with the sun shining overhead and got down on all fours. "Climb on me, Harry Potter. There is somewhere we have to go." "Where is it?" asked Harry, but the Thestral didn't answer. After a moment's hesitation, he climbed onto a nearby stump to get on top of him, then wrestled to get onto his hard back. It was quite a struggle against Thestral's silken skin and his own shrunken body. When he finally knelt down behind the wing joints, the Thestral spread both wings without warning and soared into the sky. Harry clung to its black mane and held on to its body with his both knees. The sharp wind brought tears to his eyes, and for a moment he couldn't see. It wasn't until the Thestral regained its balance and flew parallel to the ground, high in the sky, close to the clouds, that Harry could open his eyes. Below him, the peaceful landscape of Godric's Hollow, which looked like any other rural village, drifted away. "Who are you and where are you taking me?" demanded Harry. "I go by many names like you, Harry Potter. The few magizoologists who have actually seen me call me the king of the Thestrals. Indeed, I am the forefather of all my kind, but there is another name you may be familiar with." The Thestral paused for a moment, then declared, "I am Death." Harry's mouth dropped open for a moment, stunned. The cold wind stung his eyes like tiny needles, but he felt nothing. "D-Death? Yes, or the closest thing to it." Harry was silent for a moment, studying the creature he was riding, the self-proclaimed Death. It looked no different from any of its kind, except for the crown-like yellow ornament that hung from the top of its head like a king's. "I wasn't expecting this," muttered Harry. "I didn't know Death looked like you. What did you think it would look like?" "A skeleton in a black cloak flailing its arms and charging at you with a large scythe." Death sneered. "But my appearance has been amply hinted at in the old tale of the three brothers. The resurrection stone was made from the bezoar inside my stomach, the elder wand from my tail hairs, and the cloak of invisibility from my hide." Harry pondered Death's words in his mind. Just as a goat's bezoar could antidote any poison, a Thestral's bezoar could have the effect of temporarily defying death, and it was common knowledge that the elder wand was made from a Thestral's tail hair. Finally, considering that the Thestral could appear completely transparent to many who hadn't seen Death, it was not surprising that its skin could be used to make an excellent invisibility cloak. But the Hallows were really created by Death himself? I thought it was just an invention of some brilliant wizards. Yes, Dumbledore theorized that the Deathly Hallows were creations of the Peverell brothers, said Death quietly. Sure, it was a rational theory that suited Albus Dumbledore, but for once he was wrong, because sometimes the most intuitive explanation is closer to the truth, no matter how much sense it makes or doesn't make. Harry remembered Dumbledore's speculation that the Peverells, who were said to have received the three powerful objects from Death in the tale of the three brothers, were actually the ones who had created them. Then he realized that it was King's Cross Station, shrouded in a white mist, where he had gone shortly after the killing curse had struck him, to know the conversations that took place on the edge of life and death. "You really are Death," said Harry quietly. "Then where are we going?" "You already know the answer to that." Harry lifted his head a little higher and surveyed the vast landscape at his feet. A sprawling city, centered around towering skyscrapers, was rapidly approaching from the distance. Harry had flown the Thestral across England before, and they were heading for London now, just as he had done then. Suddenly, it was clear where they were going. They were heading for the death chamber of the Department of Mysteries, where the veiled archway stood. Harry wasn't sure if what was happening was real. First, he had been back in the body of a child. Then he had come to live with his long, dead parents as if nothing had happened. And now he was riding on the back of none other than Death himself to the most mysterious place in the entire wizarding world. It all felt like an absurd, but incredibly vivid dream. It occurred to him that perhaps Death knew the answer to what was happening. "Like you said, we have a lot to talk about," began Harry. "First, the Deathly Hallows. If they were made by Death, as the legends say, then are the other legends about them also true? I mean, if you put the three of them together, yes, you become Master of Death. That's why I have you on my back, Harry Potter." "And what exactly does that mean?" Dumbledore and Grindelwald interpreted it to mean that it makes the possessor of all three invincible. In this case, their interpretation is somewhat correct. Masters of Death are blessed to survive in situations where they would normally be expected to die, and when they do, I can return them to the mortal world at my discretion. It is also the other way around. You will have completely conquered death, which means that you will be able to die in situations where you should not, only if you want to. I am sure you remember well, Harry Potter, when you came face to face with Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. Then, is that why I survived the killing curse that night? But I thought it was because of the protective charm created by my mother's sacrifice. That is the ostensible reason, of course, but the hand of death works so subtly on the tides of fate that its power is often felt in what appears to be pure luck. After all, you survived that night as the boy who lived, who had also become master of death, and you fulfilled your destiny to defeat the Dark Lord forever. By the time you were struck by Voldemort's killing curse that night, Lily Potter's protective magic had weakened considerably as you grew into adulthood and moved away from home. You could have died without a great deal of luck on your side. It was I who stepped in at that moment and allowed the killing curse to destroy the soul of Voldemort that clung to you, instead of hitting your soul directly, and then help you make the choice to return to life. I see, thanks for that, Harry said, not knowing what else to say. Now they were flying over a suburb of London, over a checkerboard row of houses that resembled Privet Drive. My thanks go to you as well, Harry Potter. Tom Marvolo Riddle sought eternal life in defiance of the inevitability of death that befell all beings, and you crushed his insatiable ambition. You are a master of death, but you have also acted as its agent, and you have succeeded in teaching the world a lesson that will forever be imprinted upon it. Harry remained silent. It was a very strange feeling to be thanked by death. As they flew over the tall buildings, Harry suddenly wondered if he had been gone too long and if his parents were worried. Then he looked down at the city below, filled with cars and pedestrians, and realized something startling. Nothing was moving at all. It was as if time itself was frozen. Marveling at the sheer power of death, he heard his grim voice say, "Hold on, Harry Potter." Harry gripped Death's silken back tightly with his knees and arms, and it suddenly jerked and plunged downward. In a flash, the back streets of London were right in front of them. But Death didn't stop, and Harry squeezed his eyes shut in anticipation of a violent crash. Suddenly, a gaping hole opened up in the alleyway, large enough for an elephant to pass easily, and flashes of green and red light appeared before his eyes. They moved at lightning speed past the battling wizards, and in front of his eyes, the afterimages of hexes and curses flashed past with the black shapes. Harry closed his eyes again, not wanting to. His knees buckled, and he felt like he was about to fall to the floor. Just then, he felt the vibration of the Thestral's 4 hooves on the ground as the gusts of wind that had whipped past his face stopped. Death crouched down on all fours and said, "Get down," and Harry jumped to the hard floor, feeling dizzy. Suddenly, they were in the deathly chamber in the Department of Mysteries. Steep stone steps surrounded the pit in the center, just as Harry remembered, and in the center of the pit rose a dais with a stone archway draped with a tattered black veil. The air was heavy and still enough to make you feel like you were in a tomb, but the worn veil that loosely covered the archway fluttered slightly. Harry walked slowly, stopping at the dais and facing the archway, the monstrous door that had swallowed his beloved godfather, the one that had appeared in so many of his nightmares. He felt a stirring and turned to see Death standing right next to him. Have you ever wondered what's on the other side of that door, Harry Potter? Of course. Like countless wizards before me, I have studied this archway, said Harry. Though in my case, the reason was not mere curiosity, but something much more personal. And did you get an answer? Roughly, though it was based on speculation. That door is the boundary to the afterlife, and behind that veil lie the souls of the dead. Am I right? You're only half right, said Death. This gate is indeed a passageway to the world after death. But there are more than just the dead beyond this door. There are those who have yet to die, for death exists at all times. Initially stunned, Harry had a sudden realization of this new world he was now in, a world that was both familiar and strange. So, I actually walked through that archway in the machine of reality. I guess that when I heard those whispers, yes, I'm in the past. Harry paused at this point. But it's not just the past. My parents, who were supposed to be dead, are alive and well. For that, I must commend the ingenuity of Acrisides. He used the concentrated power of the killing curses to tear open the boundaries of this world, and then figured out how to artificially create a portal that leads beyond death, just like this one. Not only that, but he used a combination of a time turner and a mirror of Ariste to find the coordinates of the reality the occupants truly desire, and then transport them there. The machine of reality does exactly what it says it does. It creates a new reality, Harry Potter. A reality in which its occupants can be truly happy. Suddenly, Harry remembered how he had faced the mirror of Ariste in the machine and traced the coordinates as the woman's voice had instructed. The questions he'd had since waking up in his child's body were answered, but new ones kept popping up in his mind. So, did Akrisdi succeed? Did he disappear into the reality he really wanted? A new reality where he was a powerful dark wizard again? No. The machine he created was perfect in theory, but it was not meant to be used by just anyone, said Death firmly. Because only by crossing the boundaries of death, like the archway before us, can the occupant overcome the inevitable side effects of time travel and reach the desired reality. That's why Akrisdi's was doomed to fail. Unlike you, he was destined to be destroyed the moment he stepped through that archway, just like your godfather, Sirius Black. Harry looked back at the tattered veil that fluttered by itself. The image of his godfather's last appearance before his death, Sirius's face filled with fear and surprise that it cast a shadow over his smile that had yet to be fully erased, was still fresh in his mind as he disappeared behind that veil forever. "You mean I can go through that archway?" asked Harry, and Death nodded slowly. But I'm not the master of death anymore," said Harry weakly. "I don't have the deathly hallows anymore. Eisen Bein took all three from me. For now, of course, but as I said, death is not a time-bound being. The distinction between past, present, and future means nothing to me. Thus, you are still my master, Harry Potter." And with that, Death passed through the veil, first through the ancient doorway, and then out of sight. Harry took a deep breath and followed him through the archway. Darkness closed in from all sides, and for a moment he felt the bitter cold. Then, suddenly, a deafening silence enveloped him like a cocoon, and all around him was brightness. As his eyes adjusted to the sudden light, the bright haze surrounding him and death slowly came into view. He was suddenly back in his usual adult body, wrapped in a soft, clean robe. It was King's Cross Station, the same place he had visited once before when he was struck by a killing curse and met Dumbledore. A large domed glass ceiling glistened in the sunlight from high above, and a bench stood nearby. Then there was a squeak, and a small, red-skinned, childlike figure scurried into the shadows beneath the bench. "That is Voldemort's soul, or at least what is left of it," said Death contemptuously as he watched it crouch in the shadows. "I kick him every time I pass by here, giving him a taste of the death he so desperately wanted to eat. And now he hides whenever he sees me." Harry felt a little sorry for the flayed child as it lurked in the shadows, shivering and waiting for them to pass, though that would be undeserved after all the evil its former self had done. They walked along the white floor, listening to Voldemort's pitiful soul struggle for breath. "I always wondered, what is this place?" asked Harry. "The boundary between death and life. Think of it as King's Cross Station, as you once told Dumbledore." "Harry Potter," replied Death. "It leads to countless other stations in different timelines. Ordinary time-bound beings cannot change the course of events, but I, who am not, can make adjustments. The new reality we just left, one that is still foreign to you, was also created by myself." "How exactly did you do that?" "Nothing much." Tom Marvolo Riddle, a fifth-year student, was the first to discover the Chamber of Secrets and went down there. When he summoned the basilisk to face him, I came out of hiding and gave him a good kick in the butt. Tom Marvolo Riddle, head down, looked up in surprise, only to find himself staring straight into the deadly yellow eyes of the monster. The pitiful cries of the poor creature, deprived of the air of Slytherin after 1,000 years of vain waiting, echoed for a long time in the Chamber of Secrets, and the disappearance of the promising Slytherin prefect would forever remain a mystery. "So that's why no one knew of Voldemort's existence," muttered Harry. He had made so many sacrifices to defeat Voldemort, and to hear that death had so easily erased his existence made him realize the immense power of being timeless. Besides that, I made another small adjustment. It was a night when 4 rascals, calling themselves the Marauders, turned into animals and rampaged through the abandoned shack. I trampled on Peter Pettigrew, who had taken the form of a rat when he was alone, for even if he did not work for Voldemort, he was destined to play a nasty deception on your family one day. It was a step I took to make sure you, my master, would be truly happy. Harry nodded in silence. When he thought of how much the world had changed for the better with the untimely deaths of just 2 people, he found it very hard to condemn those murders. Even if he didn't know how effective it would be to reason with death about other people's deaths. "But if you change what happened this way, what happens to the original world?" asked Harry. Then, as if on cue, Death stepped through the bright mist in front of them, and Harry followed. Suddenly, their vision was completely clear, and they were standing in an endless green field. The sky was clear, and a rather large river ran through the center of the field, sparkling in the sunlight. Harry looked closely and saw that another plain across the river was scorched black, devoid of grass, as if it had recently been ravaged by wildfires. It seemed like life and death were separated by the river. "I assume you have heard of this river, Harry Potter?" Harry was about to deny it, thinking that the landscape around him was completely unfamiliar. But then his eyes caught sight of a sturdy, arched stone bridge in the middle of the river. As he approached, he noticed that the river was very deep and the current was strong, with a deep blue color that seemed out of place in the peaceful field where he was standing. This must be the bridge built by the Peverils. That is right. The tale of the 3 brothers, widely known among your people, contains a certain amount of truth. It is a story full of metaphors, but the bridge they build is actually the archway we just passed through. As soon as Death finished speaking, the stone bridge over the river narrowed in width, briefly taking on the shape of a veiled archway before returning to normal. The 3 sought to use this archway to tame the deep and fierce river called Death and to conquer the land beyond it. They wanted to pass in and out of this world and the others at will and raise the dead. Had I not intervened, they would certainly have succeeded. I appeared before them, praised them for their wisdom, and offered them a reward for leaving the world as it was. "So that's the Deathly Hallows," muttered Harry. "It is." Their archway was abandoned, with only a passage from this world to the next and no way back. Instead, 3 powerful objects were left to roam the world: the Deathly Hallows, capable of conquering death if collected together. Then, centuries later, you became the master of all 3, master of death, Harry Potter. But what about Eisen Bein? He also collected all the Deathly Hallows. You are right. He triumphed over you in the very forest where you had once died and come back to life, and was reborn as a new master of death. Is that why he was able to pass through the veil before? But that was before he collected all the Deathly Hallows. As I said, death is not bound by time. Eisen Bein was destined to be master of death one day, and he was able to wield that power before he actually collected the Hallows, which is why, far from being extinguished, he only became more powerful after passing through the arch. He was empowered by the many past selves of his tangible existence, allowing him to wield physical power and communicate with others as never before. The 3 Deathly Hallows he later acquired further maximized his abilities. Memories of the world Harry had left behind flashed before his eyes. Memories he had forgotten in the midst of this new reality. His family and friends stranded in the depths of the Ministry of Magic, the Dawn Breakers closing in on the siege, and Eisen Bein ready to take everything from Harry. If that's what happened to Eisen Bein, then the Deathly Hallows must have the power to neutralize the 4th curse, said Harry desperately. I got into the machine of reality to break the 4th curse in the first place, not to escape to a new world. Is there any way to undo the curse? I'm sure you know. As Dumbledore once said, there are things far worse than death, and the 4th curse is one of them, said Death grimly. Even with my powers, it is impossible to be completely free of the 4th curse. It can only be circumvented. Even if you were to use the power of the Hallows to lift the 4th curse, it would never be the way you want. Then you can help me. You can still help me, as you did when I fought Voldemort before, so that we can defeat Eisen Bein. If you had to deal with a new Dark Lord, I would have been more than happy to help you, Harry Potter. But Eisen Bein is as much a master of death as you are. I am in no position to take sides. As an alternative, I have created a new reality in which you can be truly happy. Death turned to the river. Suddenly, from behind where they stood, part of the river diverted behind them, creating a new, smaller tributary. The tributary ran parallel to the main stream for a while, leaving them on a small, newly created island, before finally merging back into the river. In this way, I distorted the flow of time, creating a new world that exists only for a limited time. It is an insignificant amount of time in the grand scheme of things, but this reality will work just fine until the moment you live a long and happy life and grow old and die. By letting Eisen Bein keep the original world and you stay here, I have found a way to satisfy both of my masters at the same time. I appreciate you doing this for me, but I can't stay here. I have to go back and fight Eisen Bein. He's trying to destroy everything I love. I know what Eisen Bein is trying to do, Harry Potter. He's trying to turn a world where the many sacrifice for the few into a world where the few sacrifice for the many, said Death flatly. Life will be immeasurably better for the countless people who are part of that majority. Not that it means much to me. It means a lot to me. The few he's trying to sacrifice are my family and friends. But you still have your family and friends in this new world you have found yourself in, Harry Potter. In fact, many more of them are alive and well than in the world you left. The good things that happened in your previous life will still happen. Only the unhappy things will be gone, which means you will still have Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger as your best friends here, and you will still marry Ginny Weasley and have children named James, Albus, and Lily. You have nothing to lose, said Death. And there is no need to be impatient. A day here is only an hour in the world you left behind, and a week from now will be only 7 hours in another reality. Then I will give you another chance to choose, just as I did in the Forbidden Forest. A choice. A chance to choose between two opposing realities, Harry Potter. You will choose between the original world, where many will die in the coming war, and this new world, where you will live happily ever after in peace. How exactly? In 6 days, it will be your birthday. You will blow out the candles on your birthday cake and make a wish. You will then choose whether to stay here or leave. You better think hard about it, because the decision you make will be irrevocable. With these words, Death spread his 2 black wings and took flight. Left alone on the small island created by a tributary of the river, Harry watched in disbelief as Death soared away, becoming a tiny speck in the blue sky. With it, the cloudless sky suddenly darkened with dark clouds rolling in. Feeling extremely dizzy, Harry collapsed onto the soft grass and soon lost consciousness. The next thing he knew, Harry woke up with the smell of fresh earth in his nostrils. He struggled to raise his head and realized that he was still lying on the grass. But the landscape around him was completely different. He was back home in Godric's Hollows. The warm sun was shining overhead, and Crookshanks, who was crouched on a bench watching him anxiously, meowed and cried with relief. Harry sprang to his feet, opened the gate in the hedge, and stepped out into the street. He ran, his eyes scanning the woods where he had first found the Thestral, but now there was nothing there. "It's time for lunch, dear. Are you there?" came his mother's merry voice from the house. "Coming, Mom," Harry called and turned toward his house to spend another happy time with his parents. Now that his conversation with Death already began to feel like a dream within a dream.